These are the Detroit news stations, WWJ and WWJ-FM, Detroit.
Ladies and gentlemen, the NBC radio network will stay on the air with continuous coverage of the tragic death of President Kennedy until 1 a.m. Eastern Time tonight. And we will resume coverage of A Nation in Mourning and all the events that surround it. We will resume at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, tomorrow morning, with continuous coverage. From Dallas, Texas, the report that federal, state, and local authorities have coordinated their search for anyone who may have been connected with the assassination of President Kennedy at 12:30 p.m. in Dallas, Texas today. One of the most determined and yet invisible manhunts in history is underway. Of course, they have a suspect called by the Dallas police a prime suspect in the person of Lee Oswald, a 24-year-old young man who once defected to Russia, who is known to be an admirer of Fidel Castro. They have this man in custody. But there are evidences in the circumstances of the assassination that it was well planned and possibly more than one person took part in it. Therefore, a manhunt is underway just in case that Oswald turns out to be not the man, or in case, if he should be the man, there are others involved with him. The killer now, the police now report they believe, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the president's killer had been hiding in the upper story of the textbook storage building, the warehouse, commanding an unobstructed view of the presidential cavalcade. The place where the president was slain was selected with infinite care, diabolical care. We've told you before that the Great White Way of Broadway is not as white as it usually is, especially on weekends. A special order has gone out that has closed all of the live Broadway shows. We take you now to the New York Theater District, to Joseph Michaels, NBC News, Times Square.
I can see a sign opposite me which says 3. That, of course, is New York time. It comes to my mind primarily because it's one of the few signs that you can see here on Times Square. We're right in the heart of it tonight. You can walk across the street with great ease, and you are not going to have the full light of day that you usually have that's associated with this great center of New York's playland. The Paramount Theater with its huge sign, the big NBC sign across the way, the waterfalls that are usually lit up for the astonishment of the visitors to this city, all are quiet tonight. So are the theaters of the city. There are 33 Shubert theaters throughout the country, which we are told have been closed by the Shuberts voluntarily tonight. Other theaters in the city are all closed down. The refunds will be made, we are told, during the course of coming time. Most of the theaters are not worried about this tonight. They are taking a substantial loss, almost $250,000, $200,000. We noticed something interesting, and we have just called 2 young ladies over because they're carrying signs, and the signs said that the new frontier must live despite what has happened. Girls, when did you get the idea of making these signs?
We were sitting and talking about it, and the time was passing. We heard that he was dead. And then, right then and there, we decided there was something we had to do. We couldn't just sit there and do nothing when he was dead.
Well, why did you do it?
We felt we had to show that other people are concerned, that people are against him.
Thank you very much. Well, these are just 2 young people who, on their own, decided that they had to do something for the things in which President Kennedy believed, and this was their spontaneous demonstration to come down here from their school to Times Square with these signs. They have gathered just about the only crowd that one can see in this square. Usually it's just starting to move at this time of night, people hustling to the theaters, other people on their way homes, but tonight all is quiet here. In the middle of the square, just put up today for the Volunteers of America, for a charity, a great big jovial Santa Claus, looking ironical indeed and tragically so under the circumstances. He stands there with his bell held up and his green glove and his white beard and a jolly ho-ho expression on his face, which absolutely nobody here feels, Morgan.
Anything further to report from that area?
No, just quiet in New York. The theater attendance, as you know, has been called to a halt. The movies are closed. Only a few shops are open in the city. Just people going on their way quietly, an unprecedented quiet. There's been nothing like this here in Times Square, I'm sure, since the night of the death of Franklin Roosevelt.
I was just going to ask you how it looks in Times Square without it being bright as day in the nighttime.
It just is almost too weird to be believed. The cigarette sign that's usually puffing smoke at the people is completely shut down. The signs that usually are flickering and dashing and darting are all gone. The traffic moves through quite freely. It just isn't the Times Square that all of us knew, or all of us can remember. It's hardly the gay white way. There's nothing gay about it at all. It's, I'm told by those who were here at that time that the closest resemblance that one can find, that it looks as it did very much during the war.
Thank you, Joseph Michaels.
All right, Morgan, that's the picture here.
We have reported earlier than now that an extraordinary effort has been underway to impress all nations throughout the world of the continuity of the United States government. Some nations do not have such continuity. Another illustration of this, a report that the first White House cabinet meeting under President Lyndon Johnson will begin exactly 3 minutes from now. As you know, critical cabinet officers are in Washington, especially Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. One very important officer is not there. With 5 other cabinet officers, Secretary of State Dean Rusk is on his way to Washington from Honolulu. Dean Rusk and the other 5 officers were on their way to Tokyo when they were notified of the president's death, turned back. They're due in Washington just after midnight Saturday morning. Nevertheless, President Lyndon Johnson has called the first cabinet meeting to proceed at once without Secretary of the Treasury Douglas Dillon, without Secretary of the Interior Udall, or Freeman of Agriculture, or Hodges of Commerce, or Wirtz of Labor. They had planned a conference in Tokyo on trade that was to have begun Monday. And now, a brief pause.
The NBC radio network will stay on the air with continuous coverage until 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will resume broadcasting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Saturday tomorrow with continuous coverage. We pause now 10 seconds for station identification.
These are the Detroit news stations, WWJ and WWJ-FM, Detroit.
The late president's body is now on the way to Bethesda Naval Hospital just outside of Washington. The purpose for that trip is official, a sad official duty in the case of the death of a president of the United States in this manner. A routine autopsy will be performed at the Naval Hospital. Later, the body will be removed to a Washington funeral parlor. That's later tonight, and it will be tomorrow that the body will be taken to the White House, where it will be put on view in repose in the East Room of the White House. The Kennedy family and the leading officials of the United States government will view it there. The body will be in repose, as we've explained to those who heard us earlier, because that is a sign of private mourning. So the top officials of the United States that go to the White House tomorrow will go there because they are personal friends as well as official associates of the President of the United States. And ahead of Mrs. Kennedy is the saddest the most difficult task of all, aside from being present helplessly at the shooting and at the death of her husband, the task of notifying Jacqueline and John Jr. that their father is gone. We have no more details on the arrest of young Lee Oswald in Dallas, Texas. There seems to be no question about it that the thoroughness of this interrogation takes precedence over all other aspects. The police are of the continued belief in Dallas, we have no word from federal authorities, of course, as yet, that they have a prime suspect in the person of Lee Oswald, the 24-year-old American who once defected to Russia and who later expressed his admiration for Fidel Castro. This young man has also been in New Orleans. He has led anti-American activities in various parts of the United States. It is difficult to understand why he didn't stay in Russia when he was there. Incidentally, the United Nations announces that Secretary General U Thant will attend the funeral of President Kennedy in the name of the 101, I believe it is, member nations of the United Nations. The President of the General Assembly, Carlos Sousa Rodriguez, and other top officials will accompany U Thant. A special memorial will be held at the General Assembly on Monday morning at about 10:30 a.m. in the United Nations building in New York. President de Gaulle has sent two messages to the United States to stress the friendship of France for our people and his love for the President of the United States. He considered that particularly important because of the strained relations between the two countries in recent months. It's also noteworthy that President de Gaulle has repeatedly pointed out that the differences between us shall never exist in emergency or in case of attack. Let's go now across the Atlantic again to Bernard Frizzell in Paris for more reaction in France.
The instant reaction in Paris to the death of President Kennedy was disbelief. Immediately after came deep shock. After that, horror. For President Kennedy had the affection of the French people, and they could not believe that so young a man, so young a president, could disappear so suddenly, the victim of an assassin's bullet. President de Gaulle, 73 years old today, and a target in the past of an army of assassins, declared, President Kennedy died like a soldier under fire, and he saluted the dead president in the name of the French people, describing them as a friend always of the American people. Hundreds of Americans gathered around the United States Embassy and along the Champs-Élysées, reading a special edition of the black-bordered Paris Herald with its headline crying, Kennedy assassinated. A concierge glued to her radio, I heard her saying simply, le pauvre, the poor man. This is Bernard Frizzell, NBC News, Paris.
In view of your very intimate knowledge and association with Frenchmen and with French politicians and French leaders, Bernard, would you care to hazard an estimate of the effect of this on Franco-American relations?
Yes, Morgan. I would certainly say that this is going to tie us even more closely to the French people than we have been tied to them in the past, because this is going to create an emotional link. I do not think that it will make very much difference on the official level, but certainly among the people here, there is no question that the reaction that they have had to this shocking event is one of the deepest mourning and the most considerable affection that I have ever seen displayed for a public figure in all the years that I have been in France.
And that is a significant reaction.
It certainly is, Morgan.
It will undoubtedly give President Charles de Gaulle more pause, more time for thought, and it is certainly a consolation to the people of the United States to feel a bit closer to Frenchmen the way it used to be than we did a few days ago. President George Meany of the AFL-CIO, the nation's largest labor organization, has sent a telegram to President Lyndon Johnson. He has pledged the full support of the nation's major labor organization to Mr. Johnson in his task as president. Mr. Meany also sent a telegram of condolence to Mrs. Kennedy. Incidentally, they are well acquainted, even though many people don't know it. The top official of the AFL-CIO learned of the assassination of President Kennedy while driving to Washington from New York. He had presided here in New York at this week's AFL convention and was going back into the task of running the great labor organization from Washington. Their major headquarters are there. The President and Mrs. Kennedy, in that awful hour, 12:30 p.m. Central Time today, has remained with many, many, many American citizens who saw much of it. Mrs. Kennedy clutched her husband to her as he slumped forward in the seat of the car. She knelt on the floor over him during the high-speed ride to Parkland's hospital emergency ward. She helped lift her dying husband onto the stretcher, and she was taken into the hospital and whisked from view. She appeared stunned as she entered the hospital. Physicians attending the president said they didn't take time to notice whether she or any members of the White House staff were with the president when he died. Members of the White House party said Mrs. Kennedy's first thought was to be with her children, Caroline and John Jr. Both of them have birthdays next week. And then, of course, she was taken immediately to Love Field in Dallas, where the White House party was to return to Washington. They have now arrived there. On the plane that carried her to what had been a personal triumph for her in Texas, she joined witnesses. There were 25 of them, all told. And she watched Lyndon B. Johnson sworn into office as President of the United States. And she watched the casket of her husband placed solemnly aboard. Mrs. Johnson embraced Jacqueline Kennedy. And the three of them, President Lyndon Johnson, after he had taken the oath of office, and Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Kennedy joined hands briefly. And they all rode back to the Capitol with the new president. He himself is in the White House now. He has called the first cabinet meeting for 6:30. Presumably that's 10 minutes underway. If not, it will be shortly underway. And it is noteworthy that the First Lady, who is also at the White House, remained composed all the time she was at the hospital in Dallas and all the time on the way home. And she knew from the doctors, she was told on the way to Washington, that the doctors had told the party with the president that they had never had any hope of saving his life the minute they saw his wounds. One through the head, another through the neck. The first wound, the major one, had done considerable damage, brain damage. Tissue was destroyed. Apparently, the president had not regained consciousness. He was only for one instant aware that he'd been shot. As one eyewitness had said, in reference to that one instant, there was that awful look on his face, and he slumped forward to the floor where Mrs. Kennedy kneeled with him. Incidentally, at the oath-taking, aboard the plane, just before it returned to Washington, plane Air Force One, President Johnson put his hand on the Bible, his left hand, and he swore, as we are all familiar with the oath, to faithfully execute the duties of president and to defend the Constitution. And the oath, as we've noted, was administered by a United States district judge, the first woman ever to administer the oath to the President of the United States. Incidentally, Mrs. Sarah T. Hughes, Judge Sarah T. Hughes, had been named to office by President John Kennedy in 1961. And now for a report on the inevitable trend of events in the center of Washington. To Ray Scherer at the White House in Washington.
Morgan, President Lyndon Johnson is holding his first function as President of the United States. He got out of the helicopter here at 6:26. First we saw red lights coming out of the sky, then we heard the roar of the chopper, then the lights went on, the door opened, out came Mrs. Johnson, then came Lyndon Johnson, and then came George Ball of the State Department, Secretary McNamara, Mr. Bundy, the President's Special Assistant for Security Affairs, Walter Jenkins, Assistant to President Johnson. They paused briefly in the lights. There were a few handshakes. President Johnson stopped to shake the hands of members of the press. His face looked very grave. He walked directly to his office, and he is now conducting business. A few minutes after he landed, another helicopter landed, and out came Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield and Senate Republican Leader Everett Dirksen. The others are gathered here. As soon as this security meeting is over, presumably he will meet with the leaders. Any questions?
I would like to point out, Ray, are you on with me?
Yes, I hear you, Morgan.
We've had very, very little difficulty with these circuits today. We can't call it fortunate, but it's fortuitous at least that we're having so little trouble with our circuits. Only one missed circuit since the death of the president. But I'd like to ask more or call your attention.
Yes.
You have covered so many events in the White House. The heart attack, I remember you and I were on together for hours. When
Yes,
the heart attack occurred
in 1955.
President Eisenhower's time. I believe none of our reporters is more competent or equipped to comment on this very insistent idea that the leaders of our nation are now conveying to us of the continuity of the American government. Foreigners are so little aware of that. Would you like to comment on that point?
Well, of course, President Johnson has been intimately in on everything that has happened having to do with foreign policy. He's made a number of trips to the president. He sits in on National Security Council sessions. He was with the president in his last hours. He's now back here. Immediately he sits down with the cabinet members. There will be no possible lapse. What they're doing now is filling him in on every situation in which impinges on foreign and military affairs. Secretary McNamara is presumably going over what the situation is in Vietnam, how our forces are deployed in Germany, what the situation is vis-a-vis the Russians along the Autobahn, everything that could possibly flare up. And Mr. Bundy is, of course, filling him in on all sorts of vital security matters which are only privy to the president and his inner circle. Now they've been given to Mr. Johnson. The thing that strikes me about this whole occurrence today is that it again brings out what a thread of tragedy runs through the Kennedy family. Brother Joe was killed in a Navy plane crash in World War II. His sister was killed in a plane crash in 1945. The president was almost killed in World War II in the Pacific. Later, he almost died during an operation on his back. His father was felled by a stroke. Their son died in August, and now this.
Yes, it is to all of us the same, and I hardly need comment on the feeling of all Americans. The exceptions, I suppose, are so few we can ignore them at this time. Incidentally,
yes.
Ray Shearer, we have on with us the senior European correspondent of NBC in London, who also has dealt in the general areas of leadership that you're so familiar with. And he's on with us. Joseph C. Harsh. Would you come in, Joe?
Yes, I'm here. I hear you.
Do you have any questions at the moment on what you would like answered about things here, or do you have some suggestions for us?
Morgan, one point I think I would like to make, if I can, is that we were all stunned when this thing happened, but the tributes that have just come from all the leaders in this country are really quite remarkable. Prime Minister Sir Alec Hume has just done a long television statement about it, which starts out saying that at times when the mind and heart stand still, everything in one cries out in protest. And he went on for a long and eloquent tribute, followed by the leader of the opposition, Harold Wilson. Let's see, what did he say? He recalled the remark on Lincoln's death, now he belongs to the ages, and he said, that's the way we will think of the death of President Kennedy. Joe Grimman said that all through Britain, people will feel tonight that this is a totally unexpected personal tragedy. He will be deeply mourned for a very long time. Some of the morning newspapers are out now with the whole front page on this and nothing else. This is deeply felt over here.
It certainly serves to illustrate the intimacy of the alliance between the United States and Great Britain. I remember Lord Hume, when he was Lord Hume instead of Sir Alex, remarking that he supported the United States primarily because of the realities. He loved this country, but he primarily thought of the realities of the fact that we were the prime power in a nuclear age, and it was only sensible that he would recognize the primacy of that power.
Morgan, may I
yes.
say that I think what you said there is tremendously important. I don't think I had realized until I saw the eloquence and the deep sincerity of the tributes here, how deep this thing really is. It does come out.
Ray?
Yes, Morgan.
I see that there's a funeral mass to be said Monday in the Shrine of the Immaculate Conception in Washington for President Kennedy, and that Richard Cardinal Cushing, his old friend, will preside.
We'll do the Mass.
Yes.
Morgan, I take it, are you up to date on the arrangements here tomorrow?
Yes, we're fairly up to date, but why don't you fill us in again? It won't hurt.
Well, the body will lie in repose. That's the phrase being used in the East Room. From 10 to 11 will be reserved for the family. At 11 o'clock, Vice President Johnson, Speaker McCormick, members of the Cabinet, and various men who hold executive appointments will appear in the room. At 2 o'clock, the Supreme Court, members of the Judiciary will view the body. At 2:30, members of the Senate and the House, governors of the states and territories, many of whom are en route to Washington at this moment, flying in. At 5 o'clock, members of the Diplomatic Corps. Presumably Sunday, the body would be moved to the Capitol.
Morgan, if I could break in.
Yes, Joe, do that.
There is one question I'd like to put to both you and Ray. Everyone I talk to here asks me what difference in policy there's going to be now that Lyndon Johnson is president instead of John F. Kennedy. I've been away from Washington so long that I do wish you'd fill me in.
Ray, you go first.
Well, that's a very difficult question to answer. No one can answer that question. It's a question that we put to several senators earlier in the day. We put it, among others, to Senator Mansfield and to Senator Humphrey, both of whom are extremely close to the president. Their answer was that they foresaw no immediate differences in policy, although each president handles things differently. They said that President Johnson was thoroughly familiar with the workings of the Senate and House, having been a member of both, and that they thought there would be great continuity of policy.
I think there will be too, Joe, and I'll tell you why. Because if you will recall, in past civil rights bills, even before President Kennedy was elected, that Lyndon Johnson presided over the great compromises. Now, I don't mean to call Lyndon Johnson a compromiser. I mean to say that this man has a deeper understanding of the factionalism of the South than has President Kennedy, even though the president has been friendly with many Southerners, such as the Virginians. He's been very close to several of the Virginians, including Governor Battle. But the point is that Lyndon Johnson has a certain touch about Southern politicians that President Kennedy didn't have. And now, I don't believe he's going to change President Kennedy's policies, for example, on civil rights. But I believe he will have a more coercive effect on Southerners, and the reason is because of the great tragedy. Sometimes things, we can never call them really fortuitous. We don't know, because you won't know for another generation the full significance of this. But if anything could pull this nation together and stop the divisions on foreign policy and on civil rights, if anything could do it, and some of our economic problems, I would say the assassination of our president is done. First, it's taken Americans out of their personal preferences in politics. It's taken them completely out. Yeah. They realize, what only we realize in great emergencies, that we are a nation after all, and we have no right to our personal preferences over other Americans. I think this has done that. And then in addition to that, it's given President Johnson the opportunity to pull all Americans together. I don't know why it had to be from such a tragic circumstance. He's got an opportunity of at least a generation. He's been effective in the past. Let's see how he does it. I know his own attitude is impatience in such matters, but he proceeds patiently. So we have a consummate politician who has rephrased that old axiom of American politics, that politics is the art of the possible. He has rephrased that. He doesn't say it's an art. He says that politics is the science of the possible. Now, this man has an opportunity to apply that science in a way that no other president in our memory has.
Now, let me ask another question that's come up here tonight several times. Is it not true that Lyndon Johnson has spent most of his political life dealing in domestic political and economic matters rather than in foreign policy? Does this mean that Dean Rusk is really going to be our foreign minister in all respects?
That's difficult. Ray, you have already made remarks about the fact that Lyndon Johnson has made many foreign trips for President Kennedy. I wonder if you'd like to extend those remarks.
Well, recently, it would almost seem that he has been away from Washington on trips more than he's been here. He went through all the Benelux countries. He's been all through the Far East. He presumably has an intimate face-to-face acquaintanceship with the leaders of Europe. What strikes me about Johnson is the fact that he was really an absolute whiz in running the Senate. He ran it by almost sheer force of personality, and as you say, he knew the arts of compromise. Well, the question is how well these talents can be adapted to the presidency, and I can only say we shall have to see.
But may I go back, though, and say, is it not true that in spite of these trips, which sometimes were involved some domestic politics, too,
Indeed.
And didn't involve a serious study of high foreign policy, is it not true that in this area, Lyndon Johnson is fairly inexperienced?
I wouldn't think so, because he's been so close to the Foreign Affairs Committee on the Hill, and he's such a determined man, and he also has such an intimate knowledge of American views of all sorts, conservative, liberal, and his idea is to, as you will remember, he had himself placed in charge of the space developments. He has a tremendous ambition for his country, but as I've noted before, he's always harnessing that ambition to fit the practical necessities in front of him. I would say, Joe, that he would have as deep an understanding of the art of British politics as any American would ever have, because he has followed the principles that British negotiators, shall we call that, between each other, followed for many years in Washington. Now, he will be a little more inept at it, perhaps, for a moment or two, but not for long.
You know, the one thing that struck me when this awful thing happened, I tried to adjust myself mentally to the facts of it, was a feeling that I looked out at the world, and here I had seen two men in balance. My mind goes back to the Vienna meeting, that first confrontation between Kennedy and Khrushchev, out of which seemed to emerge a new stability in the world, which consisted of the fact that John F. Kennedy could stand up to Nikita Khrushchev. Now, suddenly, you've taken that factor out, and what I can't yet feel is that I can see what's going to take the place of Kennedy in that balance. I'm worried. I'm anxious.
You have a right to be worried. We always do, because no man in that office is ever experienced totally for it. As you know, the one office that is the one defect in our government that is sometimes something better than a defect, but sometimes is very difficult. Every president has to learn our chief executive's job. As President Truman once said, when Eisenhower was about to come to the White House, and he was a little bit diffident about sharing secrets and so forth and so on, President Eisenhower was diffident about coming to the White House, and President Truman said, well, all I want to do is tell him the problems he's going to have, and that he better watch out. Just wait till he pushes that button, and 6 months later turn around and find out nothing happened. These experiences are going to have to be learned, but I would say that you'll remember that President Kennedy told Mr. Khrushchev at Vienna, it's going to be a cold winter, meaning we're not agreeing here at all. I don't think you'll find one whit of difference in the attitude of President Johnson and President Kennedy on that matter.
By the way, Morgan, I just had put in front of me a rundown on the front pages of all the morning London newspapers. It's interesting. Every one of them has used exactly the same headline, Kennedy assassinated. Mirror, Kennedy assassinated. Mail, Kennedy assassinated. Express, Kennedy assassinated. Telegraph, Herald, the whole lot of them. Everyone's used the same line.
And that's the only one they could use. A good copy reader couldn't find any more accurate line, because it was...
I've never seen the London press all saying exactly the same thing before, though.
Oh? Very interesting indeed. It does go to show that the alliance between Britain and the United States, which always seems to be falling apart at the seams, is really never falling apart in emergency.
All right, sure.
They have an absolute single interest. Ray, any further there?
No, there's a changing of the guard here, Morgan. A few minutes ago, a piece of mimeographed paper was put in my hands. I looked at the top remarks of President Johnson. Well, here was the first piece of paper with his name on it. It came a little bit startling. It was the text of what he had said at the airport.
Has the cabinet meeting finished?
No, the cabinet meeting is continuing. It will go on for some time. At 8 o'clock, President Johnson plans to sit down, possibly a little earlier than that, with the leaders of the Senate and the House and see where he goes from there.
And then I believe he has a meeting with Secretary McNamara separately.
That's happening now. That's going on.
That's the one the cabinet meeting then is where he gets the full.
Well,
statement.
you know, a number of members of the cabinet are not here. They were on their way to Japan, and their Secretary Rusk and others are flying back. Mr. Salinger, among others, with them. They presumably will get in sometime after midnight.
Well, thank you both very much.
The NBC radio network will stay on the air with continuous coverage until 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will resume broadcasting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Saturday, tomorrow, with continuous coverage. We pause now for 10 seconds for station identification.
The Detroit news stations WWJ and WWJ-FM Detroit. Back in Detroit, this is John Hultman of WWJ News, taking a few moments out to bring you Michigan reaction to the death of President Kennedy. The state of Michigan, from Detroit to Cooper Harbor and from Governor Romney to the Capitol Guides, today mourned the assassination of President Kennedy. The reaction was almost identical from Cadillac Square in Detroit to the smallest hamlets. First unbelieving, then stunned, then sadness. Not since the death of President Roosevelt in 1945 has Michigan been so shocked. Some people were even seen weeping openly on city streets. On the order of Secretary of State James Hare, flags were flown at half-mast after news of the president's tragic death reached him. All state employees were given the day off, and Hare asked all those with religious feeling to go to church and express their grief in prayers. The situation was the same in Detroit, with Mayor Kavanaugh sending all city workers home when he heard of the president's assassination. The presidents of all the auto companies in Detroit were quick to express their sympathy and shock that such a crime had been committed. All news media were swamped first with calls asking for confirmation of the news, then with official statements of sympathy and grief. In Detroit, at one point, immediately after the news reached the city, you couldn't get a dial tone on any downtown phone. The circuits were so swamped. Shows and personal appearances were canceled in many towns throughout Michigan, and Governor Romney asked the Board of Trustees at Michigan State to cancel tomorrow's MSU-Illinois Big Ten deciding football game. However, the trustees declined, but League Commissioner Bill Reed said he would call off the game if the nation officially is in mourning tomorrow. Now here is a statement from Jerome P. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Detroit.
I'm sure I speak for all of us here in Detroit when I say I'm literally grief-stricken over what's happened to our beloved president. To be struck down in the way in which he was in this hour of tragedy is almost unbelievable. It's a great personal loss for myself, my wife and family, because we've had the pleasure of meeting and knowing the president, President Kennedy. It's just unbelievable and incomprehensible that this could happen. And I would extend our most profound sorrow on not only behalf of my family, but on behalf of everyone here in Detroit, to Mrs. Kennedy and her bereaved family, as well as to Vice President Johnson, sending him our prayers in this great hour of need. I've asked that the public buildings be draped in black to commemorate this very tragic day, and also that our flags be flown at half-mast throughout the city. I truly am grief-stricken, and from the deep sorrow in my heart, I would extend most deep and profound sympathy to Mrs. Kennedy and her family.
Mayor Kavanaugh of the City of Detroit. Governor Romney is flying back to Michigan from Omaha, Nebraska. His plane is due to land at Lansing at about 9 o'clock tonight. That would be less than 2 hours from now. The Midwest Conference of Governors, which Romney was attending in Omaha, was canceled immediately when the news was heard. Here is his statement from George Trumbull in Lansing.
This is George Trumbull from Lansing. I am the governor's assistant press secretary, and this is the statement from Governor George Romney before he departed Omaha, Nebraska, where he was attending the Midwest Governors Conference, to return to Michigan upon learning of the death of President Kennedy. The statement follows. The president's assassination is a horrible and measurable shock and a national tragedy. It is imperative that the assassin or assassins and any influence behind them or associated with them be identified. Upon behalf of all Michigan citizens, I extend our heartfelt grief and sympathy to the president's family. Let us unite behind our new president and give him our loyal support. Our grief should renew our dedication to serve our country.
George Trumbull, the aide to Governor Romney, reading the governor's statement. Former Democratic Governor John Swainson saw President Kennedy in Washington less than 1 month ago. The leader of the Democratic Party here in Michigan had this reaction to the president's death.
It's very difficult to speak today, and at this particular time, the events reported from Dallas are uniquely an American tragedy. President John F. Kennedy has truly given his life for his country. It's unbelievable that this could happen in the United States in 1963. What goes through your mind at a time like this, of course, is a very individual thing. It was my great pleasure and honor to serve as the governor of the state of Michigan during the administration of John F. Kennedy. I knew the man personally, his family. I saw him while I was in Washington and spoke with him just about 1 month ago. He was a very human person, yet a man of great intellectual attainments. He's a man that also understood the drives and desires of individual people. It's probably significant that his assassination today occurs almost 100 years to the year of the assassination of President Lincoln. And probably many historians will draw significance from the fact that the issues 100 years ago were probably just as violent, just as much of a matter of concern to all Americans as they are today. This is a great tragedy.
Governor Swainson expressing his views on the death of President Kennedy. Late word from NBC and Morgan Beatty that Lee Oswald, the man who is in custody by the Dallas police in Dallas tonight, has denied any connection with shooting of either the policeman who was killed or with the death of President Kennedy and the shooting of Governor Connolly. That late word coming in after 2 hours of questioning. Lee Oswald, the only suspect thus far, has denied any connection with either shooting. Other reaction today in this statement from Michigan Senator Philip A. Hart from his office at the Senate Office Building in Washington.
I think everybody, all of us, are burdened by this sense of despair and helplessness. Certainly there's one appropriate thing for all of us to do, and that's offer a prayer for the late president, and a prayer for this country.
A short and succinct statement from Senator Hart. Also, although Michigan Senators Patrick V. McNamara was not available for comment, we did receive this statement from his aide in Washington.
This is Robert Perrin, Administrative Assistant to Senator McNamara. On learning of the shooting of President Kennedy, the senator issued this brief statement. I quote, "This was an incredible and barbaric act of violence. Our prayers were with President Kennedy in his struggle for life, and they are now with the new president."
That statement from Bob Perrin at Senator McNamara's office in Washington. From labor and industry alike, statements of grief tonight. This one from UAW President Walter P. Reuther here in Detroit. "The civilized world has been shocked by this brutal and heinous crime. Our profoundest sympathies go out to Mrs. Kennedy and her family in this terrible and trying hour. All those who yearn for peace have suffered a grievous loss in the death of this gallant champion of human freedom. Our prayers are with President Johnson in this time of sorrow and trial." That from a close friend of President Kennedy, Walter P. Reuther, the president of the United Auto Workers. And this statement from industry from Henry Ford II. "The assassination of President Kennedy is a terrible tragedy for our nation and its people. The circumstances of his death are beyond belief. He will be remembered by millions of people the world over as a great man and a great president." From Lynn Townsend, president of Chrysler Corporation. He said that he joined in these words with other Americans in being shocked and deeply saddened by the death of our president. At Grand Rapids, Kent County Republican headquarters said Senator Barry Goldwater has canceled his scheduled Saturday appearance. He was to have been the main speaker at a $100 a plate fundraising dinner in Grand Rapids. Lieutenant Governor T. John Lisinski in Detroit said he was listening to a radio station, refused to believe it when he heard the president had been shot. He went on, he was a great president with a certain quality that was out of the ordinary. There was also an expression of sympathy, shock, and disbelief from Peter B. Spivak, chairman of the Wayne County Republican Party.
Today, someone or some group of persons as yet unknown, filled with some kind of a hate that passes, I'm sure, most of our understandings, have cut down the President of the United States. They've cut down a man who, more than many men, could have taken the easy way in life, but instead dedicated his life to public service. The sympathy which all of us extend to his family and his friends and to the new President Johnson and his family won't be enough. The job that needs to be done is for all of us to dedicate ourselves to fighting whatever cancer it was that produced this hateful deed in our society. And we must not rest until that is done. Tonight, in your prayers, remember not only the President's family, but President Johnson and all the millions of people in this world to whom the United States and its President meant a hope of freedom. And remember that we must wipe out whatever the cancer that gnawed at the insides of someone or some people and perpetrated this vile and hateful act on mankind's conscience today.
Peter B. Spivak, the Wayne County chairman of the Republican Party. From his office in Washington, Republican Representative Robert Griffin said no words can describe the shock of this day. In a nation where differences are not settled by violence, this dastardly act is a tragic blow to the liberty and security of every citizen. My deepest sympathies go to Mrs. Kennedy and the family. Michigan Republican National Committeeman John Martin, Jr. was contacted in St. Louis, Missouri. He said, quote, "The terrible tragedy of the President's death is a loss to the nation and the whole world. Every man and woman in the country must be grieved beyond measure at this frightful incident. No matter what political views the people may hold, they are all with the President's wife and family in these tragic hours." Michigan State University President John Hanna told newsmen this comes as an unbelievable shock. The President was in good spirits when I saw him just a few days ago. And former Michigan Governor Wilbur M. Brucker said the shooting sounded like the work of a madman. He added, "I share with every other American the feeling of sincere sorrow." Religious leaders of all faiths also deplored the assassination. The Most Reverend Bishop Henry Donnelly of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Detroit said that as President, Kennedy had rightfully commanded the allegiance and the loyalty of all citizens of the nation. Donnelly said, "We believe that he tried conscientiously to fulfill the duties of his high office as he labored with fortitude and zeal for what he conceived to be our best interests. We ask that God be good to him now." The church spokesman scheduled a Mass at Blessed Sacrament Cathedral for 11 a.m. tomorrow for President Kennedy, who, as the first Catholic to occupy the presidency, died today. Prayers for Kennedy also were urged by Dr. Alan Zwan, President, and Dr. G. Merrill Lennox, Executive Director of the Metropolitan Council of Churches of Detroit. A solemn high Mass for the repose of the soul of the late President Kennedy is scheduled for 7:30 p.m. tomorrow at St. Andrew's Cathedral in Grand Rapids. The Right Reverend Monsignor Charles Popel said the liturgy permits a requiem Mass upon the death of a friend or loved one, and in this case the President. Chancery officials were awaiting the return of Bishop Alan Babcock from Rome before deciding upon memorial services throughout the Archdiocese of Grand Rapids. The bishop is expected late tomorrow. In a telegram sent to Mrs. Kennedy by Reverend Dr. Wanzer H. Brunel, the moderator of the United Presbyterian Synod of Michigan, pastor of the Allen Park United Presbyterian Church, he said, "May I extend to you and to your children the deep shock and profound grief of our people at the news of the death of President Kennedy. We can take comfort, as we know you take comfort, in knowing that his work is by no means done, and that in all the years to come his Spirit will continue to lead us in the achievement of the ideals for which he lived and because of which he died." Cancellations have been pouring into the WWJ newsroom, and I might mention just briefly that perhaps if you are attending any public function tonight, you might check ahead of time to be sure that it is still being held. Many have been canceled, and I'll read briefly the few that we have I have in front of me now. The Goodfellow Championship football game, however, scheduled for Tiger Stadium tonight between Denby and Notre Dame, will be played as scheduled. That has not been canceled. However, the game will not be telecast or broadcast by WWJ Radio and Television. We will continue, as will our sister station Channel 4, bring you reports throughout the evening and all day tomorrow about developments from Washington. Governor Romney requested that tomorrow's Michigan State-Illinois football game be canceled. The MSU Board of Trustees turned him down. Michigan State President John A. Hanna said an aide to Governor Romney asked that the game, which will decide the Big Ten title and the Rose Bowl bid, be called off. Hanna said he met with the board and the decision was made that we would proceed with the game. It was understood that Governor Otto Kerner of Illinois had made the same request to the president of the University of Illinois. And as we mentioned, Big Ten Commissioner Bill Reed is meeting now. 2 games in the Big Ten have already been postponed, the Minnesota-Wisconsin game and the Purdue-Indiana game. And we should have a decision very shortly on the other games in the Big Ten. This release was received from the Detroit Federation of Teachers, Local 231 in Detroit. Their scheduled march for Tuesday on the Detroit Board of Education has been canceled. The demonstration march on the Detroit Board of Education by the Detroit Federation of Teachers, scheduled for Tuesday at 4 o'clock, has been canceled. The Fisher Theater canceled its performance of Hello, Dolly with Carol Channing tonight. The Birmingham Public Schools announced all school activities there have been canceled. The Rooster Tail closed for business tonight. The Masonic Temple has canceled the performance by the New York Opera Company of La Boheme. It has been rescheduled for December 8th. The Jefferson Mack Conservation Council meeting scheduled for tonight has been canceled. And the J-Hop for Redford High School, scheduled for tonight at Lovett Hall at Greenfield Village in Dearborn, has been canceled. The Armenian Cultural Center has canceled their dance scheduled for tonight, and the Mercy College of Detroit concert at Ford Auditorium for tonight has been rescheduled to a later date, which will be announced shortly. The Jefferson PTA in Wyandotte announced that a show scheduled for tonight there has been postponed until Monday night at 8. The show scheduled for tomorrow night will be held. And the Ice Follies performance tonight at Olympia Stadium has been canceled. Nick Londas, general manager at Olympia, said that those holding tickets for tonight's show will be able to use them for tomorrow or Sunday's performances of the Ice Follies. Tomorrow and Sunday, tomorrow at 2 and 8:30, Sunday at 2 and 6. The Pistons basketball game in Cincinnati has been canceled. The news conference, which was to be held on Monday at the office of Detroit's Mayor Kavanaugh at 10:30 a.m., has been canceled as a result of the death of President Kennedy today. Michigan Bell Telephone Company reported telephone lines were jammed in Detroit following the first news of the shooting of President Kennedy. Most telephone lines were so jammed the system virtually broke down. Hundreds of persons called the Detroit News and WWJ News, where 1,123 calls were registered at the Detroit News switchboard between 1 and 4 o'clock. Hundreds of others, of course, could not get through. The jam became so bad that Martin Hayden, the editor of the Detroit News, was forced to ask radio and television to plead with listeners not to call for information, that we would provide it to you as quickly as we can. WWJ Radio and WWJ Television pleaded for an end to the calls. Our telephone lines were inoperable at that time. The jam lasted well until after the official confirmation of President Kennedy's death. I might also mention that, as Morgan Beatty stated earlier, NBC and WWJ will continue coverage, complete coverage, until 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, when we will bring you Music Till Dawn. At 7:30 tomorrow morning on WWJ Radio, NBC will continue and resume its coverage from Washington. Well, that's about all the local news we have for now. We will be back later with more. But for the moment, at 17 minutes past 7, let's return to Morgan Beatty in New York. By the way, we're in a dispatch from Germany.
Government, meaning, of course, the West German government and the whole German nation, stand beside you and the American people. Johnson, of course, is well known and well remembered here because it was he who was the first important visitor to reach West Berlin after the communist wall went up in August 1961. Johnson appeared in Berlin and revived the spirits of the West Berliners even before any West German leaders had come to that city. So he's very warmly remembered, especially in Berlin, for that visit.
And we have considerable evidence, Wells, that President Johnson feels the cares of this office the minute he's undertaken it. He, in his own way, has expressed the same attitude that President Truman expressed when he said he felt like the stars and the moon and a ton of hay had fallen on him. President Johnson said nothing of that sort today, but once his helicopter had arrived at the White House with George Bundy, the president's very close personal advisor on security affairs, and with Defense Secretary Robert S. McNamara with him, the three of them left the rest of the party when President Johnson arrived at the White House. It seemed as if it were an act that had been performed without any thought, that the three of them walked together toward the door of the executive offices, and at the door, President Johnson sort of stopped, and he turned. His face was haggard, and he seemed to be alone. Mr. Bundy and Mr. McNamara seemed to sense the same thing. Johnson spoke very briefly to the two men as they walked through the rose garden, and then he turned and walked alone through the French doors into the White House. The man who bears the burden of the presidency of the United States, the central power in the alliance of the free world. I am sure he senses it very deeply, and that first sentence he wrote shows it. This is a sad time for all people. Any more to report from that end, Wells?
Well, Morgan, the West German Army is still on a mobilization alert, what the Germans call alert condition number 1, which is the highest alert short of all-out war. This was taken as a precautionary measure, as you know, because the Germans were afraid that the Russians might try to capitalize on confusion or disarray following Mr. Kennedy's death and make some move against West Germany or West Berlin. So far, there is no sign of any unusual activity by the Russians or by the East German communists.
Well, Wells, is there any sign at all? I've noticed that other capitals do not have it as yet. Is there any sign at all that these governments or the peoples of other countries are aware that a suspect on the other side of the Iron Curtain, or let's see, a sympathizer with the other side of the Iron Curtain, an American by the name of Lee H. Oswald, who once defected to Russia, is in custody in this thing? Has there been any reaction to that at all?
Not a specific reaction, no, Morgan. I think that is known here by the people who are following the news as it comes in. But, of course, it's already about 20 minutes after 1 in the morning, so most Germans have sorrowfully gone to bed, and those who are following the news haven't reacted particularly to the arrest of Oswald.
Now the question comes is, why did this man join the Cuba Fair Play Committee? He has been quoted as saying that he's an admirer of Fidel Castro. Well, it so happens that on August the 21st of this year, he was quite willing to be interviewed at NBC-affiliated radio station WDSU in New Orleans. He was interviewed by 4 reporters on that station, and their purpose was to learn his philosophy, the reason why he admired Castro. And the first question they asked him, and from now on out, it's their interview except for the first question. What is the Cuba Fair Play Committee?
The Fair Play for Cuba Committee, as the name implies, is concerned primarily with Cuban-American relations.
How many people do you have in your committee here in New Orleans?
I cannot reveal that as secretary of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee.
Is it a secret society?
No, Mr. Butler, it is not. However, it is a standard operating procedure for a political organization consisting of a political minority to safeguard the names and the number of its members.
Well, the Republicans are in the minority. I don't see them hiding their membership.
The Republicans are not the Republicans are a established political party representing a great many people. They represent no radical point of view. They do not have a very violent and sometimes emotional opposition as we do.
No, I see. Well, would you say then that the Fair Play for Cuba Committee is not a communist-run organization?
The Senate subcommittees who have occupied themselves with investigating the Fair Play for Cuba committees have found that there is nothing to connect the two committees. We have been investigated from several points of view, that is, points of view of taxes, allegiance, aversion, and so forth. The findings have been, as I say, absolutely zero.
Now let me ask you a second question. Who is the secretary of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, the national secretary?
Well, we have a national director who is Mr. V.T. Lee, who has recently returned from Cuba, and because of the fact that the United States government has imposed restrictions on travel to Cuba, he is now under indictment for his traveling to Cuba. This, however, is very convenient for rightist organizations to drag out this or that literature purporting to show a fact which has not been established in law. I have said that the Fair Play for Cuba Committee has definitely been investigated. That is very true. I have also said that the total result of that investigation was zero. That is, the Fair Play for Cuba Committee is not now on the Attorney General's subversive list. Any other material you may have is superfluous.
Mr. Oswald, if I may break in a moment, I believe it was mentioned that you at one time asked to renounce your American citizenship and become a citizen of the Soviet Union. Is that correct?
Well, I don't think that has a particular import to this discussion. We are discussing the Cuban-American relations.
Well, no, I think it has a bearing to this extent, Mr. Oswald. You say, apparently, that Cuba is not dominated by Russia. And yet, you apparently, by your own past actions, have shown that you have an affinity for Russia and perhaps communism, although I don't know that you admit that you either are a communist or have been. Could you straighten out that point? Are you or have you been a communist?
Well, I had answered that prior to this program on another radio program.
Are you a Marxist?
Yes, I am a Marxist.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is primarily the difference between a country like Ghana, Guyana, Yugoslavia, China, or Russia. Very, very great differences. Differences which we appreciate by giving aid, let's say, to Yugoslavia in the sum of $100 million or so per year.
What's the difference?
The difference is, as I said, a very great difference. Many parties, many countries are based on Marxism. Many countries, such as Great Britain, display very socialistic aspects and characteristics. I might point to the socialized medicine of Britain.
I'm curious to know just how you supported yourself during the 3 years that you lived in the Soviet Union. Did you have government subsidy?
Well, I will answer that question directly then, since you will not rest until you get your answer. I worked in Russia. I was under the protection of I was not under the protection of the American government, but that is, I was at all times considered an American citizen. I did not lose my American citizenship.
Did you say you wanted to at one point, though, or what happened?
Well, it's a long, drawn-out situation in which permission to live in the Soviet Union granted to a foreign resident is very rarely given. This requires a certain amount of technicalities, technical papers, and so forth. At no time, as I say, did I renounce my citizenship or attempt to renounce my citizenship, and at no time was I out of contact or with the American Embassy.
Excuse me, may I interrupt just 1 second? Either one of these two statements is wrong. The Washington Evening Star of October 31st, 1959, page 1, reported that Lee Harvey Oswald, a former Marine of 4936 Collingwood Street, Fort Worth, Texas, had turned in his passport at the American Embassy in Moscow on that same date and had said that he had applied for Soviet citizenship. And it seems to me that you renounced your American citizenship if you turned in your passport.
Well, the very obvious answer to that is that I'm back in the United States. A person who renounces his citizenship becomes legally disqualified for returning to the United States.
Right, and Soviet authorities, this is from the Washington Post and Times-Herald of November 16, 1959, Soviet authorities had refused to grant it, although they had informed him that he could live in Russia as a resident alien. What did you do during the 2 weeks from October 31st to November 16th, 1959?
As I've already stated, of course, this is a whole conversation, and we don't have too much time left of getting away from the Cuban-American problem. However, I'm quite willing to discuss myself for the remainder of this program. As I stated, it's very difficult for a resident, for a foreigner, to get permission to reside in the Soviet Union. During those 2 weeks and during the dates that you mentioned, I was, of course, with the knowledge of the American Embassy, getting this permission.
As a practical matter, Mr. Oswald, knowing, as I'm sure you do, the sentiment in America against Cuba, we, of course, severed diplomatic relations some time ago. I would say Castro is about as unpopular as anybody in the world in this country. As a practical matter, what do you hope to gain through your work? How do you hope to bring about what you call fair play for Cuba, knowing the sentiment?
The principles of the fair play for Cuba consist of restoration of diplomatic trade and tourist relations with Cuba. That is one of our main points. We are for that. I disagree that this situation regarding American-Cuban relations is very unpopular. We are in a minority, surely. We are, however, not particularly interested in what Cuban exiles or rightist members of rightist organizations have to say. We are primarily interested in the attitude of the United States government towards Cuba. And in that way, we are striving to get the United States to adopt measures which would be more friendly towards the Cuban people and the new Cuban regime in that country. We are not at all communist controlled, regardless of the fact that I have the experience of living in Russia, regardless of the fact that we have been investigated, regardless of any of those facts. The Fair Play for Cuba Committee is an independent organization, not affiliated with any other organization. Our aims and our ideals are very clear and in the best keeping with American traditions of democracy.
Do you agree with Fidel Castro when in his last speech of July 26th of this year, he qualified President John Fitzgerald Kennedy of the United States as a ruffian and a thief? Do you agree with Mr. Castro?
I would not agree. I would not agree with that particular wording. However, I and the Fair Play for Cuba Committee does think that the United States government, through certain agencies, namely the State Department and the CIA, has made monumental mistakes in its relations with Cuba. Mistakes which are pushing Cuba into the sphere of activity of, let's say, a very dogmatic communist country as China is.
Mr. Oswald, would you agree that when Castro first took power, would you agree that the United States was very friendly with Castro, that the people of this country had nothing but admiration for him, that they were very glad to see Batista thrown out?
I would say that the activities of the United States government in regards to Batista were a manifestation of not so much support for Fidel Castro, but rather a withdrawal of support from Batista. In other words, we stopped armaments to Batista. What we should have done was to take those armaments and drop them into the Sierra Maestre, where Fidel Castro could have used them. As for public sentiment at that time, I think even at that time, even before the revolution, there were rumblings of official comments and so forth from government officials against Fidel Castro.
Now, there's the interview by 4 reporters of station WDSU in New Orleans with Lee Oswald. And now, for those further details concerning a very tragically busy Washington, we take you to an old veteran, a young veteran, Ray Shearer at the White House.
Morgan, we have just heard word that the body of President Kennedy is now on its way here to the White House. It will be taken to the East Room. It will lie in repose there from 10 o'clock tomorrow until 6 o'clock tomorrow. And then it will lie in state in the rotunda of the Capitol on Sunday and Monday. As you know, it was taken from the airplane to the Walter Reed Army Hospital. It was then prepared for burial and is now on its way back here. The President's immediate family will be present tomorrow from 10 to 11 in the East Room. Members of the Cabinet, members of the Executive Branch, and close personal friends will arrive at the East Room from 11 to 2 in the afternoon.
Justices of the Supreme Court will arrive from 2 to 2:30. From 2:30 to 5 tomorrow, members of the Senate, the House of Representatives, and governors are scheduled to arrive at the East Room. Members of the Diplomatic Corps will follow between 5 and 6. On Sunday, the President's body will be moved from the White House in an official cortege to the rotunda of the Capitol at 1 o'clock, and there it will lie in state until 9 p.m. Monday night, and then again from 9 to 10 on Monday. There is no word here on the funeral arrangements, but on the burial arrangement, but we are told that the family plot is in Boston, and that is the most likely place. That's the news at the White House. Ray Scherer, NBC News at the White House.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, a hard lead wrap-up to refresh our minds on the main factors of this tragic, important, historic event. From Dallas, Texas, a hidden gunman assassinated President Kennedy with a high-powered rifle today. 3 shots reverberated. Blood sprang from the president's face. He fell face downward in the back seat of his car. His wife clutched his head and tried to lift it. She cried, "Oh, no." Half an hour later, John F. Kennedy was dead, and the United States had a new president, Lyndon B. Johnson. Within the hour in Dallas, the police had arrested a 24-year-old man after a Dallas policeman had been killed. Homicide Captain Will Fritz says tonight witnesses had identified the man as the slayer of the policeman, but the Dallas detective said it has not been established that the man killed the president. No police authorities in Dallas will remark about the fingerprints, whether any were found on the rifle that did the slaying. The man under arrest is Harvey Lee Oswald, or Lee Harvey Oswald of Fort Worth. 4 years ago, he left the United States, applied for Russian citizenship. For reasons unknown to us, it was not granted. He returned to the United States with a Russian wife. They have 2 children. Oswald at first denied he had shot anybody. Later he admitted that he had owned the pistol that shot a policeman near a theater where he was arrested in the suburbs of Dallas. And in Washington, to complete briefly our wrap-up of the report, Lyndon B. Johnson assumed the burdens of the presidency tonight and immediately won a pledge of bipartisan cooperation from congressional leaders in the dark days to follow President Kennedy's assassination. The new president took over with an appeal for the help of God and the American people. He held a mid-evening meeting with House and Senate leaders of both parties after conferring with several leading administrative officials. Mr. Johnson was only a few cars back when an assassin's bullet felled his predecessor in Dallas, Texas, in a motorcade. As we have reported to you earlier, the Mexican government has closed the entire border with the United States. It has been made clear informally to reporters in Mexico City that the purpose is to prevent the escape of anyone who may be a suspect in the assassination across that border, because such an escape would be an obvious attempt by an assassin. For more on that story, we take you now to Barry Simmons in San Diego for a report on the closing of the Mexican border.
Moments after the assassination of President Kennedy, the Mexican government ordered the long line of international borders separating the 2 countries closed. American authorities were at a loss to explain the border closing to traffic lines of tourists streaming into Baja California for the weekend. Mexican officials at Tijuana would only say that orders had been received from Mexico City and that street barricades would not be removed for at least 72 hours. As traffic snarled, tempers flared. Tensions eased when Mexican border officials permitted Americans to return to the United States, and Mexicans working in the United States who could show proof of residence in nearby Tijuana were allowed to return to their homes. Tonight, the Red Cross has established an emergency care center in a schoolyard near the border, and police are working double duty in an effort to untangle the increasing traffic maze. Barry Simmons in San Diego.
In Mexico City, the authorities report absolutely no change in the situation. They're keeping that border closed until they know what happened about the death of the President of the United States.
The NBC radio network will stay on the air with continuous coverage until 1:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will resume broadcasting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Saturday, tomorrow, with continuous coverage. We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
The Detroit news stations, WWJ and WWJ-FM, Detroit.
There are two principals in this deep tragedy. The late President John Kennedy and the president who took the oath of office in Dallas, Texas late today, Lyndon Johnson. There are two other persons closer than any other citizen in the world or in the United States. They are, of course, Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy and Lady Bird Johnson, the wife of President Lyndon Johnson. It seems now many of us know about Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy. I would say that fewer of us know about Lady Bird Johnson because she has not occupied as prominent a position in the Kennedy administration, even though she's been with her husband very often, all the way through everything. As a matter of fact, for 30 years, Lady Bird Johnson has been at her husband's side in Washington, packing his bags for campaign trips, standing with him on social receiving lines, taking notes for him in the shorthand she learned in college. Today, she was with Lyndon Johnson on the campaign trail in Dallas when that assassin's bullet killed President Kennedy and made her husband the 36th president of the United States. Mrs. Johnson was born Claudia Alta Taylor, her family name, on December the 22nd, 1912. No one has called her Claudia Alta since she was 2 years old. A nursemaid nicknamed her Lady Bird. As such, her initials conform to those of the rest of the family, L.B. Johnson. Their daughters are Linda Bird, 19, and Lucy Baines, 16. There's Lyndon B., of course, and the family's ranch at Johnson City, Texas, is the LBJ Ranch. The daughter of a wealthy Texas rancher, Thomas Jefferson Taylor, Mrs. Johnson studied journalism at the University of Texas, took enough education courses to qualify her as a second-grade teacher. She was prepared with shorthand, typing, business courses to go into work as a secretary if need be. One date with Johnson in 1934, she was 21 then and he was 26, changed all that. One date with Lyndon Johnson. Johnson asked her to marry him. Mrs. Johnson now recalls, or did some time ago, "I thought it was some kind of a joke," she said. But she married him 2 months later. Lyndon Johnson in those days was just starting out in politics as secretary to a Texas congressman. The political pace quickened, and for 24 years, Mrs. Johnson stumped Texas in her husband's races for the House and the Senate. Like many another politician's wife, she has readily admitted this. She has said, "I am not deeply informed on political issues." That is definitely an understatement. When the idea of Johnson for president came up at the 1956 convention 7 years ago, Mrs. Johnson said, "I regard the job with awe." Mrs. Johnson worries about her husband's health. There's the memory of his heart attack in 1955. And she says, very frequently, "I worry about Lyndon because, well, he simply works too hard and too long." As the wife of a vice president, Mrs. Johnson's role expanded far beyond the confines of Texas and Washington. She has toured the world, entertained a Russian astronaut, and occasionally she has pinch hit for Jacqueline Kennedy. Most people describe Mrs. Johnson as calm and unruffled. Yet often there's a hint of tension about her. With her husband's government role so heavy, Mrs. Johnson has had at times to serve as father and mother to their daughters. Linda's a sophomore at the University of Texas. Lucy attends the National Cathedral School for Girls in Washington. Last June the 28th, this year, word got out that Linda Bird was engaged to Ensign Bernard Rosenbach, a Texan. He was graduated from the Naval Academy in 1962. No wedding date has been set. A spokesman for Johnson's has said, since Linda Bird intends to finish college, there probably won't be a marriage right away. Mrs. Johnson flies regularly to Texas for a change of scene. She takes care of business interests as the head of the Austin radio television station. That's a station the Johnsons purchased many years ago as a hedge against the uncertainties of political employment. In March 1960, when Lyndon Johnson was seeking the presidential nomination, Mrs. Johnson was asked what she actually liked to do. She replied, "I'd just like to go home and live in Austin and have a regular, solid sort of a life. Lots of time for the children, and go to church and participate in civic and cultural life of Austin. This, of course, now seems beyond the realm of possibility for some time to come, because Lyndon Baines Johnson, Baines it is, B-A-I-N-E-S, will be President of the United States at least until January 1965. President Kennedy had served a little over half of his term. The police of Dallas, Texas, to resume the spot reporting of the news. The police of Dallas, Texas know exactly where the gunman who slew President Kennedy hid in ambush. They're questioning a suspect who was on the scene at that time. That's the word. Lee Harvey Oswald is the man, the same man they've got under arrest right now in Dallas Police Headquarters. Captain Will Fritz of the Dallas Police Homicide Department says it has been established that Oswald had been in the building from which the shots were fired at the president at the time they were fired. This man, as we've previously learned, had worked in this building. It was a warehouse, a storage point for school textbooks. And it was unoccupied at the time. It was undergoing some sort of repair or refurbishing or extension. And Oswald got himself a job in that warehouse, and his supervisor, whom he's been working with for some days or weeks, his supervisor told the police that at noon, Oswald was in the building. Now, it has been established by others that Oswald was not only in the building at noon when his supervisor saw him, but he was in the building at 12:30 when the president was shot. And now we've established that the shots came from the 5th floor, not the 6th floor. It's a 6-story building, all right. The shots were fired from a 45-degree angle. The assassin was 100 yards from the president. His view was unobstructed. He used that .30 caliber rifle with telescopic sights. Now, there's been some doubt about that. Some say a Mauser German rifle had been used to shoot the president. Now, we are informed it was a .30 caliber rifle with telescopic sights. It can be noted, I think, fairly, that Lee Harvey Oswald was a sharpshooter in the Marines. He had become a marksman. The police report they found the rifle that did the execution, or the assassination. It was partly hidden behind some books. It's a bolt-action model believed to be of Italian make. Now, it's a .30 caliber rifle of Italian make. Also found were 3 spent cartridges, as we've reported before. And, again, repeating our previous reports, there were scraps of fried chicken around. It looked as if Oswald had been in the building for some time. The indication is that whoever shot President Kennedy sat for a long time, calmly fed himself on chicken as he waited for the exact moment to shoot at the President of the United States near an underpass on a road leading from the center of Dallas toward the airport. Now, that theater where Oswald was arrested, you see, was some distance from the scene of the shooting. As a matter of fact, it's been established now by rechecking that the theater where the man was arrested is some 4 miles from the triple underpass where President Kennedy was shot. Just before 7 p.m. tonight, Captain Will Fritz, that's 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, said that Oswald had been identified from a police lineup as the man who shot Patrolman Tippit. Now, that's further confirmation that Oswald was the man who shot the patrolman near the theater. He said, the police captain said that an eyewitness had made the identification, and Oswald himself has admitted that he owned the pistol that shot the policeman. But he said, I don't know what you're talking about, when they asked him about the assassination of the president. As Oswald was returned from the lineup in front of witnesses, a reporter shouted at him, "Did you kill the president?" Oswald replied in a loud voice, "No, I did not kill the president. I did not kill anyone." Well, he's already practically admitted he shot the policeman. The police now say that Oswald, who worked in that book depository building, had lived in Russia, married a Russian woman. November 1st, 1959, he applied for Russian citizenship. It was denied. Now, perhaps we can get further detail and catch up with the story, this tremendously dramatic, tragic story of Lee Harvey Oswald. We take you once again to Pierce Allman at station WFAA in Dallas.
Morgan, the latest report we have from City Hall is the fact that Lee Oswald will be charged before midnight tonight. This announcement came from the district attorney's office. He has not been charged as of this time with the assassination. He has definitely been charged with the murder of the patrolman. But this word is that he will be charged, and the charge will read roughly like this: that H. Lee Oswald did, willfully and with malice aforethought, kill one John F. Kennedy as a part of an international communist plot. That's all the information we have to this time, Morgan.
I'm sorry, folks. That's the first little catch we've had in our transmission. We should pay tribute to our engineers tonight. These men have made infinite numbers of switches, and maybe that was somebody else's error. For the moment, I'll credit to the phone company, but it's been wonderful working with all of these men with only one miss all night long. We were reporting about Oswald, and we now have Pierce Allman with a clear line. Pierce, you're there, aren't you still?
Yes, Morgan, right here.
There are several matters that are not quite cleared up down there, as you know. Now, as a part of an international communist plot, can you give us any direction or thoughts? We now have it that the Mexican government has definitely closed the border, indicating that they've been in communication with our federal security officials, indicating also that they themselves suspect some kind of an international plot. We note that from Havana, the Cuban radio waited for a very long time before they reported the original bulletin that President Kennedy had been shot and killed. Now, I'm wondering if we are justified at this time in putting any twos and twos together. An international communist plot. Won't the police give you any clue, or do they feel they must conceal everything?
I'm sorry, Morgan. I couldn't get your question. Evidently, we have a technical problem down here. Can you repeat it,
Can
sir?
you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll hope the boys leave the line up now. I say, is there any possible indication of a connection between this international communist plot, the fact that the Havana radio was extremely late in coming aboard with a bulletin? Every other nation in the world came out immediately with a bulletin on this. Havana radio held this story for some hours before they gave it to the Cuban people, and now we have the government of Mexico, incidentally, the only government in the Western Hemisphere that has direct air connections with Cuba and has refused to pull them down. The Mexican government has closed its border with the United States, and officials there frankly state to us they've done it because they suspect that assassins of the president may be trying to get across the border into Mexico and escape that way. Now, do the police there give you any justification for suspecting that this is a very large plot, or whether or not it's a very small one, and that Lee Harvey...
As a matter of reference, Morgan, we have no positive word from the police department concerning the number involved or just why they used this particular wording. The charge will actually be filed by the county authorities here in Dallas, the district attorney's office. And we have been trying to, for some time, get in touch with the assistant district attorney, Bill Alexander, who will, I understand, do the charging. This wording came from our reporter, Vic Robertson, at City Hall. And as to the legalities, the formal charge, we don't have anything. They aren't saying anything yet, I would assume, until the man is definitely charged.
So then we're left to conclude without any doubt that the district attorney of Dallas believes there is a plot. A plot means more than one. So they must suspect very definitely that more than one person is involved in the assassination of the President of the United States, and certainly in the murder of the policeman. Is that about all you have there at this time? We'll be
That's
back.
it, Morgan. Right up to this moment, we'll be in
back
touch.
with WFAA and its very able staff later. And now we have a revised version of the capture of the suspect in the president's murder. The details of how Lee H. Oswald, or H. Lee Oswald, Lee Harvey Oswald, was apprehended. We now have it as a certainty, a police report. Patrolman J.D. Tippett. This is an informal police report, not one of their official documents. Patrolman J.D. Tippett of the Dallas Police Force stopped a man on the street about 4 miles from the scene of the assassination. Now, we know that the assassination was 4 miles from the theater where Oswald was captured. So that means he was very close to the theater when this happened. The man drew a gun and shot Tippett. Then he fled as neighbors notified the police. A few minutes later, the cashier of the Texas Theater, 5 blocks from where the patrolman had been killed, telephoned Dallas Police Headquarters that a man had run into the theater. His description matched that of Tippett's killer. 4 policemen were dispatched to the theater. The movie was in progress, but only a dozen or so people were there. An usher led Patrolman M.N. McDonald to where Oswald was sitting. The man jumped up and said, "This is it." That's Oswald said that. He pulled out a snub-nosed revolver and tried to shoot McDonald, but the gun misfired. The 4 officers all jumped on him. He fought wildly until they had handcuffed him and dragged him to a car. Previously, our reports were that 2 officers had jumped the man. Well, apparently they smothered him with 4. Now, Oswald has confessed to the police that he owned the gun that shot Patrolman Tippett. So the 4 miles are yet to be accounted for, and we have the mystery of the plot. Was he alone? Were others with him? The Dallas District Attorney definitely suspects it's a widespread plot, and the Mexican government has shown that it joins the Dallas District Attorney in this suspicion. The commercial capital of the Eastern world, so far as the Western world is concerned at this time, is a place called Hong Kong, one that's filled with intrigue and also with refugees and with Western sympathizers, with not even a coastline separating the city from Red China. It is under British protection, as you know. There has been a definite reaction in Hong Kong. We take you now to Hong Kong, China, and Ian Stewart.
The people and governments of Asia reacted with shock and dismay to the news of the death of President Kennedy today. The news of the assassination broke as most of Asia slept, and telephones were soon waking heads of state in Asia's capital with the first reports which many found hard to believe. Most leaders reacted immediately, like the governor of this British colony, Sir Robert Black, who cancelled all his public engagements and ordered the city to mourn the late president with its flags at half-mast. From communist China, there was no immediate reaction. But Peking, which has been as vituperative about the late president as his predecessors, is unlikely to be moved to reasonableness by the stunning event. This is Ian Stewart for NBC News, Hong Kong.
Thank you very much. From away across the Pacific. It is interesting to note the reaction of President Johnson to his new office. As you have been told, he maintained his offices in the Executive Office Building across the street from the White House, formerly was State, War, and Navy, and he chose to meet the congressional leaders there. It's a familiar setting, and he's not happy exactly with his offices in the Congress because actually he is an executive officer. Congress has always been suspicious of the executive officer in their midst, not because of himself, but because of the fact that he has no powers in the Congress, and Congress is supreme in its own precincts. So the vice president had offices there, but he rarely visited those offices. I would like to note that when President Johnson left the airplane that brought him from Dallas to Washington, he was apparently, for him, very shy. He was diffident, his face was grim, and he acted as if he were out of place there. And he was hesitant as he left the airplane and as he approached the microphone that had been set up for him for his first statement to the American people. Slowly, almost in a meandering way, as if he were bemused, he made his way to the cluster of microphones that had been set up, and his first public pronouncement. His wife, Lady Bird, stood by his side, and perhaps you would like us to repeat his very brief statement at this time. President Lyndon Johnson's statement to the American people his first statement. This is a sad time for all people. We have suffered a loss that cannot be weighed. For me, it is a deep personal tragedy. I know the world shares the sorrow that Mrs. Kennedy and her family bear. I will do my best. That is all I can do. I ask for your help and God's. President Johnson had written that statement on his way from Dallas to Washington. Just before he wrote it, when he and Mrs. Kennedy and Mrs. Johnson were aboard the presidential plane, he had taken the oath of office from a woman federal judge. And he said almost as soon as the oath was taken, in order that there be no gap of awkwardness, he said, all right, let's get out of here to Washington.
The NBC radio network will stay on the air with continuous coverage until 1:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will resume broadcasting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Saturday morning with continuous coverage. We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
The Detroit news stations, WWJ and WWJ-FM, Detroit.
We'd like to take you now to NBC's Nancy Dickerson at President Lyndon Johnson's home in Washington.
Here at President Lyndon Johnson's home in Spring Valley on the outside of Washington, there are crowds of neighbors, children, reporters, and policemen. The neighbors lined up outside keep asking, will the president come home here tonight? There have been comments that in this wooded residential area, the security is very difficult. It would be difficult to guard the new president. But there is a high wall, a wooden wall, around his mansion called the Elms. The gate leading to the Johnson home is closed. At the gatehouse, there is a private phone which rings constantly. That phone was installed during the Cuban crisis when security guards were put on. Extra ones were added at that time, and that's the phone that is so busy tonight here at 4040 52nd Street in Washington. So far, one station wagon was admitted up the driveway. It was carrying a television set. Inside, there are already many TV sets. All the lights are burning brightly. Inside also is the new First Lady, Lady Bird Johnson. It was she who so eloquently put it when she said, this whole tragedy, the whole thing is like a nightmare. Somehow, she added, we must find the strength to carry on. The President and Mrs. Johnson telephoned Mrs. Rose Kennedy en route here to Washington from the plane. They tried to comfort Mrs. Kennedy, but Mrs. Johnson broke down in sobs on the telephone conversation. Finally, Mrs. Johnson said, we are fortunate to have had him. The nation is fortunate to have had him for so long. This is Nancy Dickerson, NBC News, at President Lyndon Johnson's home in Washington.
About 10 minutes ago, we broke off coverage of the arrest of Oswald, Lee H. Oswald or H. Lee Oswald, whichever it is. The report was that the district attorney of Dallas had already charged the man with the murder of a Dallas policeman on his way to a theater to hide, as he thought, among the audience. And we have the report that before midnight, Dallas time, this man will be charged with the murder of the President of the United States in an international communist plot. We'll have details on that later, but the questioning of this man by the police and by federal authorities offers, obviously, the most potent possibility in the way of clues as to what went on, whether this was a one-man or a two-man or a 100-man conspiracy. We take you now to Tom Pettit, NBC News in Dallas.
Dallas Police Chief J.E. Curry says 24-year-old Lee Oswald now is being questioned about the killing of President Kennedy. Chief Curry says Oswald denies the murder, but says he is, quote, a very good suspect. When transported in front of cameras and reporters a few moments ago, the suspect, Oswald, shouted, they're holding me because I was in the Soviet Union. The police won't let me have legal representation. Within the hour, Oswald has been charged with the murder of police officer J.D. Tippit, but according to police here now, he still steadfastly denies killing President Kennedy. The questioning at this hour continues. Tom Pettit, NBC News, at Dallas Police Headquarters.
So let's bring in Richard Valeriani at the White House.
President Lyndon Baines Johnson was sworn in as the 36th president in a small, crowded compartment of the presidential jet, Air Force One, while it was on the ground in Dallas. The time was 2:38 p.m. The president repeated the oath of office solemnly with his right hand upraised and his left hand on a small leather Bible provided to him by Lawrence O'Brien, President Kennedy's liaison officer in Congress. The oath was administered by a tiny 67-year-old woman, U.S. District Judge Sarah Kyles, one of the few women on the federal bench. The new president added to the oath of office afterwards, "So help me God." The voice of Judge Kyles could scarcely be heard above the whine of the jet. The new president held up the swearing-in ceremony for the arrival of Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy, the widow of the slain president. Immediately after the swearing-in ceremony, Mrs. Johnson, who was at her husband's side, stepped forward and clasped the hand of Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy. Dallas Police Chief J.E. Curry, who had driven President Johnson to the airport in Dallas, then told Mrs. Kennedy, "God bless you, little lady. You ought to go back and lie down." The president's widow managed a faint smile and said, "No, thank you. I'm fine." Then shortly thereafter, she left and went back to a compartment in the rear of the plane where the bronze coffin containing the remains of her husband was. She remained with that coffin on the flight back. During the return trip, President Johnson called Mrs. Rose Kennedy, the mother of the president, and Mrs. Nellie Connolly, the wife of the Texas governor who was also hit in the assassination. This is Richard Valeriani, NBC News at the White House in Washington.
Thank you for excellent recapitulation. On that Mexican border closing, we have further reports. The United States has not closed the border. It's Mexico, and we now have reports from informed sources in the federal district. That's the, you might say, the government headquarters in Mexico City. It is believed that the assassin still not caught may be headed for Mexico. Therefore, you can see that at least there's some doubt as to whether or not Oswald is the man, or if he is, that he did not have associates in this terrible deed that was performed in Dallas today. Incidentally, the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City reports that the United States government has issued no orders, so far as it knows, to close the frontiers. But tourists in Mexico had a disturbed reaction to the closing of the border by the Mexican government, because the Mexican government has made it very plain that this closing is not a matter that will be at all amended. There are going to be no exceptions, and they've also indicated they don't know and will not say at this time when the border will be reopened. Some Mexican authorities do point out that it will depend on how soon the terrible tragedy concerning the president has been solved. We have now further details on the death of the president from the point of view of the man who drove the car, the man at the wheel of the presidential automobile, Secret Service man Bill Greet. He's the man who took the president to the hospital where he died. He said that he already knew where to go in an emergency, and therefore he went there as fast as he possibly could. The signals were already set for him, and there was no delay. As you've heard from Senator Ralph Yarborough of Texas, who spoke to our Nancy Dickerson in Washington, the speed of that drive was phenomenal, but careful. The scene in Washington tonight is stark tragedy. Perhaps you would like to hear about the transfer of the body of the late president. A gray Navy ambulance drove through the dark November streets. They bore the body of the slain president back through Washington for the last time tonight. The route traveled from Andrews Air Force Base in nearby Maryland to Bethesda Naval Hospital was the usual route through busy traffic. After arrival at Andrews Field, the bronze-colored casket of the assassinated chief executive was placed on a lift truck at a plane door by 4 of Kennedy's aides. Flashes of bronze light glittered with painful intensity from floodlights at the mournful scene. In final salute, an Air Force honor guard snapped to rigid attention, and 6 sailors moved in to carry the coffin to an ambulance. That stark gray Navy ambulance that was to drive through the streets, the dark November streets. There was a hush as the casket was brought to the lift truck by Lawrence F. O'Brien, the Special Assistant for Legislative Affairs, and Kenneth O'Donnell, Kennedy's appointment secretary, and Dave Powers, the White House receptionist and longtime presidential crony. Dave Powers, the man that on every other occasion has always had a joke on his lips, had no such joke tonight. And Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh, the President's Air Force aide, completed the party that lifted the casket down. Mrs. Kennedy, strained with grief, but still standing up and protesting to anyone who asked that she was all right. Mrs. Kennedy was escorted by Attorney General Robert Kennedy and her husband's naval aide, Captain Tazewell Shepard. Joining the mourners in the ambulance was Mrs. Evelyn Lincoln, Kennedy's secretary over the years. She was at his side when the side of President Johnson when he took the oath today. The president's body arrived at the Bethesda Hospital shortly after 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. Before driving to the rear of the hospital, the hearse paused at the front entrance of the building. Several hundred people were gathered there. The crowd stood back in silence. Details of Marine Corps security troops were posted at the main entrance of the hospital. Hospital authorities report that as yet they have no orders, but they understand orders will be given for a post-mortem and autopsy, as is usual in the case of a death of this kind of a president of the United States. Many Americans are aware that the mayor of New York City has for years been very close to President John F. Kennedy. Oh, they've had their differences, but nevertheless, Mayor Robert Wagner is very close, or was, to the president who has just died. That places a special significance on a statement he has issued in New York. Here is the statement of Mayor Robert Wagner of New York City.
President Kennedy has joined the company of the martyrs. The enormity of the loss the world has today suffered is incalculable. We pray for the repose of his soul and for the comfort of his widow and children and loved ones. The world mourns, the nation mourns, the city mourns. My grief and that of all New Yorkers, I know, is personal and irreparable. He was my friend. He was also a friend of man, a friend of peace, a champion and sword of justice. We, each and all, have suffered a loss, many losses, for which we cannot be consoled. Hate has reaped its harvest. Now we must not leave undone any of the great works he was doing, and doing so valorously, so eagerly, so brilliantly. A light has gone out in the world. The nation will carry on under President Johnson. New York City as a whole, and I as mayor, and as an individual, pledge him and our government, and I know our country, total and undivided support in these sad and most difficult and most challenging hours.
All of us have noticed, no doubt, that nearly every person who has made a statement, persons in official capacity, religious leaders, government leaders, nearly every person who's made a statement about the death of President Kennedy has made the kind of a statement that you don't usually hear from these people, because often people in high office have to have their statements written for them. I caught a note in Mayor Bob Wagner's statement tonight that he didn't leave this to any assistants or any associates or any public relations advisors as to what he wanted to say about the death of his friend. It was not particularly eloquent in the sense of eloquent statements, as a British politician would practice eloquence at a time like this, but it was certainly heartfelt and apropos. Perhaps it would be good at this time to go over the plans ahead for the President's body. At 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, the family will see the President in repose. At 11 a.m., President Johnson, Speaker McCormick, former U.S. presidents, and members of the executive branch of the government who are presidential appointees will go into the East Room of the White House to view the body and to pay proper tribute. And at 2 p.m., the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary, all members of it in Washington or others who happen to be there, that time at 2:30 is set aside for them to go to the East Room. And at 2:30 p.m., the members of the Senate and the House of Governors of the House and of the governors of the 50 states and territories, those of them who can be in Washington, may pay their respects. These are private respects. The body's in repose. And at 5 p.m., the first semi-public exposure of the President's body will occur when the diplomatic corps goes in. As you know, the body is now in Bethesda Naval Hospital for autopsy, and it will be removed tomorrow morning to the White House and later will be in the rotunda of the Capitol for national and public mourning. And we have more details on those arrangements at this time. We take you now to NBC's Robert Goralski at the White House in Washington.
8 members of the Congress, Democrats and Republicans, have just arrived at the White House for a conference with President Lyndon Johnson. They include the Speaker of the House of Representatives, John McCormick, and the House Minority Leader, Charles Halleck, and the Republican and Democratic leaders of the Senate, Senator Mike Mansfield and Everett Dirksen. The other senators and congressmen are Hubert Humphrey of Minnesota, George Smathers of Florida, William Fulbright of Arkansas, and Thomas Kuchel of California. The President has just concluded a meeting, or is about to conclude a meeting that began about an hour and 10 minutes ago, with Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara and McGeorge Bundy, who was President Kennedy's chief advisor on national security matters. And presumably that meeting dealt with national and international affairs. The vice presidents sometimes are not as thoroughly briefed as they should be, and undoubtedly in a time of national crisis such as this, the new president of the United States had to be briefed by the Secretary of Defense and the White House's chief authority on security matters. Bring him up to date, because this is a time of crisis, and in such moments perhaps unfriendly nations could engage in provocative actions. And now with President Johnson as Commander-in-Chief of the military forces, he had to keep fully abreast of developments as of this moment. So far as we know, Mrs. Kennedy is still at the Bethesda Naval Hospital, where the body of President Kennedy was brought directly from Andrews Air Force Base a short time ago. Mrs. Kennedy, it's believed, will probably return to the White House sometime later this evening. So far as we know, the 2 children of President and Mrs. Kennedy have not been told about Mr. Kennedy's death. Caroline and John Jr. are still in the executive mansion, and it's believed that Mrs. Kennedy will return here sometime this evening and inform them of this deep tragedy. So far as funeral arrangements are concerned, as Morgan Beatty mentioned a few moments ago, the President will lie in repose tomorrow in the East Room of the White House. On Saturday, he will lie in state in the rotunda of the Capitol building, and it's believed that the President will be buried in Brookline, Massachusetts, in the family plot, which only 4 months ago received the body of 3-day-old Patrick Bouvier Kennedy. This is Robert Goralski, NBC News, reporting from the White House.
And now I think it appropriate for us to go back over recent events in the life of the late President John Kennedy. Particularly touching is a scene that occurred in New York City last Friday, November the 15th. If you will recall, the President came to New York primarily to address a convention of the AFL-CIO, the combined labor unions, the most powerful labor unions in the country. He made that speech, and afterward he agreed to go across the street from the hotel he was in to the Hilton, the New York Hilton, where were gathered a conference of Catholic youth in the United States. Now, this was to be not so much a formal dress occasion. It was sort of off the cuff, the president's constant desire to get in touch, particularly with youth. He's often shaken hands with young people along the route in parades and so on. And so it had to be a sort of warm occasion. And so on November the 15th, last Friday, he crossed the street from his formal duties to perform some duties he dearly loved to perform. And he arrived before the audience, and there, to describe the scene and introduce the President of the United States, NBC's Joseph Michaels.
All of these youngsters are on their feet, clapping just as hard as they can. Mr. Kennedy just came to the microphones on the balcony from which he will speak to the people down below. And these youngsters are just yelling and clapping as though their lives depended on it. I don't think the president has been so happy in some time either. He's standing back, nodding his head. Now they're calling for silence.
Young man! Young man, young woman of the CYO, the President of the United States.
Senior, father, sisters, fellow members of the CYO. How many actually do come from Boston or Massachusetts here? And then how many from the rest of the country? I'm glad to be here today. I said to the Monsignor coming up that I was pleased to see the sisters, that in my experience, Monsignors and bishops are all Republicans while sisters are all Democrats. In any case, I'm glad to see you, and I want to congratulate you on the effort that you're making. The theme of this meeting is youth and service, and I can't imagine a greater cause in which to be engaged, to give the best that you have, than for the United States. Because upon the United States rest not only the burdens of caring for 190 million people, but also for hundreds of millions of people around the globe who today, without hope, look to the United States. Whatever we're able to do in this country, whatever success we're able to make of ourselves, whatever leadership we're able to give, whatever demonstration we can make that a free society can function and move ahead and provide a better life for its people. All those things that we do here have their effect all around the globe. The world is engaged in the most difficult and trying struggle in its long history. All of the great epics which have torn the world for the last 2,000 years pale in comparison to the great ideological gulf which separates us from those who oppose us. It is our responsibility not merely to denounce our enemies and those who make themselves our enemies, but to make this system work, to demonstrate what freedom can do, what those who are committed to freedom and the future can do. So I realize that this meeting is not only a meeting of the youth today, but those of whom we expect so much in the future. Winston Churchill once said that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other systems that have been tried. It is the most difficult. It requires more of you. Discipline, character, self-restraint. a willingness to serve the public interest as well as our own private interest. All of these priests and sisters who have gathered you together from all over the United States don't do it merely because, even though they want you to do well, they don't do it merely because they want 4,000 or 5,000 boys and girls to do well. It's because they regard you as the future leaders of the United States, as the future leaders of a great free country. That's why I come here today. Not just because you are doing well, because you're outstanding students, but because we expect something of you. And unless in this free country of ours we're able to demonstrate that we're able to make this society work and progress, unless we can hope that from you we're going to get back all of the talents which society has helped develop in you, then quite obviously all the hopes of all of us that freedom will not only endure but prevail, of course, will be disappointed. So we ask the best of you. I hope you'll spend your time now well, but I hope that in a long life that you will recognize your obligations to the great republic and to help those who need help, to help those millions of boys and girls who drop out of school, who can't find work, who live in underprivileged areas. I've been impressed by the fact that we've been able to get 10,000 young men and women to go around the world as part of the Peace Corps. But look at all the sections of the United States, in our large cities, in eastern Kentucky, parts of southern Illinois, parts of Ohio, West Virginia, where people live lives of desperation, without hope, and they look to this country, they look to you, and they look to me to serve. So I hope that all of you will serve. Serve not only your families, your church, but also serve this country. It deserves the best. It's been very generous to us all, and we must be generous in return. So I congratulate you on what you've done, and most of all, I congratulate you on what you're going to do. Thank you.
This is Bill Fitzgerald in the NBC newsroom in New York. You've just heard an address by President Kennedy last week to a group of CYO young people in New York City. Naturally, the tragic story of his death is reverberating around the world. Moscow radio tonight played funeral music after announcing the death of President Kennedy, and of course Western diplomats were aghast. American ambassador in Moscow, Foy D. Kohler, said when told of the news, "It's terrible, it's terrible." The Moscow radio, quoted reports that extreme right-wing elements were believed responsible for the assassination. News of the president's death by a bullet in the head was immediately passed to top Soviet figures. Russian sources were told, of course, that he had died in Texas. No reaction from the Kremlin is expected until tomorrow. Now for a report on one of the officers, or from one of the officers who arrested the suspect, who was in on the arrest of the suspect. We switch to Bob Whitten at KCRA in Sacramento, California.
What the first call that I got was that the president had been shot. The shot had come from the Texas School Book Depository at Elm and Houston Street. They sent me down there. I started in with a couple of deputy sheriffs. We were shaking the building as well as a bunch of other officers, but one of these deputies and I were lucky enough to find the window where the shots were fired from, and also the 3 shells laying on the floor. I went back down, secured the scene, went back down and reported to the inspector so he could get the crime lab and everything out there. And while I was there talking to him, a call came out that an officer had been shot. Some citizen was using the police radio. That call came out. The acting lieutenant, No Cliff, and I were together, standing there talking to the inspector, and he ordered us, being that we had all the police in town pulled down there on Elm Street, he ordered us to leave this investigation of the president's shooting and go to Oak Cliff. We did. Got out there. The officer had already been picked up. We got a description of the suspect. Started following his path as best we could. Had information that he was in one of 2 houses that were vacant over on East Jefferson. We went in over there and called for some more help to cover off the buildings and everything. Shook those down. He wasn't there. And then we got a report that he was in the library at Marcellus and in Jefferson.
Where were these reports coming from, Jerry?
From people who had heard the description of the man. Then when we got to the library and found out that was another false alarm, the third call came in that he had been seen entering the Texas Theater. Bob Barnett from the FBI and I went into the theater, and everybody else covered off outside. We started checking out the patrons in the theater. The movie was still going on. And on the third one that McDonald started to approach, who was sitting in the third row from the back in the center section, just as McDonald got to him, he jumped up and yelled, "This is it." And he struck McDonald in the face and grabbed for a pistol, which he had under his shirt. When he did that, Mac yelled, and all 7 of us got into a fight and finally got him subdued and handcuffed, or disarmed and then handcuffed. And we were then instructed by a captain to get him out of there and get him to Central Station as fast as we could. Incidentally, Paul Bentley was in on it with us. All right, when we got him outside, I don't know whether the people in the neighborhood had just heard about the policeman's death or whether they had heard about, I'm sure they'd heard about the president's too. But there were some 600 to 800 people outside yelling, "Kill him," and this, that, and the other, and some more officers had to be pressed into service right quick that didn't actually have their hands on him to force the crowd back so we could get him in the car without anybody touching him. We brought him down and turned him and the pistol and everything over to Captain Fritz. The boy that we apprehended for shooting Officer J.D. Tippett is an employee of the bookbindery where the shots that killed the president were fired from. He was seen on the floor below the window where the shots were fired some 15 minutes prior to the shooting. He was a former U.S. Marine marksman who defected to Russia in 1957 and returned to the United States approximately a year ago with a Russian bride, I understand. He did admit in the interrogation a while ago he was an active communist. He has not admitted the shooting of the president or the governor or the police officer, but a gun was found on the 6th floor where it had been hidden that I have been told, and I can't verify this either way, was made in Argentina. The man, I understand, has resorted to violence before and possibly shot another policeman somewhere. Also, he won't admit anything other than he was a communist. He started screaming brutality as soon as we got the handcuffs on him. And when he got down here and was talking to Fritz and them, the only thing he said is, when I told you I was a communist, I admitted everything I'm going to tell you, words to that effect. And I want a lawyer. I demand my rights. But circumstances being as they are with all the other situations together, I firmly believe that we got the man that killed the President of the United States.
Jerry, did you talk to him any?
Bob, he's very arrogant. We offered him an opportunity on the way to the station. We told him there were going to be a large number of photographers there, and we quite naturally, automatically, everybody thinks brutality when if you catch a cop killer, you know. We told him that that there would be photographers there, and if he wanted to hide his head, we would hold him loose enough. We were going to hold him, but he could bend over and hide his face against his chest, or just bend over where they couldn't get a clear view of him or anything like that. This he refused to do. While he would not admit anything, he seemed very arrogant and proud of what was happening to him.
Didn't show any sign of nervousness at all?
Didn't show any sign of nervousness at all. Continually made threats against the officers all the way downtown, and I rode in the car with him about the brutality and his rights, and made the statement when we started questioning about killing the officer. He made a statement. He said, "I don't have to tell y'all anything."
What kind of a weapon did he use to kill the officer with, Jerry?
A .38 snub nose. It was fired twice, and both shots hit the officer in the forehead.
What are they going to do with him now?
Captain Fritz and Secret Service and the Rangers and the FBI have all questioned him. And the halls out here are working live with people, quite naturally. And they moved him upstairs for a little while. And I'm sure that later they'll bring him back down and interrogate him some more. But they wanted to go out to his house and check and find his car and all that stuff and see, if they could find any more things that would tie him in. Understand that this is being done quite rapidly and that some of the pieces are falling into place pretty good.
You've heard the report of Jerry Hill, Officer Jerry Hill of the Dallas Police Department, who arrested Lee Oswald as a suspect in the shooting of the President of the United States, and you can read between the lines sufficiently to know it has meaning. And now we take you immediately to Robert Goralski at the White House in Washington.
Senator George Smathers of Florida, a very close friend of the late president, Mr. Kennedy, has just come out of the White House and told newsmen about the meeting that President Johnson is having with congressional leaders of both parties. He indicated that there was complete support for the president, that in this time of very grave crisis and grave concern, that members of both parties would rally behind the president. Other members of the congressional leadership are still meeting with President Johnson, including the Majority Leader of the Senate, Mike Mansfield, the Minority Leader, Everett Dirksen, the House Speaker, John McCormick, and the Republican Leader in the House of Representatives, Charles Halleck. At one point, just a short time ago, there were about 2,500 people outside the White House. They've been moved back across Pennsylvania Avenue. Still large numbers are merely standing there, looking at the quiet, dark White House at this hour. The only activity here is on the west end where the pressmen are located, where there's a great deal of hubbub and talk between newsmen and photographers. But in the executive mansion itself, all is quiet. The sergeant in charge of the White House front gate has indicated that there were probably about 6 to 8 persons who delivered bouquets for Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy during the hours that have just ended. They were private citizens who came up to the sergeant at the main gate and asked that the bouquets be given to the First Lady. We're now having another news conference out here in front of the White House. We will switch over to it in just a second.
In the English office.
I'm sorry, we thought that it was immediately outside the press room. Assistant Press Secretary Andrew Hatcher is holding a briefing right now for newsmen, perhaps giving more details on funeral arrangements, which, as we understand it right now, President Kennedy will be buried Monday in Brookline, Massachusetts. However, we will probably have further details and more information on this period of mourning after Andrew Hatcher, Assistant Press Secretary, concludes his news briefing. And that's the picture here at the moment. Robert Goralski, NBC News at the White House.
And we have further word from Dallas, Texas, that Lee H. Oswald, the pro-Castro Marxist, admits now, finally, that the pistol used to shoot the policeman in the movie theater where he was captured was his. That is almost tantamount to an admission that he did shoot the policeman when his arrest was attempted. He was, of course, arrested and taken to the police headquarters, and then he denied any part still in the assassination of the President of the United States, but there are indications from Dallas, very definite indications, that this man is going to be charged with a crime in a very short time, if he's not already charged. Let's go to Tom Perryman, station WFAA, again in Dallas.
From here, Morgan, Officer Will Fritz, Captain Will Fritz of the Dallas Police Department, reports that Lee Oswald will be charged with the killing of Officer J.D. Tippit this afternoon. The shooting occurred a few miles from the point President Kennedy was shot to death. The Oswald, the accused, was arrested near the theater, or at the theater in Oak Cliff, near where Officer J.D. Tippit was shot to death. And he will be charged with the death of Tippit. Fingerprints from the rifle that was taken from the warehouse are being studied at this time. Also, our reporters at the home of Oswald reports they found a great deal of communist literature in his room. That's the story from here, Morgan.
Well, can you fill us in a little bit, Tom, on one point that we haven't cleared up at all? Now, there were these two officers, Jerry Hill and McDonald, at the theater. That was the making of the arrest, and McDonald was hurt in the scuffling. And now about Tippit. We are not clear as to exactly where Tippit was shot. Now, this man admits that he owned the gun that shot Officer Tippit to death. Where was Tippit shot, and wasn't it before the two officers, sometime before the two officers, say like a matter of minutes or something, captured him in the theater?
As far as we can tell, he was shot shortly before going into the theater. Tippit had stopped Oswald because Oswald appeared to be a suspect in the assassination of President Kennedy. And Tippit made a routine stop of Oswald. At this point, Oswald is alleged to have shot Tippit to death and to have run into the theater, where fellow officers arrested him after trapping him in the back part of the theater.
A very interesting point. Now, he admits that owning the snub-nosed .38 caliber revolver used to shoot the policeman. He admitted that in the interrogation in the Dallas Police Headquarters today, and that means he practically admits the killing of the policeman, and the policeman stopped him because he had some suspicion that this man was connected with the assassination of the president. And yet, in all of the questioning, this man denies any part in the assassination of President Kennedy. I believe he's been quoted by the police, hasn't he, Tom, as saying this, and I believe these are the exact words: "I don't know what this is all about. I didn't do anything." Do you have any further quotes on him in that area?
He has denied any knowledge of the assassination. As far as we can tell, there's been no further word from his change of position there.
The mystery deepens, or maybe it doesn't. I guess slowly we'll find out. Now, the checking of the fingerprints on the rifle. It's quite clear that from the doctor's report that rifle bullets ended the life of the president and also wounded Governor John Connally. By the way, can you tell us about John Connally's condition? Is it improved from previous reports of being critical? I see one of our advices here indicates that it's not as critical as at first thought. What is your impression of that?
We're sorry. We lost some contact with you. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, some of the reports, earlier reports, indicated that the condition of Governor John Connally was critical, although the vital functions were going along all right. His pulse was good and his color fairly good and so on.
Right.
And yet he was operated on, and there was a collapsed lung, and it was re-inflated. And then we have a report here, a more recent one, that his condition is not as bad as at first thought. What is your impression of that?
Governor Connally is reported now in satisfactory condition. He'll have to remain in the hospital about 2 weeks, but according to the doctors, he will recover and won't have any trouble. He was first reported as more seriously wounded, and we had some reports that he was shot 3 times. Evidently, a bullet ricocheted. He had some broken ribs and some chest injuries, but from late reports from the doctor that worked on Governor Connally, he will recover in about 2 weeks. He's reported now in satisfactory condition.
So now our most important clues, not necessarily the most important activity of the police or the federal authorities, is to find out what fingerprints, if any, are on that rifle, whether the same man that fired the rifle is the man who shot the pistol at the officer. Then we've got a complete round robin of clues, as they used to say in the police business. I happen to be a police reporter, and I assume that that is the pursuit of the federal and state officers at this time. Is that correct?
That's right, Morgan.
Thank you very much. We have further news from Germany about the seriousness of their concern, both as to the death of the president, their feeling about him, because he said he was a Berliner, and he showed them very definitely that the United States was with Germany in the Cold War. And also, they are going to express their feeling officially in a commemoration ceremony. There will be a special meeting of the German Federal Cabinet to be held Sunday, where a commemoration ceremony will be instituted, and that will be in Bonn on Sunday morning. And now this man they've got in custody. I wonder if we could go over his background once again. Incidentally, Lee H. Oswald stands for Lee Harvey Oswald. And as you've heard, he's a former Marine, and he's practically admitted, by admitting ownership of a pistol, to shooting a policeman who tried to grab him. And that was not in the theater, as so many people have suspected, but it was apparently on his way to the theater. The policeman apparently suspected this man, thought he was acting curiously. He had a brown jacket on and apparently disposed of it at some point. It was a tip, incidentally, from a theater cashier that led the police to Lee Harvey Oswald. Mrs. Julie Postal, cashier at the Texas Theater in the Oak Cliff section, a suburban theater in Dallas, said she spotted a man who looked like he was running from someone. He kept changing seats in the theater. That's the first clue to the suspect. She had heard of the shooting of Governor Connally, and of President Kennedy. So there's a very interesting point here about the fact that this man had acted in a suspicious manner. He was excited. Incidentally, the background of the man, Oswald, who was supposed to have married a Russian some 3 years ago, before he left Russia, he and his wife have 2 children. His Russian wife does not speak English even yet, even though she's been in this country for some time. They have taken her into custody, but for no other purpose than to ask her questions. And now, if you'll recall, we had left at least 6 cabinet officers in the Kennedy cabinet, led by Secretary of State Dean Rusk. They had planned to go from Honolulu, where a strategic meeting had been held concerning South Vietnam and the troubles we're having in Southeast Asia. They were on their way to Honolulu when they received word by radio on the plane that President Kennedy has been shot. They waited for more detail to be sure that the report was correct, and then they discovered that the president was dead, and Secretary of State Dean Rusk then proceeded to advise the rest of the cabinet members with him that the president apparently was dead, and they immediately ordered the plane to return, and it's on its way to Washington. It had stopped to refuel in Honolulu, and it's nonstop now. Honolulu to Washington due about 12:39 a.m. in the morning. Now, the effect of this very intimate detail on the people of Japan has been marked. They had expected the American leaders there, and now they learn of the sad death of the President of the United States. So let's go now to John Rich, NBC News in Tokyo.
The Emperor and Empress of Japan have sent a telegram to Mrs. Kennedy expressing deepest sympathy over the death of the President. They speak symbolically for this entire nation, which is shocked almost to disbelief at the assassination. Newspapers are on the streets with extras. The radio and television stations have been broadcasting constantly. It was through television that millions of Japanese first learned of the president's death. Much of this nation was awake and at their TV sets in the middle of the night, awaiting the first live television broadcast by satellite from America. Moments before that program was to begin, an announcer appeared on the screen with the news from Dallas. At the receiving site 100 miles north of Tokyo, where I happened to be one of the 2 Americans present, Japanese technicians and reporters came up to me, put out their hands, and expressed their feelings of sadness and regret. En route back to Tokyo, at each station, Japanese heading off for the weekend holiday could be seen reading the extras, some shaking their heads in disbelief. Americans here, thousands of servicemen and their families, are following the news through direct broadcast from the States over the military Far East network. Expressions of regret and sympathy are pouring in from Japanese political leaders of every leaning. It's likely that Japan will send Prime Minister Ikeda to Washington for President Kennedy's funeral. Mr. Ikeda himself escaped assassination in a knife attack only a few weeks ago. John Rich, NBC News, Tokyo.
And now for further details on Lee Harvey Oswald, the suspect in custody in Dallas, Texas. Today, he was formally charged with the murder of a Dallas policeman who was slain shortly after the president died. And Lee Oswald has admitted that he owned the pistol that shot the policeman. The policeman had stopped Lee Oswald on the way to a theater in a suburban area of Dallas, Texas, and the man was arrested there by 2 other policemen and taken to headquarters. We have an interesting report from Austin, Texas, from Mrs. Howard Green, the wife of a state representative. She was a teacher before she married, and she taught Lee Oswald in grammar school in Austin and remembered the assassination, in Fort Worth, that is, and she remembered the assassination suspect as an introvert with below-average grade. Incidentally, she discussed with her husband, Representative Green, a Fort Worth Democrat, discussed Oswald when he went to Russia in 1959. At the time, Mrs. Green said, she remembered Oswald as a youth who sought escape in books. He did not apply himself in school. He was a loner who had little to do with classmates. She taught him in the 6th grade at Ridgely Elementary School in Fort Worth. Oswald withdrew from high school only 23 days after starting classes and joined the Marines. That was when he was 17 years old. He later became a marksman with the Marines. And it was while he was in the Marine Corps that he decided he wanted to visit the Soviet Union in 1957. And that's when he went there. It's not known why he returned to this country with his Russian wife in 1959. Some said he was disillusioned by Russia. Well, obviously, he was not disillusioned, and the evidence of that is pretty clear in a special interview held with Oswald in New Orleans. And we'll have that interview in a very short time. Now for later developments concerning the new President, Johnson, at the White House. Here is Herbert Kaplow at the White House in Washington.
President Johnson is meeting at this moment in his second-story offices in the Executive Offices building, which is across a small street from the White House proper. This is where he has had his vice presidential headquarters next to the White House building. Mr. Johnson, we are told, is making telephone calls, conferring with some of his aides. He met a little while ago for 45 minutes with legislative leaders, asked them and received from them a pledge of unified support. The President, Lyndon Johnson, made telephone calls also this evening to the three former presidents, Herbert Hoover, Harry Truman, Dwight Eisenhower. We are not told yet, we expect momentarily, details on these former presidents' participation in the formalities of the next few days having to do with the funeral and the preliminaries for John F. Kennedy. We are told that President Hoover, former President Herbert Hoover, will be unable to be here tomorrow, but beyond that, we will have to wait for 5 or 10 minutes for the latest details. The Kennedy children, Caroline and John Jr., we are told, as of a few moments ago, had not yet been informed of the death of their father. They left the White House about 3 hours ago, presumably in the company of their nurse, Maud Shaw. Mrs. Kennedy has been with Attorney General Robert Kennedy, the former president, the late president's brother. Their whereabouts at the present time is not given us. They were at the Bethesda Naval Hospital, where the president's body had been. The scene at the White House has been one of comings and goings of the legislative leaders. Hubert Humphrey, the Senate Whip, Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield of Montana, Senate Minority Leader Everett Dirksen, Speaker of the House John McCormick of former President Kennedy's home state of Massachusetts, Charles Halleck, the House Minority Leader, Senator Smathers, who is Secretary of an important Senate Conference Committee, several other members of the House who met for 45 minutes in one of the early of what probably will be a series of meetings to take place here at the White House in these next days and probably running into weeks as the new president assumes the mantle of office, with it the responsibilities, and in effect has to reorganize and set up his own administration. Mr. Johnson, across the street from the White House, where we are speaking, is the west wing of the White House, about 25 yards from the office of the president. Mr. Johnson's own offices as vice president have been both on Capitol Hill, but as far as his role in the administration as an associate of President Kennedy, his headquarters here on the White House grounds, across from the White House proper, in the big, ornate, somewhat garish and gray Executive Offices building, which at some time back served as the War Building. The situation now quiet, as several hundred reporters are gathered here on the office wing of the White House waiting for further details. It is likely that there will be more information momentarily on the funeral plans. Herbert Kaplow, NBC News at the White House.
A week ago yesterday, on Thursday, on November the 14th to be exact, President Kennedy held his last news conference. If I recollect correctly, this was a conference that was held in the morning in response to requests by afternoon papers. You know, even some of the conservative newspapers that criticized the president for managing the news were among those who asked that they be given a shot at a presidential news conference. In other words, they didn't confuse their political beliefs with the power of a presidential headline, whether it be President Kennedy or President Eisenhower or who. And so the president held a morning news conference. I believe it was this one. And it occurred to us that at this time, you would like to hear the President of the United States on his last meeting with the reporters, his last direct and informal contact with the people of this country through the newsmen who cover Washington on radio, television, and for the press. It so happened that on that day, NBC's Robert Goralski introduced the late president at his last news conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Morning, gentlemen. Ladies. Come in. Yes.
How menacing do you regard the Cambodian threat to reject our foreign aid? Can that country be slipping into the communist orbit, do you believe?
Well, I regard it as serious. It's my hope that Prince Sihanouk, who must be concerned about the independence and the sovereignty of his country, he has, after all, been involved for many years in maintaining that independence, will not decide at this dangerous point in the world's affairs to surrender it. I would think that he's more concerned about Cambodian independence than we are. After all, he's a Cambodian, so that my judgment is that in the long run that he will protect that independence. It would be folly not to, and I don't think he's a foolish man.
Mr. President, how do you regard the case involving Professor Barikhorn, and what are we doing about getting his release from the Russian government?
You know, the American ambassador, the United States Embassy has made 6 protests to the Soviet government in the last 48 hours. Ambassador Kohler has been to the Soviet Foreign Ministry personally. The United States government is deeply concerned about the unwarranted and unjustified arrest of Professor Barikhorn by the fact that he was held for a number of days without the United States being informed of it, and that the United States officials in the Soviet Union have not had an opportunity to visit with him. He was not on an intelligence mission of any kind. He's a distinguished professor of Soviet affairs. He's played a most helpful and constructive role in arranging cultural exchanges, scientific exchanges. We're concerned not only for his personal safety, but because this incident, I think, can have a most serious effect upon what we understood the Soviet government's strong hope, and was certainly our hope, we would find a widening of cultural, intellectual exchanges. We've heard from a good many universities and private organizations which have expressed their alarm, who've been taking part in these exchanges, and it's quite clear that the professor's early release is essential if these programs are to be continued. I can assure you that the Department of State, our embassy in Moscow, will do everything it can to effect the early release of the professor. His arrest is unjustified. I repeat again, he was not on an intelligence mission of any kind. I'm hopeful that this will become quickly obvious to the Soviet Union and that they will release him.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Callahan.
Some persons view Professor Barikhorn's arrest as a sign the Soviets are now deliberately seizing innocent Americans with the aim of later swapping them for some of their convicted espionage agents, or that the Soviets may be doing this with the hope of somehow extracting political concessions from us. How would you view any such tactics?
Well, I wouldn't think obviously they would not be successful. I wouldn't attempt to make a judgment as to the conduct of the Soviet Union or what may motivate it from week to week, day to day. But I'm certainly, it's quite obvious that if it's based on the presumptions you state, that it will not be successful.
Mr. President?
Yes?
What are the prerequisites or conditions for resumption of some form of trade with Red China?
We're not planning to trade with Red China in view of the policy that Red China pursues. When the Red Chinese
indicate a desire to live at peace with the United States, with other countries surrounding it, then quite obviously the United States would reappraise its policies. We don't wedded to a policy of hostility to Red China. It seems to me Red China's policies are what create the tension between not only the United States and Red China, but between Red China and India, between Red China and our immediate neighbors to the south, and even between Red China and other communist countries. Yes.
The President now seems unlikely that you'll get either your tax bill or your civil rights bill in this session of Congress. Does that disturb you?
Oh, I think that the longer they're delayed, I think that, yes, I think it is unfortunate. The fact of the matter is that both these bills should be passed. The tax bill's been before the Congress for nearly a year. Civil rights has been there for a much shorter time. It didn't go up till June. And I'm hopeful that the House will certainly act on that in the next month, maybe sooner. The tax bill, the hearings have been quite voluminous. It seemed to me that it might be possible to end those hearings and bring the matter to the floor of the Senate before the end of the year. Otherwise, the civil rights bill will come over after the first of the year. There may be a very long debate. The tax bill may be caught up in that. I suppose some people are hopeful that that's so, but I'm not. And I think that the economy will suffer. The economy will suffer, and I think that I certainly would not want to be responsible for that. Therefore, we'd like to get the tax bill out of the way quickly, and this important piece of legislation. I would think the members of Congress would.
Mr. President, there have been published reports that General Harkins may have lost his usefulness in Vietnam because of his identification with the Diem regime and lack of contacts with the new generals running the country. Would you care to comment on that?
I think it's wholly untrue. I have complete confidence in him. He was just doing his job. I think he said in the interview yesterday he had seen Mr. New, I think, only 3 times. He'd seen President Zim on a number of occasions. That was his job. That was what he was sent for, to work with the government in power. That's what he will do with the new government. I have great confidence in General Harkins. And there may be some who would like to see General Harkins go, but I plan to keep him there.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Following up that, sir, would you give us your appraisal of the situation in South Vietnam now since the coup and the purposes for the Honolulu conference?
Well, because we do have a new situation and a new government. We hope a increased effort in the war. The purpose of the meeting in Honolulu, which Ambassador Lodge will be there, General Harkins will be there, others, with Secretary McNamara and others, and then, as you know, later Ambassador Lodge will come here, is to attempt to assess the situation, what American policy should be, what our aid policy should be, how we can intensify the struggle, how we can bring Americans out of there. Now, that is our object, to bring Americans home, to permit the South Vietnamese to maintain themselves as a free and independent country, and permit democratic forces within the country to operate, which they can, of course, much more freely when the assault from the inside, and which is manipulated from the north, is ended. So the purpose of the meeting in Honolulu is how to pursue these objectives. Yeah.
Mr. President, Madam New has now left the United States, but indicated that she intends to return. Will we renew her tourist visa?
Yes.
And if she asks for it, will we grant her permanent residence, perhaps as a political
I think we
resident?
waited, but it would certainly permit her to return to the United States if she wishes to do so.
Year by year, the foreign aid program seems to encounter more and more resistance in the Congress, and this year we're seeing senators who ordinarily in the past have gone along with the program.
Yes, this is the worst attack on foreign aid that we've seen since the beginning of the Marshall Plan.
In the event that one of these years the Congress, the arguments for foreign aid notwithstanding, surprises itself by voting the program out, what would we then do?
I think it would be a great mistake. I think, of course, some of the difficulty is where the President sits and where the members of the Senate sit. It's been said very many times, and I've never questioned it, that the Senate and the Congress have every right to decide how much money should be appropriated. That's their constitutional right. But on the other hand, the President bears particular responsibilities in the field of foreign policy. If there are failures in the Middle East, Africa and Latin America, South Vietnam, Laos, it's usually not a senator who is selected to bear the blame, but it's the administration, the President of the United States. I regard this, President Eisenhower regarded, and President Truman. It's no coincidence that all three presidents, since this program began, and presidential candidates, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Stevenson, Governor Dewey, that all of them, Governor Rockefeller today, others, seems to me all recognize the importance of this program. It's because it's a very valuable arm of the United States in the field of foreign policy. I don't think it's recognized what an important influence this has. Now, we spend $51 or $2 billion on defense. We spend $2.5 billion on the atomic energy program. We spend $5 billion on space, of which at least a good percentage has a military implication in the sense of our national security. We spend all this money, and yet we're going to deny the President of the United States a very valuable weapon in maintaining the influence of the United States in this very diversified world. I can't imagine anything more dangerous than to end this program. I can assure you that whoever is President of the United States succeeding me will support this program. Now, the second point I want to make is that what we are now talking about is only a fourth of what we tried to do in the early 50s. When I said in the, I don't understand why we are suddenly so fatigued. I don't regard the struggle as over, and I don't think it's probably going to be over for this century. I think this is a continuing effort, and it's not a very heavy one. It's a fraction of our budget, a fraction of our gross national product. The gross national product of the United States has increased $100 billion. We'll have by the end of this year in a 3-year period. So what we're asking is $1 billion less than in the average program since '47. The need today is greater. These countries are poorer. There's a good many more of them. And yet we're being denied. The President of the United States is being threatened with denying him a very important weapon in helping him meet his responsibility. The Congress has its responsibilities, but in the field of foreign policies, there are particular burdens placed on the President, whoever he may be. The Supreme Court in the Curtis Wright has said that the President is the organ of the country in the field of foreign policy. I just want to say, personally as President, and my predecessor said the same, this program is essential to the conduct of our foreign policy. And therefore, I'm asking the Congress of the United States to give me the means of conducting the foreign policy of the United States. And if they do not want to do so, then they should recognize that they're severely limiting my ability to protect the interests of the country. That's how important I think this program is.
President, before you leave the subject, sir, would you comment just a bit further? It is still a fact that a negative action by Congress is something that an administration has great difficulty in coping with. Has the administration, has the government looked ahead to that possibility and prepared against it?
No, I can't believe that the Congress of the United States is going to be so unwise unless we're going to retreat from the world. We're going to give up in South Vietnam. We're going to give up in Latin America. I've said before that what we're talking about in the case of Latin America, the Alliance for Progress, for all of Latin America is what the Soviet Union and the bloc are putting into Cuba alone. Now, can you tell me the United States isn't able to do that? In addition, these amendments, which are passed because they don't like a particular leader or a particular national policy as of the moment, it's a very changing world. Because they don't like the fishing policy, we're going to decide that end all aid to 2 or 3 countries in Latin America that are hard-pressed, rather than permitting us to negotiate the matter out. But anyway, as I say, they have their responsibilities and I have mine. I've just tried to make it very clear that I cannot fulfill my responsibility in the field of foreign policy without this program. Now, the most important program, of course, is our national security, but I don't want the United States to have to put troops there. What's going to happen in Laos if it collapses? They're going to blame the Senate or they're going to blame me? I know who they're going to blame, so I need this program. Yeah.
As a possible candidate for president, would you comment on the possible candidacy of Margaret Chase Smith and specifically what effect that would have on the New Hampshire primary?
I would think, if I were a Republican candidate, I would not look forward to campaigning against Margaret Chase Smith in New Hampshire. Or as a possible candidate for president, I think she's very formidable, if that's the appropriate word to use about a very fine lady. She's a very formidable political figure.
President, getting back to Professor Barghorn for a moment, the negotiations for a renewal of the exchange agreement with the Soviet Union were scheduled to begin next Tuesday, and now, as I understand it, have been postponed.
Correct.
Do those negotiations depend upon the release of Professor Barghorn?
I don't think it's helpful for the professor to try to put these conditions upon it. I just say that there's no sense having a program if a man who is innocent of any intelligence mission, which is true in this case, is subjected to arrest without means of defense, how can you carry on that kind of a program? I'm sure that everybody would agree that it would be hopeless under these conditions.
Mr. President,
Yes.
Mr. President, would you comment on the weak deal with the Soviet Union and tell us whether the Export-Import Bank or whether any other agency of government is doing more in this deal than it would for any friendly country?
No, it will not do more than it would for any friendly country. The matter is now in private negotiation, and I don't know what's going to happen on the deal. Yes, Mr. Smith.
Would you expand, sir, on the changes in the travel restrictions for Soviet diplomats? For example, in Oregon, there were 5 counties that were off limits during the past 2 years, and now it's been expanded to 13 counties. Could you expand?
Well, in the case of the Soviet Union, 26% of their country are off limits to the United States, and we have put the same percentage of ours. If they would be willing to change that percentage and drop it, I think we would be willing to. Now, in the case of the bloc, we've attempted to put some limitations upon the travel of bloc military attachés because we feel that it's important to the security of the United States and to the alliance. The base of the alliance rests upon the nuclear forces of the United States. I think we have to protect their security. And the Defense Department felt very strongly that this was important to the security of the United States, or otherwise it would not have been done. Yes, Mr. Knight.
I think a few minutes ago you said it would be unfortunate if the tax bill and the civil rights bill don't get through. You just said also it's the worst attack on the foreign aid bill since its inception. Several appropriations bills are still hung up in Congress, the first time in history this late. What's happened on Capitol?
Well, they're all interrelated. I think that there's some delay because of civil rights. That's had an effect upon the passage of appropriation bills. There isn't any question. On the other hand, of course, what we're talking about in both the civil rights bill and the tax bill are very complicated and important pieces of legislation. In fact, more significant in their own way than legislation which has been sent up there for a decade. My judgment is that by the time this Congress goes home, in the sense of next summer, that in the fields of education, mental health, taxes, civil rights, this is going to be a record that's going to be, however dark looks now, I think that westward look the land is bright, and I think by next summer it may be. Yes. Mr. Van Okel, we don't hear very much.
President,
yes.
In view of what you just said, sir, you listed certain items. You didn't mention medical care for the aged.
Yes.
Now, even though Chairman Mills has promised to hold hearings this month, there doesn't seem to be any immediate prospect of clearing it. Since he was so helpful on the tax bill, are you prepared to ask him to cast his vote to get that out of committee so the House can vote on it?
I think that we're going to get that bill out of committee, but not this year, but next year, and I think we'll have a vote on it, and I think it will pass. But I don't think it will pass this year. I think it will next year. I think that's one of the... I didn't mean to make an exclusive list. I'm looking forward to the record of this Congress, but it may not come till... this is going to be an 18-month delivery.
Mr. President, the program put forward by this distinguished committee of private citizens, it seems to go farther than your bill on Medicare. Would you be prepared to sponsor a program, say, if Senator Javits joined with Senator Anderson in a bipartisan measure?
Yes, I'm going to meet with them, and I think that that bill recognized the principle of Social Security. I thought it was a very valuable job because it was a bipartisan. The committee was distinguished Republicans on it as well as Democrats. I'm meeting with Senator Anderson, Senator Javits, and I think that this offers us a good deal of hope for that bill. I think they've given it new life. Mr. Kenworthy?
Part of the disenchantment on Capitol Hill over foreign aid seems to stem from the feeling that the administration hasn't fully used the flexibility it asks. For example, on aid to Indonesia when President Sukarno is stuck in Malaysia, or on...
well, now, Mr. Kenworthy, we've suspended the aid to Indonesia.
But haven't suspended, have you, Mr. President, to United Arab Republic, which is defying the UN? And,
well, now, in the case of Indonesia, though, we are suspending it. It seems to me it's much better I don't know what the situation is going to be 3 months from now in regard to relations between Indonesia and Malaysia. I hope they are better. What is the possible use of passing a prohibition against assistance to Indonesia because of its attitude towards Malaysia, when 3 months from now it may or may not be the same as it is today? That's the point. Now, in the United Arab Republic, the United States, as you know, 80% of its assistance consists of food, surplus food. We have been working to try to get a withdrawal, an orderly withdrawal in the case of the Yemen. There has not been a conflict, I think a good deal as a result of effort which we and others have made, between Saudi Arabia and the UAR. I am concerned about the Yemen because the rate of the withdrawal, of course, has been quite limited. There are going to be further withdrawals by January, but unless those withdrawals are consistent with earlier statements, I would think that the chance of increased tension between the UAR and Saudi Arabia would substantially increase. But I don't think, Mr. Kenworthy, that the language that the Senate adopted, which calls upon me to make a finding which is extremely complicated to make, is particularly strengthens our hands or our flexibility in dealing with the UAR. In fact, it will have the opposite result. These countries are poor. I'm not now talking about the UAR, most of them. These threats from the United States are going to cut off all aid. There's a great temptation if I were in the country to say, cut it off. I mean, they're nationalists, they're proud, they're in many cases radical. I don't think threats from Capitol Hill bring the result which are frequently hoped. Quiet work may not bring it, but I think there's a great temptation to say that at the time when the Aswan Dam was cut off, that didn't bring the Arab Republic to follow us, produced the opposite result. I'm afraid these other threats, I think it's a very dangerous, untidy world, but we're going to have to live with it. And I think one of the ways to live with it is to permit us to function. And if we don't function, the voters will throw us out, but not to make it impossible for us to function by legislative restraints or inadequate appropriations.
Mr. President, in view of congressional sentiment toward the Alliance for Progress program, is your administration going to make any special effort to persuade the government of Argentina not to nationalize American-owned oil companies? Well,
as you know, Governor Harriman visited the Argentine, discussed the matter. It's now in negotiation. What we're concerned about is, if action is taken, that there be adequate machinery for compensation, fair compensation. We can't deny the sovereign right of a country to take action within its borders, but we can insist that there be equitable standards for compensating those whose property is taken away from them. We are attempting to work this out with the Argentine. But the Argentine is faced, as are all of Latin America, with staggering problems. They've emerged from a military junta, Peronism, and all the rest, democratic election, and this was one of the commitments that were made. So now we attempt to adjust our interests. But we are concerned about the oil, in Argentina and in Peru. Yes, excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
You were quoted as saying you were very satisfied with the vote in Philadelphia. Why were you satisfied?
Because Mayor Tate was elected. As John Bailey said, the Republicans had the statistics and we the opposites, so that's why I was satisfied. Yeah.
The Fred Korth and Bobby Baker cases have prompted some serious questions about the moral and ethical climate in Washington. What is your assessment of today's climate in Washington?
Well, I think it's always... first of all, I don't lump the two cases together. I think there are the differences between the two cases. I want to make that... I want to make that clear. So there are differences between the cases. Now, if you're talking about... they're always bound to be in the government, newspaper business, labor, and so on, farmers. There are always going to be people who can't stand the pressure of opportunity, so that what the important point is, what action is taken against them. And I think that this administration has been very vigorous in its action, and I think that we've tried to set responsible standards. There's always going to be people that fail to meet that standard, and then we attempt to take appropriate action dealing with each case. But Mr. Baker is now being investigated, and I think we know a good deal more about Mr. Baker before we're through. Other people may be investigated as time goes on. We just try to do the best we can, and I think that the governmental standards, let me say, on the whole, I think compare favorably with those in Washington, with those some other parts of America.
Mr. President.
Last week, Mr. President, the Soviet Union in Moscow showed what they claimed was an anti-missile missile. I wonder if you could tell us what you know about that missile. Is it what they claim it is supposed to be? And also, what is the effectiveness of their anti-missile system?
Well, I don't think it's probably useful to discuss it in detail here. I don't think there's any doubt that they have an anti-missile missile, as do we. The problem, of course, however, is what you deal with saturation. And I don't think that the Soviet Union or the United States have solved the problem of dealing, as I've said before, with a whole arsenal of missiles coming at us at maximum speed with decoys. That's the impossible. That, up till now, has been the impossible task.
Mr. President, we seem to be in somewhat of a stalemate on recognizing the new regimes in two Latin American countries, the Dominican Republic and Honduras. I'm wondering, the administration perhaps has been reluctant to tell these countries precisely what they had to do to get recognition.
No, we've had discussions with both countries. As you know, this is not just a matter of the United States. This is a matter of nearly the whole hemisphere. In fact, by a vote of 18-1, the OAS voted to have a meeting on the problem of military coups. We've attempted to indicate or inquire what steps each of these two countries, the governments of the two countries, are prepared to take to return to constitutional government, which we regard as the most desirable form of government and also the one that would be most effective in meeting the challenges of the hemisphere. So we've inquired of both of them what steps they're prepared to take, when elections would be, who would be in the government. So we've been working very assiduously.
In general terms, sir, could you say whether we would be prepared to accept the same conditions for recognition there that we did in the case of the junta in Peru? Elections within 1 year, for example?
Well, I think it'd be unwise to attempt to negotiate it out here, but we did recognize the junta in Peru on the assurances that they would hold elections. They did hold them, and the result was very fair, so that it shows that it can be done. That's what we'd like to see done in these countries. Yes,
Mr. President, to go back to the Russian-American problem, given the fact that our relations seem to alternate between hot and cold, the Barkhorn case and the Audubon at the moment, what do you say to those Americans who say that in such a situation we should not sell wheat to the Soviet Union, or certainly not without trying to use it as a method of, say, negotiating some better arrangement on the Audubon?
Well, I think the wheat deal is desirable for us, desirable for the Soviet Union. I'm not convinced it may mean $200 million in balance of payments for us, means wheat to the Soviet Union. But in view of the supplies that the Soviet Union have in its own country, in Australia and Canada, I'm not sure that the wheat can carry other loads. I think it pretty much stands on its own. It's of some benefit to us, some benefit to the Soviet Union, but this idea that other things can be hitched onto it. But we are, quite obviously, this kind of trade that depends upon a reasonable atmosphere in both countries. I think that atmosphere has been badly damaged by the Barkhorn arrest. In the case of the Audubon, this is a continuing matter over a good many years. We're going to maintain our rights in Berlin, and we've made that quite clear. I expect that we're going to have difficulties, and the Soviet Union may have difficulties in other matters. But Professor Barkhorn, I regard as a very serious matter.
President,
yes, Mr. Raymond,
do you feel that you have a firm commitment from the Republicans in the House leadership to back and support in the Rules Committee and on the floor every provision in the compromise bill approved by the House?
I wouldn't want to speak for them. I think they ought to speak for themselves. I will say that a substantial part of that bill bears Republican language and imprint. Wouldn't have been passed without their support. It is a bill which is Republican and Democratic. I think it's a bill which is bipartisan. I would hope it would have it can't pass without bipartisan support. I would hope it would be able to maintain it on the floor of the House, because if we don't, we're not even going to get it through the House. Yes, Mr. Raymond.
In view of the changed situation in South Vietnam, do you still expect to bring back 1,000 troops before the end of the year, or has that figure been raised or lowered?
No, we're going to bring back several hundred before the end of the year. But I think on the question of the exact number, I thought we'd wait till the meeting of November 20th. Yes.
Mr. President, we seem to be getting some distressing news from Sao Paulo in Brazil in relation to the Alliance for Progress. The Post had some piece this morning saying that an idea has been circulated by which the alliance would be made worldwide with the participation of Eastern European countries and the Soviet Union, and this to help the alliance reach its goals. Can you tell us in principle what do you think about it?
No, I don't. I've never heard of that, and we're not proposing to engage in a joint effort with the Eastern Europeans. There may be, that's a matter, of course, of sovereign decision, but I don't regard them as interested at all in the alliance, because the alliance, the Charter of Punta del Este, is based upon the development of free democratic societies in Latin America, which is our objective. Their objective is, of course, different. So I don't see how you can join them in the alliance.
Yes. Several months ago, you nominated David Rabinovich to be a federal judge in western Wisconsin. Since that time, the American Bar Association has opposed this nomination, and a majority of lawyers polled by the State Bar Association said that he was unqualified. Do you still support this nomination, or in view of this opposition, are you going to win?
No, I'm for David Rabinowitz all the way. I know him very well. In fact, for a number of years, and the American Bar Association has been very helpful in making the judgment, but I'm sure they would agree that they are not infallible. Mr. Brandeis was very much opposed. A good many judges have been opposed, have been rather distinguished, and I'm for David Rabinowitz. Yes.
Sir, do you mean to leave the implication by your remarks on the wheat thing that if the Barghorn case is not satisfactory...
No, I wouldn't attempt to. I want to get Professor Barghorn out of prison, and it seems to me the best way to do it is to confine my remarks to what I've said. I'm merely saying, in fact, I won't even say it anymore.
President, the senators from New England met this morning in the office of Senator Kennedy and agreed to renew their annual appeal for relief on wool and for the lifting of restrictions on residual oil. What can you do and what will you do to help the people in New England on these problems?
As I understand it, in one case there's a desire to limit imports, and the other is to encourage imports. So that we're, I used to take part in those meetings myself. On the other hand, and there is a matter of concern. As a matter of fact, yesterday I met with the head of the coal producers, Coal Association, very concerned about the imports of residual oil. And but it is a fact that the imports of woolens and worsteds have gone up from about 15 to 22 or 3%. So there has been a sharp increase, and it is a matter of concern. In the case of residual, we are attempting to, that's a matter of great interest, as you know, to Venezuela, which is a country that's under communist attack, and therefore we have to consider that obligation as well as our obligations to the domestic coal industry. So we have not forgotten New England.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And that was the last press conference, the last news conference that John F. Kennedy ever had. It took place last Thursday morning. We'll be back with more until 1 o'clock on NBC shortly.
The NBC radio network will stay on the air with continuous coverage until 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will resume broadcasting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, tomorrow, with continuous coverage. We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
The Detroit news stations, WWJ and WWJ-FM, Detroit.
NBC's Tom Pettit is in Dallas. We on the latest in connection with the police activities there. We go now to Tom Pettit in Dallas.
Dallas Police Chief J.E. Curry says, "I believe we have the right man." He is discussing 24-year-old Lee Oswald, prime suspect in the assassination of President Kennedy. Questioning of Oswald has been suspended briefly while paraffin tests are run to determine if he is linked with the rifle believed to be the murdered weapon. Oswald earlier was charged with the murder of police officer J.D. Tippett, who had gone to apprehend Oswald. But he denies killing President Kennedy, says he is being held because he was in Russia. Tom Pettit, NBC News at Dallas Police Headquarters.
Now, looking at items in connection with both the sad affair and with the future. From China, by the way, the other part of the communist world, there was absolutely no reaction of any kind so far this morning. There are no American correspondents, of course, allowed in Red China. The Reuters news agency is there, and their correspondent reports that there was absolutely no attention given. The news came too late for morning papers, but early morning news broadcasts also ignored the story. In answer to questions, the Foreign Ministry said its reaction to the news would be made known when it was available. And when that sort of statement is made in Red China, the Reuters correspondent there is extremely careful not to challenge it too much if he wants to stay. Diplomats spent the morning glued to radio sets listening to shortwave foreign news broadcasts. Mr. Kennedy's death is unlikely to cause much sorrow, says Reuters, among the communist Chinese or to cause a halt to continuous attacks on the United States policy. Earlier this week, a major Communist Party statement referred to the late president as, quote, the wildest militarist of all times, the wildest plotters of a new world war, and the most ferocious enemy of world peace, which is about as much of an accolade, perhaps, as the president could have hoped to have received. The new president, Mr. Johnson, what about him? We spoke of the vast numbers of problems that he faced, just the ones that came up in one news conference, these questions of world scope involving our country and its tremendous place, its tremendous problems in the world, and our problems at home, with which Mr. Kennedy had been suffering and striving so greatly. Here is something on Mr. Kennedy's own background, and it shows him as a man eminently equipped to assail this post. Lyndon Johnson is the 8th American vice president to succeed to the White House on the death of a president, the 4th to gain this position by an assassination. He is 55 years old. He is a Texan. He was chosen by the slain President Kennedy for second place on the 1960 Democratic ticket to strengthen it in the South. And he is credited with holding some of the southern states for Kennedy in the paper-thin Democratic victory 3 years ago. Before he became vice president, Mr. Johnson was Democratic leader of the Senate and was regarded as one of the most skillful strategists ever to function in Congress. As vice president, he did little to intrude on the jealously guarded prerogatives of Congress. I think this is one of the important things to remember. We cannot help but discuss what is going to happen on the morrow because this is the situation. Our country must continue to go on. President Kennedy has died, but the United States is here, and his problems remain. And Mr. Kennedy, as a skilled leader in the Senate, as the man who was tremendously respected there and who was followed by various coalitions, despite the fact that the Democratic-Republican split was great, is a man who can be expected to have a substantial influence there. Only to a certain degree, however, since the Senate continues to jealously guard its prerogatives, as Mr. Johnson himself displayed. On several occasions, as a matter of fact, during his vice presidency, the question was asked sometimes of him directly and sometimes in public meetings, why Mr. Johnson, with all of his intimate knowledge of each of the senators of the United States, didn't do something to push this or that piece of legislation which the administration wanted badly to see to be made into law. And the answer always was that Mr. Johnson knew, because of this very experience to which people referred, that trying to push the Senate, which is so carefully guarding its prerogatives, is a very dangerous thing to do and will probably cause an evil reaction rather than a good one. It remains to be seen whether he will be more successful than Mr. Kennedy was in getting action from this Congress, which has been a Congress most difficult to deal with in many areas so far as the president's most important programs are concerned. He presumably will replace some, perhaps many, of the cabinet members and other White House advisors with men of his own choice. This is not necessarily a condemnation insofar as Mr. Johnson is concerned of the men who are in the cabinet, but you must remember that our system of government differs greatly from that of parliamentary countries such as Great Britain. In our country, the cabinet members are responsible directly to the president. Under the Constitution, they really have very little legal existence. The president must assume responsibility for all of the actions of members of his cabinet, and so they must be not merely men that he can respect, but men with whom he is certain he can work. Now, this can devolve to a matter of personalities. it would seem that Mr. McNamara, the Secretary of Defense, would be one of those who will stay if he cares to, because Mr. Johnson has many times expressed his tremendous respect for Mr. McNamara and has spoken of him as the strongest man in the cabinet. The course that we mentioned of changing members of the cabinet was followed by former President Harry Truman after he succeeded Franklin Delano Roosevelt in the White House on April 12, 1945. Mr. Kennedy was the first president to fall to an assassin's bullet since the creation of the Secret Service to protect presidents after the assassination of William McKinley in 1901. It reminds me of this, too. I spent a good part of this day out on the streets of this city, and you can't get away from the fact that a lot of people were saying, where was the Secret Service? I have followed presidents of the United States on tours through several countries and through this one. I followed Mr. Khrushchev on his tour here and in France and in Indonesia and in India. And after this, and having talked to many people from the secret services of countries all over the world, some of them countries in which there is much less freedom than here, we always came to the same conclusion, that if there is a man with sufficient intelligence and determination and skill, no secret service of any kind in any country can prevent his death. And that, of course, is what has shocked America today. The death of a president sends shockwaves through government and the nation, even though his successor is a member of the same political party. And it was a shock to Mr. Truman, you'll remember, who took his apprenticeship in Congress, as did Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Johnson. I felt like the moon, the stars, and all the planets had fallen on me, Mr. Truman said a day after he was sworn in. I've got the most terrible, responsible job a man ever had. Speaking of Mr. Truman, he issued a statement today. We have that statement at this moment, and I'll give it to you in just a moment. It is time that we break, and we shall be returning to you in just a few seconds.
The NBC radio network will stay on the air with continuous coverage until 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will resume broadcasting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Saturday, tomorrow, with continuous coverage. We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
The Detroit news stations, WWJ and WWJ-FM, Detroit.
This is Don Perry of WWJ News. Detroit, along with the rest of the nation, was stunned today by the assassination of President Kennedy. There is an air of disbelief, even now, several hours after the tragic news came from Dallas, Texas. The big and the little mourn the death of Mr. Kennedy, who started his campaign for the nation's highest office right here in Detroit in 1960. When the first bulletin of the shooting was broadcast shortly after 1:30 this afternoon, hundreds of persons called the Detroit News and WWJ News as switchboards were jammed throughout the city. 1,123 calls were registered at the Detroit News switchboard between 1:30 and 4 o'clock. Hundreds of others could not get through. The telephone jam became so bad, Martin Hayden, editor of the Detroit News, was forced to ask radio and television to plead with listeners not to call for information. All city offices in Detroit closed at 2:45 this afternoon, with the exception of the essential services such as fire and police and health and welfare agencies. Mayor Kavanaugh, through his press secretary, told the employees to spend their time going to church to pray for the president. The mayor had called from home, where he is recovering from a heavy cold. The mayor sent a telegram to President Johnson which said, in part, "As you assume the mantle of leadership, do so in the firm knowledge that America needs and acclaims your leadership. May God be with you." The reaction of the man and woman on the street was of shock, disbelief, and bitter sorrow. People went about their business, or tried to, choking back tears and shaking their heads, wondering how such a thing could happen here in the United States.
Well, I think it's about the worst news I've heard in a number of years. The most tragic thing. It just almost breaks my heart.
Well, it was a terrible blow to the whole country, news of the president's death.
Well, I'm terribly stunned, and my prayers certainly go with the Kennedy family, and I hate to see something like this happen in our era and age, to think that it'd be such a tragedy. I just hope that, everything will turn out all right for our country, and I do feel very sad about this, and as I say, my prayers are with the people who were involved, Mrs. Kennedy and the Kennedy family.
I was too much excited. I think it's a terrible thing. And personally, I feel that it is nothing to do with the Republican or the communism. I think it's something else. Political issues in the United States, but I don't think it has anything to do with the communist movement in this country or any blame on Republican Party. It could be internal issues.
It's mostly shock or amazement that something like this could happen or it happened here. I think everyone felt at first that it didn't happen, and as the news broadcast came out and we realized it was happening, then we just settled down to, well, we just don't know. It's just something we can't put into words. At least I couldn't put it into words at all.
Governor Romney flew back to Michigan tonight from Omaha, Nebraska as a result of the assassination of the president. The Midwestern Conference of Governors, which Mr. Romney was attending at Omaha, was canceled immediately when the news was heard. Governor Romney was grim-faced as he stepped off a plane in a rainstorm at Lansing tonight. He told newsmen he felt numb, and he added, quote, "I guess we all feel that way." Governor Romney's Air National Guard plane had difficulty landing in the storm. Winds gusting up to 35 miles an hour were raking the Lansing area at the time. The plane landed on its second pass at Lansing's capital city airport. With the governor out of the state this afternoon, Acting Governor T. John Lisinski ordered all state offices closed for the afternoon in mourning for the death of the president. Governor Romney sent the following telegram to President Johnson at the White House in Washington tonight. "You can be certain of my wholehearted support during this critical time and my personal prayers for your strength and guidance as you have assumed your staggering burden." The governor and Mrs. Romney also sent the following telegram to Mrs. Kennedy. "With the peoples of the world and our nation, all of us in Michigan weep with you. For your personal sorrow as wife and mother, and for your dear babies, Mrs. Romney and I are praying that the Comforter may attend you and bring you strength." The governor is now en route to his home in Bloomfield Hills. He left his office at 10 o'clock tonight. Sometime tomorrow morning, he will leave Detroit by private plane with Mrs. Romney for Washington to view the president's body at the White House tomorrow afternoon. The governor had wanted to attend the High Mass at Blessed Sacrament Cathedral in Detroit. He expressed his regrets that he would not be able to attend the Mass because of the travel arrangements to Washington. He designated 3 of his staff members to represent him at the services. They are Richard C. Van Dusen, his legal advisor, Richard L. Milliman, the governor's press secretary, and Miss Marjorie McGowan, assistant legal advisor. The governor and Mrs. Romney will remain in Washington through the services on Monday, returning to Michigan Monday night. President Kennedy was in Michigan 3 times during the 1960 campaign. On Labor Day, he talked to more than 70,000 persons from the square in front of City Hall, the same spot where former President Harry S. Truman started his campaign in 1948. At the height of the 1960 campaign, Mr. Kennedy again appeared in the state. This time, he made a whistle-stop tour through 10 Michigan cities shortly before the election. From Washington, the following statement was made today from the office of Michigan Senator Patrick McNamara.
This is Robert Perrin, Administrative Assistant to Senator McNamara. Upon learning of the shooting of President Kennedy, the senator issued this brief statement. I quote, "This was an incredible and barbaric act of violence. Our prayers were with President Kennedy in his struggle for life, and they are now with the new president."
Michigan Republican Congressman George Meador said, quote, "I am shocked and horrified at the news. It is almost unbelievable that an event of this kind could take place in America in this day and age," unquote. Michigan Senator Philip Hart had this reaction.
I think everybody, all of us, are burdened by this sense of despair and helplessness. Certainly there's one appropriate thing for all of us to do, and that's offer a prayer for the late president, and a prayer for this country.
Former Governor G. Menon Williams said, "It is hard to believe that President Kennedy is dead. It's a personal shock and loss to me as it is to multitudes in our country and around the world. No man in recent times so affected the lives and aspirations of the people of our country and the world." Religious leaders of all faiths deplored the assassination. The Most Reverend Bishop Henry Donnelly of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Detroit scheduled a Mass at Blessed Sacrament Cathedral for 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Leaders of all faiths urge prayers for Mr. Kennedy. There were numerous cancellations and reschedulings of public events around the Detroit area tonight. The Ice Follies canceled this evening's performance at Olympia Stadium. Those holding tickets for tonight's show may use them at either of two performances on Saturday or Sunday. The New York Opera Company performance of La Boheme at Masonic Temple Auditorium was rescheduled for December 8th. The Mercy College concert at Ford Auditorium was canceled and rescheduled at a later date to be announced. The Midwest Photo Show at the Light Guard Armory canceled the entertainment part of tonight's program, but Saturday and Sunday's programs will go on as scheduled. The Jefferson PTA and Wyandotte announced that tonight's show will be rescheduled to Monday night. Tomorrow night's performance will be held. The Fisher Theater canceled tonight's performance. Tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening's performances will go on as usual. The Birmingham Public Schools canceled this evening's activities, and the Armenian Cultural Center also canceled its activities tonight. The Morton Silverman Post of the Jewish War Veterans announced cancellation of their affair for Saturday night. The Wayne County Democratic Women's Day, scheduled for tomorrow at the Lee Plaza Hotel in Detroit, also has been canceled. The Detroit Federation of Teachers has postponed the scheduled demonstration march on the Detroit Board of Education on Tuesday. Big Ten Commissioner Bill Reed announced that the game will go on as scheduled between Michigan State and Illinois. Governor Romney had asked that it be canceled, but MSU President John Hanna said he didn't think the school should cancel since the Illinois team was already in Lansing. Ceremonies for the late president will be held at halftime. The Michigan-Ohio State game will also go on as scheduled in Ann Arbor. Two games were canceled, the Purdue-Indiana game and the Wisconsin-Minnesota contest. In pro basketball, tonight's game at Cincinnati with Detroit and Cincinnati was called off. The Goodfellow football game at Tiger Stadium went on as scheduled tonight, and the game was won by Denby over Notre Dame 7-0. All television coverage of college and pro football over the weekend has been canceled. There were these further observations on the reaction to the president's death. At the Conference on Arms and Disarmament at Rackham Memorial Building, there were an estimated 300 persons in the audience today. Somehow word that the president had been assassinated became known in the rear of the room, but it flowed through to the front like an electric impulse. It reached the platform where the sad announcement was made. There were moans, a few women became hysterical, men wept openly, and a professor who had been making a speech critical of the Kennedy economic policies walked from the platform weeping. All flags on Detroit city buildings were lowered to half-mast. Black mourning cloth was draped around the Spirit of Detroit statue in front of the city-county building, and mourning wreaths were placed at the building's 4 entrances. No words can describe the shock of this day, unless they might be the 4 words that went up this afternoon on a sign along the expressway. In God we trust. This is Don Perry, WWJ News. Now back to NBC.
Cuban invasion, which was staged by dissident exile groups, and there was vast dispute over the extent the United States had promised aid and the extent to which it should have, under any circumstances, given aid. In 1962, in October, he forced Russia to withdraw its missiles, the missiles that it had secreted in Cuba with atomic warheads, and all of the world breathed a sigh of relief. In 1964, he was assassinated on November 22nd. This, a very brief thumbnail sketch, hardly, certainly not satisfactory, but there'll be more in this area later. Overseas, our friends have been mourning with us, those who admired the president, other chiefs of state. The BBC this afternoon afternoon, or rather this evening, at a tribute to Mr. Kennedy, which was begun by the Prime Minister, Conservative Prime Minister Sir Alexander Douglas Hume.
In 3 short years of his presidency, he left an indelible mark on his country and on the world. And for us in Britain, his loss is a deep and a sad one, because he was the most loyal and faithful of allies. Tonight, I fear, there is no comfort that I can bring to the American people, nor indeed to ourselves, nor indeed to men anywhere who care for tolerance and liberty and justice and peace, unless it be this, that this dreadful deed should shock us all to dedicate ourselves anew to those things which he liked, which he loved, and for which he worked during his life. And if we can help to bring to men the liberty, justice, and peace for which he did so much, then we shall be doing something to serve the causes in the service of which he himself died. Now, waiting in our Manchester studio is Mr. Harold Wilson, the Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister, I think, spoke for all of us when he expressed the deep sympathy of this nation, of our people, to Mrs. Kennedy, her family, to his relatives and his associates in the American government on this tragic, this senseless act that has taken place today. It has come as a tremendous shock to everyone in this country. When I heard the news, I was addressing a large meeting, and when it was announced, all the people in the hall let out an involuntary gasp of horror, and as they stood in sympathy, in tribute to President Kennedy, one could sense that they were almost stunned by what they had heard. Like the Prime Minister, all of us who had the privilege of knowing President Kennedy will think, I think, perhaps first of the man. He was young and vigorous. When you talked to him in the White House, even though you were all the time conscious that you were talking to a man who wielded enormous power and tremendous responsibility, the talk itself was as intimate and frank and as free as if you were talking at your own fireside. He had a very rapid grasp of any subject that one was discussing, and we knew that he had, of course, behind his words, a remarkable knowledge based on the briefing that he had from that vast administrative machine. Above all, he gave a sense of vigor and of purpose to everything that he did. I know a good number of his associates. Some of them I've known for many years, and on my visits to Washington, I've been able to sense from them the tremendous inspiration and, above all, the sense of mission and of purpose that he instilled into them. He dies now after nearly 3 years as President of the United States, and the Prime Minister's right. So many of the plans, the ideals that he'd formed, have not reached fruition, and tragically some of them, I'm afraid, will die with him. But I think the main purpose of his work will go on. Now, what were his achievements? One's got to recognize that in many cases he did not succeed in carrying through what he had set his hand to, partly because of the delays of the American legislative process and for other reasons. But I think what he did achieve was to bring a new sense of purpose to the American people. He did waken up America and get them moving again in an economic sense. He tried, perhaps not all that successfully, though it was not his fault, to get a sense of social purpose into the American political scene, particularly in relation to the welfare for the aged, provision for education. But above all, perhaps, he will be remembered, so far as domestic affairs are concerned, by his great and courageous fight for human rights. His great fight, which once begun had to go on to the end, for the ending of racial conflict in the United States. His administrative work, I think others will pay tribute to, but at any rate one can feel that when a decision had to be taken, because of the keen brain, the keen sense of administration he brought, that decision was taken in full light of all the knowledge. Nothing ever went through in a slipshod way. He might make mistakes because all human beings are fallible. But at any rate, every decision was fully documented, and he took his decision with courage and with sincerity. In his overseas relations, I think he has initiated a new era in East-West relationships. He stood firm for American power and for building up American defenses. But he never wanted to employ those defenses in a crusade against those with whom he disagreed. He wanted to build up that strength for the purpose of making peace possible. I was in Russia this year when he made his famous speech to the American University, and I think I was the first to hear Premier Khrushchev's reaction to it. What one felt was that the great power of the United States was being used and put forward for reaching a peaceful solution of the problems of East-West relationships. What one felt was that those in America who in past years had talked about the inevitability of war, just as there were those in Russia who talked in those terms, had now been given their quietus by this great and this statesman-like speech. I remember when I met President Kennedy in April, walking round the White House garden with him, and we were talking about history, because he was a great reader of history books, and he felt, as so many other statesmen have, that you can never really understand the problems of our age except through the eyes of history. And we found we had one favorite book in common, Carl Sandburg's Life of Abraham Lincoln, which both of us seem to know almost by heart, so far as that moving passage about the death of Lincoln was concerned. And as we talked about this, he told me how he'd visited Gettysburg the previous day. Now in the very week of the centenary of Gettysburg, he too has died. When Lincoln was murdered, one of his closest associates said, "Now he belongs to the ages." I think that is the way in which we shall think of the death of President Kennedy, a young man cut off with only a small fraction of his work completed, but a man who has given an inspiration to those who come after him.
The President was to have delivered an address tonight to the Dallas Citizens Council, the Dallas Assembly, and the Graduate Research Center of the Southwest at the Trade Mart in Dallas. I would like to read you some excerpts from the speech that President Kennedy was to have given. He said, "In a world of complex and continuing problems, in a world full of frustrations and irritations, America's leadership must be guided by the lights of learning and reason, or else those who confuse rhetoric with reality and the plausible with the possible will gain the popular ascendancy with their seemingly swift and simple solutions to every world problem." He spoke of this people, saying there will always be dissident voices heard in the land, expressing opposition without alternatives, finding fault but never favor, perceiving gloom on every side, and seeking influence without responsibility. Those voices are inevitable. But today, other voices are heard in the land, voices preaching doctrines wholly unrelated to reality, wholly unsuited to the 60s, doctrines which apparently assume that words will suffice without weapons, that vituperation is as good as victory, and that peace is a sign of weakness. At a time when the national debt is steadily being reduced in terms of its burden on our economy, they see that debt as the greatest single threat to our security. The President went on and said, "I realize that this nation often tends to identify turning points in world affairs with the major addresses which preceded them. But it was not the Monroe Doctrine that kept all Europe away from this hemisphere. It was the strength of the British fleet and the width of the Atlantic Ocean. It was not General Marshall's speech at Harvard which kept communism out of Western Europe. It was the strength and stability made possible by our military and economic assistance. In this administration also, it has been necessary at times to issue specific warnings that we could not stand by and watch the communists conquer Laos by force, or intervene in the Congo, or swallow West Berlin, or maintain offensive missiles on Cuba. But while our goals were at least temporarily obtained in these and other instances, our successful defense of freedom was due not to the words we used, but to the strength we stood ready to use on behalf of the principles we stand ready to defend. And he spoke of the different kinds of strength. He spoke of nuclear strength and of our strategic bombers. And then he went on to say, but the lessons of the last decade have taught us that freedom cannot be defended by strategic nuclear power alone. We have, therefore, in the last 3 years accelerated the development and deployment of tactical nuclear weapons. Nor can Europe or any other continent rely on nuclear forces alone, President Kennedy would have said, whether they are strategic or tactical. We have radically improved the readiness of our conventional forces, and he went on to describe that readiness and talked about Operation Big Lift, the operation that took so many of our troops, more than a division, to Europe. American military might, he said, should not and need not stand alone against the ambitions of international communism. Our security and strength, in the last analysis, directly depend on the security and strength of others. Our foreign aid program is not growing in size. It is, on the contrary, smaller now than in previous years, Mr. Kennedy would have said. These are some of the points that he would have made in the speech he was scheduled to deliver tonight in Dallas. What about the future? What about congressional attitudes? And what about the succession of President Johnson to the presidency of the United States and the position in the White House? We have a report on that now from Robert Abernathy in Washington.
Although Lyndon Johnson has become president, no one under our system of succession automatically moves up now to vice president. John McCormack of Massachusetts, Speaker of the House of Representatives, 72 years old, would now become president should Lyndon Johnson die. But Mr. McCormack does not automatically become vice president, nor does he expect to assume additional duties, for instance, on those occasions when the new president might be away from Washington. President Johnson met Speaker McCormack and the other leaders of the House and Senate this evening. Mr. Johnson was described afterwards by one who was there as humble and chastened. The Republican leader of the Senate, Everett Dirksen, said earlier this evening that he thought Congress would not change its plan to continue work until December 20th. There are appropriations bills, for instance, which must be passed. Other Capitol leaders echo this feeling. I think we should carry on, one said. Congress must show the world continuity. Congressional leaders know Lyndon Johnson well. They remember him as an effective Senate leader, not afraid to make decisions. Tonight, they expect Congress to work with him sympathetically, giving him every chance they can to become accustomed to his new burdens. This is Robert Abernathy, NBC News, Washington.
The telegrams of condolences from the countries of the free world and some of the countries of the communist world continue to pour in. From France, a message from the French Premier, Monsieur Georges Pompidou, to President Lyndon Johnson said, deeply moved by the tragic loss experienced by the United States on the death of President Kennedy, whose courage and great gifts as a statesman were admired by all the French people. I wish to convey to you the grief felt by all my fellow countrymen. Rest assured that at a time when under such cruel circumstances you take up your high office, my colleagues of the French government and myself join with you in a feeling of most grieving and most loyal friendship. Everyone, you get the feeling, searches for words to try to find them, to try and find the right ones, to show the strength of our feelings. Everyone all over the world, and it's extremely difficult, but the feelings are all there. A telegram to Mrs. Kennedy from General Douglas MacArthur said, I realize the utter futility of words at such a time, but the world of civilization shares the poignancy of this monumental tragedy. As a former comrade in arms, said General Douglas MacArthur, his death killed something within me. And of course, General MacArthur was the supreme commander commander, a man of great renown, and during the World War, at the time when the former president was a rather minor lieutenant junior grade in charge of a PT boat. The governor of New Jersey, Governor Hughes, a Democrat, also had a reaction to this tragedy. Let's hear that now.
I share with my countrymen today a shock and grief which defies description. A young and fearless American has died in the service of his country, even as many years ago his body absorbed the wounds of battle in the name of freedom. Now John Kennedy belongs to history, and his courageous spirit joins the fellowship of those who never flinched in the doing of right and in the search for justice. May God bless him and his family and the America he loves so deeply. To President Johnson, now assuming the burdens of an office on which rest the hopes of all humanity, go the prayers and dedication of every one of us.
And that was Governor Richard Hughes of New Jersey. Another statement, which is, well, certainly interesting, comes from the American Communist Party. The address is given as 23 West 26th Street in New York City. The statement referred to this dastardly crime and said it was the ultimate depravity of the pro-fascist ultra-right forces. I'll give you the quote in more detail. It is the ultimate depravity of the pro-fascist ultra-right forces, of the fiendish Dixiecrats and racists who will stop at nothing to destroy the democratic institutions of the country, to threaten the peace of the world, and to turn back the clock of history. This seems to be the communists following the Soviet line. As you heard earlier from NBC's John Chancellor in West Berlin, the official communist line with which they were stuck, because they made the statements before we actually had any details, was to the effect that there was a rightist organization and rightist individuals who had been responsible for the shooting of President Kennedy. The later information, of course, seems to indicate otherwise, that it was, in fact, an individual whose sympathies lay quite strongly with the communists and their cause. But the American Communist Party is following along the lines laid down by their communist masters elsewhere. A statement from Senator Barry Goldwater, the Republican conservative from Arizona, mentioned, of course, frequently as a possible Republican candidate, and the man who many people think would have been the opponent to President Kennedy in the next year's election, was that it is both shocking and dreadful that a thing like this could happen in a free country. Senator Goldwater learned of the president's death at a Chicago airport. He was flying to Indiana for the funeral of his mother-in-law, Mrs. Ann Davis Johnson. He telephoned a statement to his Washington Senate office. Senator Goldwater said, "The president's death is a profound loss to the nation and the free world. He and I were personal friends. It is also a great loss to me. Mrs. Goldwater and I offer our heartfelt sympathies to Mrs. Kennedy and the president's family." High officials, governors, and senators from all over the country are trying to express their regret, and their sincere regret and misery over this terrible thing. And we have now a statement issued by Governor James Davis of the state of Louisiana.
I'm shocked that such a thing as this could happen in this country in this day and age. This is murder in its most vile form. The warped mind that caused this crime apparently felt that political questions were involved. But the basic issue is whether the President of the United States, or for that matter any individual, can be free to express his views without having to sacrifice his life. Differences of opinion can be settled at the ballot boxes. And to depart from this is to depart from morality and democracy alike, and undermines everything this country stands for. I am sorry for the President's family, and I extend to President Johnson my best wishes to him during the difficult and trying times ahead.
And from Governor Cal Rolvag of Minnesota, this statement.
The grief and the great sense of loss all Americans are experiencing at the death of our President. Thousands of Minnesotans have thrilled to his presence in our state and have rallied to the great ideals he represented and fought for on behalf of all Americans. Throughout America and throughout Minnesota tonight, there is a deep sorrow that this most fearless and determined of leaders has not been allowed to see the fruition
human beings everywhere in the world. I'm certain that countless millions extend their anguished sympathy to the President's family and friends. In consolation, we can say that the spirit of President Kennedy will live on. His principles, his devotion to the welfare of all people, cannot be stilled by the warped minds that launched his assassin's bullet. For what his assassin and those like him do not understand is that you can never kill that which is just, or kill that which is right, or still that which seeks to ennoble and uplift the existence of all men. There is great anger in our hearts tonight, but I'm certain that if the President had lived, he would have said, "Let us have pity on this man." How's that?
Governor Rolvac of Minnesota. Just in this information, President Kennedy's body will be brought from Bethesda Naval Hospital to the White House sometime during the night. This, according to Acting Presidential Press Secretary Andrew Hatcher. The body will lie there in repose on a platform called a catafalque, similar to the one, in fact, which was used for President Lincoln, who fell to an assassin's bullet in 1865. Mr. Hatcher said the body now is in the care of Gawler's Funeral Home. Undertakers of this establishment are preparing the body for burial at the Bethesda Naval Hospital, according to Mr. Hatcher. Speaking of the White House, we have some information from there concerning the new president and the problems he faces and the other problems attendant. From NBC's Richard Valeriani, we join him now at the White House.
The White House has just announced that the body of President Kennedy will be brought sometime tonight to the East Room of the White House, where it will lie in repose through tomorrow. There it will be viewed by the new president, Lyndon Johnson, members of the late president's family, and other high-ranking officials of the government and diplomatic representatives in the Capitol. The White House said that the body will rest on a raised platform, a catafalque, similar to the one used for President Abraham Lincoln, who was also assassinated about 100 years ago. An honor guard will be in continuous attendance. The catafalque will be flanked by 2 lighted candles. The coffin containing President Kennedy's remains is now at Bethesda Naval Hospital. That is where the widow, Mrs. Kennedy, is spending the night. She will return to the White House in the morning. These other bits of information became available just a short while ago. The White House said that for the time being, President Johnson will work in the more familiar surroundings of his vice presidential offices in the Executive Office Building across the street from the White House. The 6 cabinet members who were on their way to Japan for economic talks and then turned around when they heard of the president's assassination are now scheduled to arrive shortly after midnight in Washington. They'll view the body in repose tomorrow, and Secretary of State Dean Rusk is scheduled to meet with the new president at 9:30 in the morning. This is Richard Valeriani, NBC News, at the White House in Washington.
Other news in connection with the shooting and in connection with the world and its reception of the news. Texas Governor John Connally, who was wounded today during the assassination of President Kennedy, is now described as being in good condition. A spokesman at the Parkland Hospital in Dallas says the governor still does not know the president is dead. Governor Connally underwent a 4-hour chest operation after he was wounded this afternoon. An aide says he came to and asked for his wife, and then he asked her about their children. Doctors report the governor is, quote, mentally alert and comfortable, although he has not yet asked about Mr. Kennedy. The bullet which wounded him entered his right shoulder and then emerged through his chest. 1 rib had to be removed during surgery and a cut lung repaired. But again, we repeat this one piece of good news that the governor of Texas, Mr. John Connally, is described by medical spokesmen as being in good condition. Telling the world about the news, Radio Liberty opened up all of its 18 transmitters with close to 2 million watts of power today to bring all aspects of President Kennedy's assassination to its large audience, or anticipated large audience, within the Soviet Union. Their programming at Radio Liberty is in Russian and in 16 other languages, and is now being carried on repeatedly, giving a feature profile of the new president, Lyndon Johnson, which assures Soviet citizens that the administration's current policies will continue as before. and this is confirmed by other sources, anticipating from Mr. Johnson's statements in a variety of fields and at a variety of times that he is as one with the former president in the area of foreign policy. Radio Liberty has been broadcasting a special feature to the world and to the Soviet Union on the peaceful transition of authority to the new president in accordance with constitutional procedures. This, of course, presents an obvious contrast to the way there have been successions in the Soviet Union and in other communist countries. The program shows the orderliness of government processes during emergencies such as that of today. All Russians will take this to heart, remembering the death of Stalin and the jockeying for power and the murder and eventually the final survival of one candidate alone, Mr. Khrushchev, after the elimination of all of his rivals. Other special programs now being repeated on all Radio Liberty channels include excerpts from President Kennedy's American University speech in Washington, D.C. last June, which was considered by many as a significant contribution to world understanding. It's generally thought that that speech, the one delivered by President Kennedy at American University, was the speech which eventually led to the partial nuclear test ban treaty. Mr. Johnson grimly assumed the burdens of the presidency tonight and in an immediate flurry of activity won a pledge of bipartisan congressional cooperation in the dark days that will follow President Kennedy's assassination. Speaking of congressional reaction, we have a substantial amount of it here, which I'll pass on to you. My God, what are we coming to? These were the only words that Speaker John McCormack could utter when he was told of the death of the president. Senate Democratic leader Mike Mansfield immediately summoned all senators to the floor for a special period of prayer while the president was dying. He called the slaying not only a great tragedy for the nation, but it is, I think, he said, a mark against the respectability and responsibility of some of our citizens. Senate Republican leader Everett Dirksen, on learning of the shooting, could only exclaim, "Oh God, this is the most distressing thing that could ever happen." After the president died, Senator Dirksen still could barely summon words. He called the crime incredible and told newsmen, "I'm a little bewildered, as I know the nation and the whole world will be." Of the assassin, Dirksen said the gates of hell must have been concealed and congealed inside of him. He mourned President Kennedy as the victim of a violent and indescribable hate. Senator Margaret Chase Smith, Republican of Maine, who has known Mr. Kennedy both in the House and in the Senate, burst into tears when she was told the news while eating lunch. There was anger against the perpetrator of the killing, as well as mourning and eulogy for the dead president. Senator Richard Russell, leader of the Senators' Southern Bloc, called it a dastardly crime. He said the assassination's bullet has stricken a brilliant and dedicated statesman at the very height of his power. And speaking of Georgia and of reaction from that state, we have here a statement from Governor Carl Sanders of the state of Georgia.
I'm sure that I speak for all Georgians as well as Americans and free men everywhere in expressing my deep regret over the untimely passing of our President John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Not only has the country been robbed of a dynamic leader, but I also feel a deep personal loss. It had been my pleasure and privilege to know the President as a friend. He was deeply concerned about the welfare of all people everywhere. No one has been a stronger and more dedicated fighter for freedom for all the people. Ms. Sanders and I extend our personal grief and sympathy to Mrs. Kennedy and the President's family. We are confident in our faith that Almighty God in His infinite mercy will give them the strength necessary to withstand the sadness of the passing of husband and father. They, as all Americans, can take renewed hope in the sacrifice that has been made by this great American, whose devotion to his country has been answered to its last full measure.
Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy, we are informed, was under her doctor's care tonight at Bethesda Naval Hospital in suburban Maryland, where she accompanied her husband's body. Dr. John Walsh, Mrs. Kennedy's personal physician, was at Andrews Air Force Base in nearby Maryland to be on hand when the presidential jet plane landed, and he remained at the hospital with Mrs. Kennedy tonight. But there is somebody waiting who knows more about these things and of the affairs generally taking place in Washington. So let's call in now NBC's Robert Abernathy in Washington.
Funeral details are being handled by a private Washington undertaker, Joseph Gawler's Sons, Incorporated. At 4:25 this afternoon, this firm was requested to prepare the president's body. Tonight, 4 men from Gawler's went to the Bethesda Naval Hospital, where the president's body was taken from the airport. With them went a mahogany casket and a so-called church truck, a support for the casket. Specific arrangements have at no time been firm. It had been thought that the president's body would be brought to the funeral home en route to the White House. 24 Washington policemen were detailed to the home. So was a 5-man honor guard, 1 enlisted man each from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. Their job would have been to guard the room in which the president's body might have lain. But now that plan has been changed. The president's body, professionally prepared, is now expected to be taken directly to the White House tonight. At the funeral home, the honor guard waits to be told to go home, and on the lighted board on which are written the names of those for whom the home is arranging funerals, there is written in crayon in this order: Mrs. Detmer, Mrs. Farnham, President Kennedy. This is Robert Abernathy, NBC News, Washington.
There is Lee Oswald. He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot. There's a man with a gun. It's absolute panic. Absolute panic here in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters. Detectives have their guns drawn. Oswald has been shot. There is no question about it. Oswald has been shot. Pandemonium has broken loose here in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters. Now, whether the bullet literally hit Oswald or not, we are not absolutely positive. But there has been a gunshot. Oswald reached for his stomach, doubled up. It'll be impossible to determine whether he was hit or not. Did you see whether or not he was hit? He was hit, wasn't he?
He grabbed himself on the side and fell to the ground.
That was my
With a
understanding.
cry.
We were, what, 4 feet away from him?
I was 5 feet in front of him when they shot.
What is your name?
Frank Johnston.
And you're with
UPI.
He did grab his stomach. I saw him
Yes,
grab
he did.
his stomach.
Right from the side.
Lee Oswald obviously has been shot. The witnesses around us here seem to confirm that. It happened so fast and with such suddenness that you can understand it is virtually impossible to determine the direction from which the bullet came, although police obviously in a rather excited state are attempting to determine where the shot came from. Captain. Well, now, tell me your name.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Edwards from KHJ Radio in Los Angeles.
How did you see it, Jeff?
I was standing over towards the left. Oswald came out. He had the same look on his face that he always does or has. Suddenly, what sounded like a loud firecracker rang out. He grabbed his side and he said, "Ow!" and fell to the ground.
Fell to the ground. And I saw the flash right on his black sweater. The flash. Oh yeah. The man had a hat, a dark hat, a brown suit. He was stocky and strong. Came to him and he put the gun right there. I saw the flash over the black sweater. Yeah, and the man shoot like. Oh, he was right here. The man was right here. You probably had it on your TV camera. No, I saw a man there. I thought he was one of the detectives. Well, he was a stocky guy, well dressed, with a hat he had on.
Where did he go?
brown hat. I don't know. I think his coat was brown and his hat was
Where did
black.
he go, Pierre?
Well, he was here. He just shot there. He just put the gun there. I saw the flash on the black sweater. Oh yeah, right there. And the guy.
Point blank range.
Yeah, right here. I mean, I saw the flash on the black sweater. You know, that's what I remember. You know, the flash. The both were crouching. No, I saw him there. He was in the group of men right here.
Was he masquerading as one of us or what?
I thought he was one of the detectives. You know, he had a hat and stocky. He was well dressed. That's what I remember.
Had you seen him before? Had you seen him before?
I think he had his hat.
There were none of us in this
Maybe
area.
he flew off. I don't know, because I look at the flash.
There were
that's
no
all.
reporters in this area.
What?
No.
The trouble is I got the story and I can show
All right, now that's the situation here at Dallas Police Headquarters in the basement. We're in this story which has been so unreal from the very beginning. As Lee Oswald, 24 years old, was attempting to move through a crowd to the armored car where he was to be transferred to the Dallas County Jail. As Oswald came out, he was asked, did you shoot the president or something along those lines? And at that hour, at that moment, at that instant, sometime about 11:15 in Dallas, someone walked up to Oswald at point blank range, fired into his stomach. An ambulance now is coming here. This will be the ambulance to take Lee Oswald to wherever he will receive medical treatment. It is almost unbelievable. It's almost unbelievable. This is the back end of the ambulance.
If you can get back further. If you can get back further. As far as I know, no.
Do you have the man who fired?
We have a man, yes. I didn't hear you.
The back of the ambulance has been opened. Police and detectives are now standing cordoned off. Here comes a squad car driving in from the north side of the Dallas Police basement. Yes, you have one man, do you not,
Yes.
Captain?
Yes, I didn't see it, so we've got the man I think did it.
Here he comes. Here's Oswald again. He is now lying very pale on the stretcher. He's being put into the ambulance head first. There's a group of detectives around the rear end of the ambulance. Now they have the problem that the ambulance is blocked by the armored car out on Commerce Street. The armored car, which was to take Lee Oswald to Dallas County Jail, now is blocking the exit of the ambulance, which is to take him to a hospital. Captain, where will he be taken? Captain, where will he be taken?
I'm assuming Parkland Hospital.
Parkland Hospital, the irony of ironies, the place where President John F. Kennedy died. The armored car now has been cleared out of the entranceway. The ambulance is leaving Dallas Police Headquarters. Dallas police say they do have a man in custody. They believe he is the man who walked up to Lee Oswald at point-blank range and fired a revolver into his stomach. Oswald grabbed at his midsection, fell to the floor. Now you can see the pandemonium that once again has broken loose.
We got a man that I believe, I didn't see it. I think it's the man.
You got him. What's he look like?
I can't give you a description now. He is known locally.
He's known locally?
What's his name?
That was a captain of the Dallas police saying the man that they are holding is known locally, a man wearing a black hat.
Is he
Who
hurt
is
at all?
this man? Who is he? Has someone else been wounded, do you know?
What do you look like? You see him, Captain?
Captain, what is it?
He's known locally. They have his gun in there.
According to Captain C.O. Arnett,
With the identification, your press identification, if you want to come through the doors, you may.
Okay, sir.
Chief Stevenson. Chief Stevenson, what can you tell us? This is live.
I can't tell you anything as yet. You were present here, I believe, when it occurred.
Too close.
Yes. I have no further information other than that the man is in custody that did the shooting, And we are starting our work on this angle, of course.
Can you tell us the nature of the wound that Oswald received?
I cannot. I was several feet removed when it happened. I don't know where he was hit as yet. He is en route to the hospital.
Did you see the man pulling a gun?
No, sir, I did not.
Tell these fellas to let us out of here. They won't let us out. Every time you said to let us out, and they won't let us out.
I will see about that in just one minute.
Sorry.
Chief, would you tell us as nearly as you can the sequence of events as it happened? Oswald was being brought out.
Yes. If you would excuse me a minute, let me clean this out. I'll be glad to talk with you
All right,
as soon as
Chief.
I can get to you.
Appreciate that. You can well understand. But the situation now is this. One man is in custody. Oswald has been wounded and is en route to Parkland Hospital, where President Kennedy died. So here we are again, where it is so quiet now. Could you tell me, officer, you're a detective. Are you a detective with Dallas
Yes, I
Police? You were standing right there, weren't you?
I was
sir?
trying to get the press out of the way so we could get to the car. That's the reason I couldn't see what took place.
Now the matter of pulling together eyewitnesses and people, those of us who were literally here and watching, are not sure of what we saw, except we do know this, that Lee Oswald has been taken to Parkland Hospital in an ambulance. The ambulance was delayed because of the armored car. The armored car, which was to have taken him to Dallas County Jail. Police tell us that they have one man in custody, a man who is known locally, and we'll try to pick up some of this conversation.
That first thing I went out the door, and they coming back up here, they just want them to come on. Oh, well, McGee's got him over there.
Camera because I helped hold that camera as he started off. It went into the crowd over there. The camera never was hooked up. And this man came from behind this camera or from this corner and just dove out of the crowd.
He came from behind that car, that green car there. He jumped up over the rail. I saw the gun hit.
All that information now.
Each of you, including Lieutenant Swain, get with him to let him talk to the chief or Captain Fritz.
Get some men.
I'll get them on.
There you have heard some of the reports of Dallas detectives as to how this man happened to get at Oswald. He was apparently sitting in a car directly behind our cameras, leaped out of the car over a rail at Oswald, pointing a revolver at his stomach, pulled the trigger. Oswald grabbed his stomach, slumped over to the ground, saying what sounded like a rather loud moan.
Is he in this building, Oswald?
He has gone to the hospital.
And what about the man who has been caught? Is he in this building?
He is in custody here.
I see.
Chief, can you tell us what you know now about the man that you do have in custody?
Personally, I don't know anything about him. I merely know his name, and that's all I know.
What can you tell us about the nature of Oswald's wounds?
I don't even know that. I don't know where the man was struck. I won't know until we hear from the hospital.
All right, Captain, can you give us any report now on...
No further report right at this time.
This is live from the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters. Absolutely unbelievable, incredible. Lee Oswald, the man charged with assassinating the President of the United States himself before our very eyes, was shot by a man who leaped out of that green car down there, apparently, over the rail, into the crowd, through the reporters, directly at Oswald, who was standing just about right here where I am. It happened so fast, no one really knows what happened, but here we have a further report.
Now then, thus far, Pat, is the man upstairs in the cell? As far as I know, he's either in the jail or at Captain Fritz's office. I imagine he would probably be in jail. Do you know this subject? Do you know him? Have you seen him before? Yes, I do. Is he from Dallas? Yes. I couldn't tell you. I know you can't release the name now, but do you know what kind of business he happens to be in? Bob, I wouldn't want to say. Right.
Did he have to be disarmed or did he give up?
We had to disarm him.
Did he struggle?
As much as he could, yes. But
Did he say anything?
The struggle.
He was mumbling. I couldn't hear. I couldn't understand what he did say.
Did Oswald say anything?
No, Oswald didn't.
What?
Now,
Yes,
do you
it
know
was a
what
pistol.
kind of pistol he was
No,
carrying?
Bob, I never saw the pistol itself. Some other, I think Officer Grace had got the gun immediately after he fired the shot.
Officer, he was in his civilian clothes.
Yes.
Did he try to get away?
No, he was immediately subdued by the
Well,
officers.
he wouldn't have had a chance to get away.
How many shots were fired?
Just one shot.
Did you see?
I didn't pay too much attention.
What did you know the man? Did you see the man before?
Yes, he did.
Did
yes.
you saw his face?
Yes, sir.
And you knew him?
Yes, sir.
Pat, he is a resident of Dallas, is he not?
Yes, sir. And that's all I'd want to say about the man inside.
This is Officer P.T. Dean of the Dallas Police Department.
It looked like that about just about 3 feet away. Or how far would you say the shot was fired?
Well, I couldn't tell. I couldn't see Oswald when the shot was fired. I immediately turned. I was waiting at the armored car to ride with the suspect to the county jail. As soon as the shot was fired, I came immediately down the ramp to assist the officers.
Officer, do you know this man personally that's in custody? In the line of duty or in another way?
Sir, I wouldn't want to say.
But he is known to you as a police officer.
Not as a police officer?
That is, you as a police
I
officer
see.
know him, is that correct?
Yes.
Was he connected in any way with this?
I don't know.
Had you seen him here in the building before the shot was fired?
No, sir.
Pat, could you outline briefly some of the security precautions that were taken immediately before this happened?
Yes, sir. We thoroughly searched the basement. We had searched even the cars up on top of the pipes and things that a person might conceal himself. There was about 15 to 20 men that had searched this place prior to 30 minutes. In fact, searched it twice, about an hour before and then 30 minutes before.
How many officers did you have outside, approximately, would you say?
About 20
About
uniformed
20
officers.
outside the building, and they're armed with riot guns, pistols, and all kinds of stuff.
Yes, sir. Some few of them are.
Did you notice this guy before in here?
No, sir.
You hadn't?
Today, no, sir.
Not today. Is there anything else that you possibly might tell us about him, Pat? I know that at the present time you're bound and can't say very much, but you have said that he is from Dallas and that you do know this subject and have seen him before.
Yes, sir, I do know.
Is there anything that you can say about him further than the fact that he is a resident of Dallas, the man who shot Oswald, to shed some more light on it?
Well, Bob, that would be all I'd want to say, really.
I'm sure that's the case. Now, at present, what in the way of release is going on inside? How soon do you think we're going to be able to know who this man is?
Well, the information would have to come from Captain Fritz's office.
Now, Captain Fritz came out of this door just a few steps ahead of Oswald. Do you know where he is at present?
No, sir, I don't.
Can you give us some indication of why these security precautions had been taken? Were there some threatening phone calls during the night that there might be some effort to take
I
Oswald's
couldn't answer
life?
that. I don't know.
Had you heard
this
that?
This is merely a precautionary measure. The case as it is, it was felt that there had to be a security for him.
There were extreme precautions regarding the armored car.
Yes, sir.
Now, how, officer, would it be possible for someone to have slipped into this car over here with the elaborate security precautions that had
Sir,
been taken?
I can't answer. I do know the man. I would have known him on the side. If I'd seen him or noticed him, I would have ejected him. That's merely not because of him himself, but there was no one that was supposed to be in here but the press and the officers.
Now, what is it that you know about this man?
Sir, I wouldn't want to elaborate on my knowing.
Patrolman,
This then is the situation at this hour as we can reconstruct it. Just about 20 minutes ago, standing right here, Lee Oswald was shot by a man known to at least one Dallas police officer, P.T. Dean. The man apparently, according to the accounts of other detectives who were here, came out of a green vehicle parked beyond our camera range in the police garage here at Dallas Police Headquarters, leaped over a railing through the reporters who had been cordoned off on that side. And again, according to people who were closer than I, the man came through the group of reporters to Oswald, who was being transported just about in this position. And just at that moment, the gunshot was fired. And it sounded as if an automobile had backfired, or someone had thrown a cherry bomb or a firecracker or something of that sort. Oswald clasped his stomach like this and moaned. And then, of course, there was absolute pandemonium as detectives and police officers moved in to take into custody this man, so far unidentified, so far apparently being questioned upstairs by Dallas Homicide Captain Will Fritz, who incidentally is the man who has been in charge of the interrogation of Oswald as the accused killer of President Kennedy. Now, I beg your pardon? There has been a police officer who was also shot named Jack Loby. Now, I only heard one gunshot, and apparently would have been some other kind of wound. That is to say, he apparently was winged by the same bullet. The man who shot him was Jack Loby.
Yes.
Now, where do we have that information from?
Where did that information come from? Jack. Fred.
We're still on?
Yes.
We're still on the air. So therefore, we have to regroup and collect whatever information we can. Now, just to clarify that, we have a man identified as Jack Loby. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News, reporting from Dallas Police Headquarters. I just want to add one thing before we leave you, and that is that, to clarify, the man named Jack Loby is identified now as the assailant. Now, this is unclear. We'll try to find out the facts, but this we know: Oswald is wounded and has been taken to the hospital. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News, reporting from the basement of the Dallas Police Department.
We heard Tom Pettit describe the shooting of Oswald. We heard Tom Pettit later tell us that Oswald was being put into an ambulance. We saw the ambulance leaving the jail area and head for Parkland Hospital. Now the activity is transferred to Parkland Hospital in Dallas. Standing by there for a report, let's switch to Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital.
Here at Parkland Hospital, assassin Lee Oswald has just been brought to the emergency room by a screaming ambulance and an escort of police cruisers with their sirens going. We had just been in the press room at Parkland for an interview with Mrs. John Connolly, who had made a statement. When we heard the word that he had been shot, all the reporters rushed around to the emergency entrance room at Parkland just as Oswald was brought up. As the ambulance backed up to the unloading dock, the reporters shoved towards the back of the ambulance. Police had to fight to keep them away from the back. The door was opened. Oswald was pushed out on the stretcher. His shirt was rolled halfway up his stomach to his chest. As I saw his face, it was gray and ashen. He did not look good at all. His condition has not been stated yet. He is in emergency here at Parkland Hospital. He has not been moved to any operating room as far as I know. At this time, he is still in emergency. He is completely closed off. Reporters are not permitted in the back. They are working on him right now.
That is a report from Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital. I understand that also standing by in Dallas is Tom Perryman, a reporter for WFAA, who has been right on top of this case, too. I believe we do have an identification of the man who shot Lee Harvey Oswald, and I'm going to give you one line of report on that now. And I think before I give you that line, I'm going to switch directly to Tom Perryman at the Dallas Police Station.
This is Tom Perryman at Dallas Police Headquarters. The man who did the shooting is identified by police as a Jack Ruby, owner of 2 Dallas strip clubs. As was reported, Oswald was shot in the upper stomach with a snub-nosed revolver. Police, like a sack, were on Ruby. He has been taken into questioning. Tom Perryman at Dallas Police Headquarters.
That was Tom Perryman at Dallas Police Headquarters identifying the man who just a few minutes ago shot and apparently seriously wounded, we don't actually know the extent of the wound, shot and wounded Lee Harvey Oswald, the man who is accused of assassinating President Kennedy. Tom Pettit of NBC News was at the scene when this event took place. He was actually on the air on television at the time that the man was shot. Television viewers actually saw this small man, described as a small elderly man, leap forward through the crowd, place a revolver in Oswald's stomach and pull the trigger. They actually saw the police officers who were attending Oswald leap on this man, take him into custody. They wrestled him to the ground, and then they started trying to move him back, the assailant of Oswald back into the office from whence Oswald came. And we're going to be back with more of this report after a moment.
Jim, I might say that we are now going to replay a recording of the events as they happened. Here is the recording.
There's the president. There is Lee Oswald. He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot. There's the man with a gun. It's absolute panic. Absolute panic here in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters. The detectives have their guns drawn. Oswald has been shot. There is no question about it. Oswald has been shot. Pandemonium has broken loose.
That was an actual replay of the shooting of Lee Oswald. That was a radio recording that was made at the scene. You actually heard the gun that was fired, and you heard the comments of the reporter at the scene after that shot was fired. A very great deal has happened since that moment. We've seen and heard the wild scene in the basement of the City Hall as they were trying to move Lee Harvey Oswald from the city jail to the county jail. We know that Lee Harvey Oswald was shot in the stomach. He was rushed to Parkland Hospital. We heard from Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital in Dallas that Oswald had been moved to the emergency room there. He was undergoing emergency surgery of some sort. It was ironic that our reporter Roger Reddy was at the hospital to get a report there on the condition of Texas Governor Connally, who was wounded at the time that President Kennedy was shot and killed by the man who they believe the man who has been wounded now. To recap the situation, after that shot was fired that you heard, and after the announcer talked about it, immediately a wild scene developed in the basement of City Hall. At one point, detectives and police officers trying to get the wounded turncoat back into the booking office jammed themselves in the doorway and could not move. Police Chief Jesse Curry said he was preparing a statement. We heard Curry briefly talking, describing what was happening and what had happened. At first, Police Chief Curry said that he knew the man but could not identify him. We have had an identification of the man that shot Oswald. Police Lieutenant George Butler has identified the man that did the shooting as Jack Ruby, a Dallas nightclub owner.
Jim, I think that one of the things that may be extremely interesting about this was what Tom Pettit elicited from that police sergeant. When he said that it was a little bit unclear, but he said that he knew this man and that had he seen him, he would not have allowed that man to come inside. Well, of course, this would be the case for anybody who was not authorized to be there, except for reporters and policemen. But one wonders if there are implications about this particular man and police knowledge of him that might have led to the statement by the sergeant that he would not have allowed him. If there seemed to be an emphasis.
Yes, I agree with you, Joe. In fact, it was the way in which the police sergeant made that statement. He said, had I seen him, I would have ejected him. He said specifically, I would have ejected. In other words, to put it in the vernacular, he would have thrown him out because apparently he did regard him as more than the usual security risk. Of course, you make the point that any unauthorized person would have been thrown out. But it was interesting, too, the reaction of the reporters who were there at the scene, and there were a great many reporters in that crowded basement at City Hall as they were moving Oswald out. And all of them said that they didn't know this man, and I heard one reporter ask another one, was he one of us? Going back to Oswald himself, as he was brought out by the police officers, he was walking quietly between them. He was dressed in a pair of black trousers, a tan shirt, and a black sweater. After the shot sounded and we heard the shot, he made no great sound. He fell to the floor, clutching his side below the rib cage, and his slight assailant was immediately leaped upon by police officers and wrestled back into the back room. This elderly man, described as an elderly man wearing a gray suit, man known as Jack Ruby, a Dallas nightclub owner. It was not actually known immediately how or why he happened to be present in the basement, but eyewitnesses said they saw him leap over a railing from behind a green car that was parked outside of the the City Hall basement and leap over a barricade, and we saw him actually rush up and place the gun directly into Oswald's stomach and then fire the shot. And then again, our view was obscured by the police officers and by and to say pandemonium, I think, would be understating the case, because there was complete confusion there for a very short time, actually. But our reporter, Tom Pettit, on the scene, I think, did a masterful job, which we heard, of pulling together this thing and getting from the eyewitnesses the story of what had happened, who did the shooting, and what happened from that moment on, from the time that they took Oswald back into a back room while they were waiting for an ambulance to carry him back out again. They then carried Oswald out of the back room on a stretcher, and Tom Pettit at that time said that Oswald looked very quiet and very gray as this stretcher was being placed in the ambulance. They then had some trouble actually moving the ambulance out of the basement area behind City Hall because of an armored car that was parked in the way. There was some little time elapsed between the time that they placed the ambulance in the armored car and then allowed the ambulance placed the stretcher in the ambulance and then moved the armored car out of the way to allow the ambulance to proceed to Parkland Hospital in Dallas. At this moment, we know not a great deal more about the condition of Lee Harvey Oswald. We have heard from Roger Reddy that let me ask a direct question, because it's a little difficult at this time.
I think
we better
have the answers.
bring Roger Reddy back in.
Roger Reddy is at Parkland Hospital again, and we switch to him.
Lee Oswald is in the major surgery section of the emergency division of Parkland Hospital. He has been wheeled into trauma room number 2 at this moment, which is within 10 feet of where President Kennedy was brought to the hospital on Friday. The police have cordoned off the long corridor leading to that trauma room. The reporters and other onlookers and officials have been held back. The pandemonium that was extant when he was first brought in has subdued somewhat. A spokesman for Governor Connolly said that they did not want any knowledge at this point of the fact to get to Governor Connolly. They don't want him to get near him in any way. They are keeping news and as much of the information away from Governor and Mrs. Connolly as possible. They expect that he will be moved depending on his condition, which is still to be determined. The spokesmen at the hospital have not given us this yet. It is due to come out shortly.
That is a report from Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. We were just talking about him, and he was ready there to give us that further report. It is really ironic that as all these events are taking place, really staggering events are taking place in Dallas, the place where President Kennedy was shot to death on Friday, just 48 hours ago. Right at this moment in our nation's capital, the procession is moving from the White House to the Capitol, carrying the body of President Kennedy from his first resting place in the east wing of the White House to the Capitol itself. We are not ready to go to Washington at this time for a report on that. These developments are coming so fast and are of such staggering proportions that it is almost difficult to determine where to move next to bring you the most complete story we can on the developments of this day. I think that at the moment, all of us are still interested in what has happened in Dallas. We don't know. We know the identification of the man who shot Lee Harvey Oswald. We know him as an elderly nightclub owner named Jack Ruby. We have had no further report on why he, as an individual, should have taken it upon himself to attempt to take the life of the man who killed President Kennedy. I believe that I heard Tom Pettit say that the man, as he stepped up to Oswald, said, "Are you the guy or are you the man who shot the president?" That was the only quotation that I heard directly from the man who shot Oswald, and shortly after that, the shot was fired, which you have heard, and then the pandemonium broke loose in the basement of City Hall, where Lee Harvey Oswald was shot.
We're still waiting for confirmation of that line, too, from Tom on the scene and from others. The irony piles upon irony in this situation. Dallas was worried, we were told, about its image, despite the fact that it is a conservative town, and this man who did the shooting, Oswald, allegedly did the shooting, reportedly did the shooting of the president, was supposed to be a communist sympathizer, and so admitted. We find today, last night and today, that they were worried about their image there. Well, what does this do for the Dallas image, too?
Well, I think, Joe, that despite the nature of these dramatic events in Dallas, I think that really the basic interest is in Washington, where our great president is being honored now. And let's switch to Robert McCormick in Washington.
The funeral cortege for the president is forming up now in the north portico of the White House, and we will join our reporter, Herbert Kaplow, who is already on the scene.
The coffin bearing President Kennedy is still inside of the White House. Will be taken out and placed on a caisson in just a few minutes. The caisson has been drawn up in front of the north portico at the head of the semicircular driveway, drawn, as is customary, by 7 matched gray horses, 6 of them with riders from the 3rd Infantry Regiment Honor Guard. The caisson in stark black, only the hubcaps gold on the 2 large wheels drawing the carriage. President and Mrs. Johnson, both in the somber black of the occasion, arrived here at 20 minutes of 1 Washington time, walked up the 5 steps of the raised portico and entered through the glassed-in vestibule, which is draped in the morning black. Just a few moments ago, the late President Kennedy's brother-in-law, Sergeant Shriver, stepped into the glassed-in vestibule immediately in front of the entrance, looked around, and has now stepped back into the executive mansion. Through the columns bordering the portico, we can see thousands of people gathered on the wide 6-lane Pennsylvania Avenue stretching in front of this side of the White House. They're standing under a bright sun, the temperature, however, a chilly 50 to 55 degrees in the sun, waiting quietly, relatively little movement. On the portico, the stretch of marble leading between the doorway and the top of the steps is flanked by 8 enlisted men, 2 from the Air Force, from the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, the Coast Guard. And standing up off to one side, each one on a descending step, the Chiefs of Staff.
I'm going to interrupt. I'm sorry, Robert McCormick. I think because of the urgency of the situation, we want to switch for a condition report on Lee Harvey Oswald, switch to Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital in Dallas.
Here at Parkland Hospital, a spokesman, Peter Geilich, assistant administrator at Parkland, says that Lee Oswald has now been taken from emergency room, trauma room number 2, to surgery at Parkland on the 2nd floor of the building. The condition report is that he is very, very serious. Unofficially, Mr. Geilich said that he looked critical. He was in very bad condition. He was unconscious. He was shot once below the heart on the left side in the upper left chest. He is currently in shock. As we said, he is being moved now to surgery on the 2nd floor of Parkland Hospital.
That was a condition report from Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. We interrupted Herbert Kaplow's report on the procession moving from the White House to the Capitol, and let us go back now to Washington.
A horrible, tragic series of events. body is to be taken on the caisson, 1.8 miles to the Capitol, where the public can view it today, where tomorrow it will be returned to the White House, but just momentarily, and then taken to St. Matthew's Cathedral for the final church rites, as Mrs. Kennedy, Attorney General Kennedy, many of the world leaders, the national leaders, will follow it on foot about the mile to the cathedral. And after the services there, ending about 1 o'clock Washington time, Eastern Standard Time, a motor procession will follow the hearse bearing the remains of President Kennedy to Arlington National Cemetery across the Potomac River in Arlington, Virginia. Many of the people bordering the curved driveway are the wives and children of people who work here at the White House. People in various jobs. Limousines are drawn up to one side. They will file in behind the caisson after the casket is placed aboard the caisson. There are 7 horses which draw the caisson, which is the normal complement for hooking up the horses to a heavy field piece carriage. One of the horses bears no rider.
We interrupt the Washington ceremonies briefly to switch to Tom Perriman at Dallas Police Headquarters.
A massive confusion fills the halls here at Dallas Police Headquarters. Literally, it seems like hundreds of reporters are milling about after rushing between here and the county police headquarters and the county jail, where prisoner Oswald was to have been transferred around 11 or 11:30 this morning. Police have in custody a man identified as Jack Ruby, owner of 2 or more strip clubs in Dallas. It's reported he shoved several detectives aside, according to eyewitnesses, and put a .32 snub-nosed revolver. It's reported as a .32, at least a snub-nosed revolver, very close to Oswald, within a matter of feet, 3 or 4 perhaps, and triggered 1 bullet into the upper stomach of Oswald, who was, of course, loaded into an ambulance which was standing by in the basement of the Dallas City Police Headquarters and rushed to Parkland Hospital, the place where President Kennedy died. That's the latest details from Dallas Police Headquarters. Tom Perryman reporting.
And now, back to Washington.
Our reporters and photographers the 6 riders mounted.
We'll be back to the description in Washington after this message.
The NBC radio network has canceled all regularly scheduled programs to bring you this continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. We will be on the air with this continuous coverage until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, with continued coverage Monday starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We pause now for station identification.
WWJ and WWJ-FM, Detroit.
And now we return you to the nation's capital.
Famous Lafayette Park and down 17th Street. And now the President's military aides, Captain Tazewell Shepard, the naval aide, the Air Force aide, Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh, and the military aide, Major General Chester Clifton, have just walked in step through the doorway, down the steps, taken their positions at one side of the 8 rifle-carrying members of the Honor Guard. The rifles at parade rest. In any moment, we expect to see the casket carried out of the White House. military aides standing now at attention at the bottom of the steps. Captain Shepard, of course, in the blue uniform with a white cap and the gold fourragère. And now through the doorway, 3 priests. 2 of them in the flowing black cloaks. Man in the middle, dressed in the clerical garb worn on the everyday occasion, an overcoat. They take their place on the driveway just to the left of the military aides. And orders sounding out from the military. The casket is now appearing in the doorway, draped with a flag, being carried by 8 enlisted men representing the services. They stop for a moment, present arms by the gauntlet of honor guard through which it now passes, slowly moving down the stairway, and behind them Mrs. Kennedy, draped in black with a black veil. On her left, in a little blue coat, 6-year-old Caroline to her right. In a matching blue coat, John Kennedy, Jr., who will be 3 years old Monday. The children look off, and as the casket is placed aboard the black caisson, behind Mrs. Kennedy, holding her 2 children on either hand, President Kennedy's sisters and his brother, Attorney General Robert Kennedy. 2 of the sisters we see also wearing the black veils, not over their faces, but on there. Mrs. Kennedy turns and talks to Caroline. Still uttering some words to her 6-year-old daughter. She will be 6 years old shortly. Behind the Attorney General, with 2 of his sisters to his left, are his brothers-in-law, Steve Smith and Sergeant Shriver, and behind them, President and Mrs. Johnson, all still standing at the top of the steps at the north portico. Mrs. Kennedy, his mother and stepfather, are still inside the doorway, Mr. and Mrs. Hugh Auchincloss. The casket has now been strapped onto the caisson, and now slowly the caisson starts to move away. The flag of the president moving out behind him, and off on a parallel driveway just on the other side of the columns is the riderless horse, Blackjack, with the stirrups reversed, the sign of grief for a dead warrior. You may have heard the horse hooves in the background. Mrs. Kennedy, holding Caroline on her left and John on her right, starts to move down the steps toward a car and starts to enter the car, the children first. Mrs. Peter Lawford, Mrs. Stephen Smith, waiting near the first car. Brother-in-law Peter Lawford standing nearby. The Attorney General will be riding with Jacqueline Kennedy and the children. There have been no tears we can see at this moment. Obviously grief, shock. The President's widow is in the car now. Immediately in front of the limousine bearing Mrs. Kennedy is a sailor carrying a flag in front of him. 8 enlisted men following the caisson on which rests the casket bearing the remains of the late president. And the cortege begins. A Secret Service agent climbs into the front seat of Mrs. Kennedy's car. The cortege starts to move. Former president's sisters and brothers-in-law now moving into another limousine behind as other people start to move out now through the doorway. We see Mrs. Robert Kennedy with their children, President Kennedy's longtime friend Lemoyne Billings, Mr. Kennedy's very close friend and political mentor, David Powers. And the muffled drums start to be heard. Lining the highway, the driveway, the flags of the states. Limousines still picking up. The people waiting here, President and Mrs. Johnson, have already taken their places and are in the motorcade. The caisson has just left the immediate grounds of the White House and moved on to Pennsylvania Avenue. And is on its way the 1.8 miles to the Capitol. President Kennedy served there both as a member of the House of Representatives and as a member of the U.S. Senate. The member of the family who has assumed they have a responsibility of making the arrangements and seeing that as far as the family's wishes are carried out is Sergeant Shriver, who is now climbing into a limousine after seeing that the other members of the family are taken care of. Sergeant Shriver, director of the Peace Corps. Now he moves off in a limousine. And the cortege is on its way. The closest members of the family, the closest friends of John F. Kennedy, joining and getting into the limousines to make their way toward the Capitol. Herbert Kaplow, NBC News, on the North Portico of the White House.
We will now pick up the presidential funeral cortege at the Treasury Department and Don Doak.
The cortege, led by an escort of Metropolitan Washington policemen, has just turned from Pennsylvania Avenue down to 15th. It has turned the corner, will move down 15th about a block, where it will then bear left down the broad Pennsylvania Avenue, a little over a mile from this point to the Capitol. Where we are standing, you can see the procession. The cortege is now about halfway down 15th. Perhaps you can hear in the background the muffled roll of the drum corps, made up of units of the Army, Navy, and Marines. Lining the streets are thousands of people, quiet, thoughtful, sober, listening, watching, and waiting for a glimpse of the
caisson bearing the body of the late President of the United States. About 2 paces out from the curb, lining the street, are soldiers in their dress uniforms, standing at parade rest, their rifles, bayonets fixed, standing stiffly and soberly at attention. Following the drum corps that is now approaching our position here at the corner of 15th and Pennsylvania is a company of Navy personnel, members of a unit which the late President, served with when he was in the Navy. The drum corps, which you can hear in the background, is now moving past us. The police escort is now turned from 15th Street down the broad Pennsylvania Avenue. And where we stand, we can see the Capitol building standing tall and straight bathed in the warm sunshine. Police escort now moving down the Pennsylvania Avenue, followed by troops from all the armed services, followed by a company of Navy personnel, which the President was associated during his service in the Navy. Next comes a special honor guard of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Our view is obscured by a crowd that is gathered in front of us. A special Joint Chiefs of Staff honor guard is followed in the cortege by a color detail and members of the clergy. And now we can see the 6 gray horses drawing the black caisson, bearing the flag-draped coffin of the late President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. The caisson is flanked on either side by 10 men, members of each of the armed services. Thousands of people here are standing very quietly. Now moving behind the Navy man carrying the presidential flag is the dark gray horse, the riderless horse. Now moving past us are the big black limousines carrying members of the immediate family, carrying the new President of the United States, Lyndon Johnson, and his wife. People have now begun to move along the sidewalks to keep in view the caisson as it rolls down Pennsylvania Avenue toward the Capitol, where it will lie, the body of the late President will lie in state in the rotunda. The cortege, now led by the police escort, has moved about a third of the way down Pennsylvania Avenue. They're moving at a slow cadence, about 100 steps a minute. The entire cortege was to have taken about 48 minutes from the White House to the Capitol. We can now see from our point here at 15th and Pennsylvania Avenue most of the cortege from a rear view. We count 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 black limousines carrying members of the late president's immediate family, carrying the new president and his wife, carrying other close friends, members of the administration. This is Don Doak at the Treasury Department.
We will next pick up the funeral cortege. Again, we have to use the word ironic, at the Justice Department, where the President's brother presides as Attorney General. We go now to the Justice Department and to Jack Perkins.
Speaking from the Justice Department, it is hard to say whether this is the front or the back of the building, and it certainly doesn't matter, but this is the side of the building which faces Pennsylvania Avenue. And we await now the first view for the people here on this stretch of Pennsylvania Avenue, about half the distance of the procession. We await the first view of the caisson, of the cortege. This part of Pennsylvania Avenue stands mainly in shade and chill. The sun hidden behind the building, which we now stand in the shade of, the Justice Department building. On the balcony, around the third floor of the building, many people stand looking down. We presume them to be Justice Department employees, those who have worked, who work with and for Attorney General Robert Kennedy. It is shade all along this part of the avenue, and the first time the cortege will again emerge into the sun once it passes us will be as it approaches the gleaming white dome of the U.S. Capitol. There have been people waiting here for hours. It is not a heavy, thick crowd. It is 4 or 5 deep, perhaps, along the curb. And it is quiet. There was a chap passing by here not long ago, offering for sale autographed pictures of the late president. We did not see him make one sale. This is not the place, this is not the time for a huckster. And he went on his way quietly. Those viewing Pennsylvania Avenue from the balcony of the Justice Department building can look down the avenue now and see the solemn procession approaching us. Those at street level have a view of the police detail leading the cortege, but that is all so far. There are a few transistor radios among the people who are waiting here, but for the most part it is an extremely quiet, an appropriately quiet gathering. Many of the people we see standing along the street to pay their respects are young people, young parents. Their youth is striking and certainly not inappropriate. Young parents in many cases with small children on their shoulders. And it may be that some of these young parents were themselves small children on a day not unlike this 18 years ago. Looking down Pennsylvania Avenue, the white Capitol dome in the sun. 46 degrees, I believe it is. The sound of the muffled drums approach us now. Along the streets, along the curbs, standing between the people who have gathered and the procession as it will pass, are honor guards of the services. At this particular stretch we see Marines and soldiers. The Marine sergeants with their swords drawn and held at right shoulder. The police detail now approaches the Justice Department building, and the caisson and the long shadows and now, as best we can tell, there is along this stretch of the avenue, among the people looking on, as best we can tell, not a word being spoken. The incessant, repeated roll of the muffled drums, the reverential cadence, the snare drums wrapped in black, shrouded in solemnity. Those of the various services who are performing the cadence, playing the muffled drums in varicolored uniforms, among them the anachronistic red dress uniform. The cortege now passing the Justice Department, this about halfway down the route down Pennsylvania Avenue. There are those, some of them are professionals, photographers, others are perhaps amateur photographers who run along the sidewalks beside the cortege to take pictures. There is their movement, and there is the movement now of the cortege as it passes us. And aside from that, for the rest of the people standing at the curbside, there is virtually no movement at all. The muffled drums have passed us, the Navy enlisted men who form an honor guard for this man of the Navy, for this Commander-in-Chief. And then the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Maxwell Taylor, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral McDonald of the Navy, General Wheeler of the Army, General LeMay of the Air Force, General Shoup of the Marine Corps, Admiral Rowland of the Coast Guard, the flag, the clerics, the gray horses, and the caisson. With its honor guard. Chill wind whipping down the avenue. The horse without a rider, the grim symbol, and the limousines bearing Mrs. Kennedy, bearing the Kennedy family, the children, Caroline and John Jr., brothers and sisters. And as though by walking along the sidewalk beside this procession, as though they could hold on for another moment to this opportunity to pay their respects, the people passed down the sidewalk looking straight ahead, hurrying, trying to keep up as close as they can to the caisson and to the limousines. The procession, having now passed the Justice Department building, is in front of the National Archives building, in which are placed the great documents of and mementos of our nation's history. It will then proceed on down to the point where Pennsylvania Avenue and Constitution Avenue become one. The National Gallery of Art at that juncture. And then at 4th Street, it will turn on and follow Constitution Avenue rather than Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania goes on down directly to the front of the Capitol, as it were. This procession will go to what is awkwardly called the back of the Capitol, the parking lot area, and it is from there that entrance will be made to the rotunda. Behind now the final vehicles of the procession, there is a mass of people. As ahead, the caisson continues to roll down Pennsylvania Avenue. It will, as we say, go on to Constitution Avenue and up and around into the parking lot area, and will at that point then be lifted. The casket will be lifted from the caisson and will be carried then into the rotunda, where it will lie in state mourning. Behind the procession, people now have, by the thousands, filled the street and are following the procession, silently for the most part, but are following it resolutely and with determination. It would seem to stay as close as they can to this sad moment and to have one last opportunity to pay respects. But the street is completely filled behind the procession, completely filled with people. Those who have seen this, the view up Pennsylvania Avenue as the caisson continues. Those who have seen this today, it seems that in the crowd, each head, which for the past 2 days has been staring, shaken, stunned, incredulous, now has viewed this reverential scene, and now, for a moment at least, bows in awful resignation. This is Jack Perkins on Pennsylvania Avenue.
A little less than 3 years after he rode triumphantly up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol for his inauguration, the late President Kennedy makes his last trip, a trip of death, to lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda. His caisson, as you heard, was preceded by the awesome sound of muffled drums. They're so unvarying and so inflexible that they somehow are the sound of doom itself. It was most extraordinary what Jack Perkins reported to us, that the people are following the procession down Pennsylvania Avenue. I cannot remember that having happened before. Usually, no matter how sad and tragic the occasion, the people break up and drift slowly away after watching something like this. The caisson now is approximately passing the Robert Taft Carillon Memorial, the only memorial built to anyone in the Capitol grounds itself. The procession should be just about now reaching the point of turning into the Capitol grounds. It proceeds up Constitution Avenue to one of the first roads that turns off to the right, to the south, into the East Plaza of the Capitol, which incidentally was originally designed and is, as a matter of fact, considered the front of the Capitol, although it faces away from the main part of the city of Washington. The East Plaza has been the scene of many tragic and many gala occasions in American history. It is, of course, on the east steps of the Capitol that presidents are inaugurated. President Kennedy's casket will move directly over the spot on which he stood when he was sworn in as president. Mrs. Kennedy will walk directly over the spot where she stood at his side when he became our president. Once the cortege reaches the Capitol steps, the casket will be taken up the long flight of stairs through the imposing, magnificent bronze doors for which the Capitol is so famous, placed on the catafalque that has borne the bodies of so many American heroes. The black draped caisson that carried President Kennedy's body to the Capitol, is carrying it to the Capitol, is the same one that bore the body of Franklin Roosevelt 18 years ago when he died in office. The rotunda of the Capitol itself will be rather severe. The majesty of the rotunda, with its enormous cast iron tower that from the inside seems to reach for the heavens itself, will be unbroken by any great display of flowers. The president will be surrounded by paintings of historic scenes in American history, but his catafalque, the bier, will be right in the center of everything, in the center, of course, of all eyes. The last stretch of the cortege up Capitol Hill, as it's called, usually is the longest for some reason, or perhaps it always just seems to us to be the longest, because we wish trips like this just didn't have to be made and didn't have to be finished. The crowds are apparently still following the cortege down Pennsylvania Avenue. The people are all very quiet. There's been no noise, no disturbances of any kind that we have heard of so far. The solemnity of the occasion is almost oppressive. This is not an artificial solemnity at all. It is so obviously deep-seated and sincere that it is most moving. And once again, all down the line of march, we noticed again the preponderance of young people. Of course, we have people here from all over the United States for this sad occasion, but our people tell us that probably a third of all the people there are young people in their teens. And then, of course, there's the usual complement of very young children, many of whom are being held up on the shoulders of their parents so they can see the president's casket as it goes by. The 7 bay horses, carefully trained to maintain their slow and steady pace, are now moving up Capitol Hill with the caisson. Behind the crowds that line the line of march, anywhere from 10 to 15, 20 deep, people that can't get out in the street also are moving along with the caisson, as we've told you before, and it does seem as though they're just reluctant to give up the casket and to give up whatever it means to them, which is obviously a great deal. The muffled drums and the slow pace of the marchers combine to add to the atmosphere of the occasion. The riderless horse that follows the caisson with the stirrups inverted is giving just a little trouble, seems a little fractious, as though he didn't like this either. The military tradition of the riderless horse goes way back in history. Some people think to the times of Genghis Khan. And originally, the horse was a sacrifice to the deceased warrior and hero, was sacrificed and put into the grave with his master on the theory that he could serve his master in the hereafter. The use of 7 horses on the caisson has no particular significance except military tradition. The 7-horse hitch was always considered the most efficient for field artillery. And the caisson, after all, is fundamentally of the same design and the same construction as the field piece vehicles that we had many years ago in the Civil War. Mrs. Kennedy is in a limousine with her 2 children, following behind the caisson and behind the riderless horse. Mrs. Kennedy, so far as we could see when she got into her limousine, was dry-eyed, but there could be no question of the horror she's been through. It showed on her face. She bore herself with great dignity, spoke occasionally to Caroline and John, who were on either side of her as they left the White House. They will, of course, follow the casket into the rotunda of the Capitol when the cortege reaches the Capitol steps. The cortege now is very close to the point at which it turns in to the Capitol, coming up one of Washington's most beautiful tree-lined streets. On one side of the cortege is an open park with a beautiful fountain in it, and beyond that, Washington's Union Station. And on the other side are the Capitol grounds itself. The cortege now is just about opposite an old well house on the Capitol grounds, built of old red bricks. It's now closed up with an iron gate. It's been there since anyone can remember. Considerable work has been done to try to find out just where it did come from and what it was originally. It is supposedly a well house. It is one of the traditional sites in Washington. The whole cortege is short in spite of the number of limousines that are in the procession. I believe one of our men reported to us that they numbered somewhere around 15. I've not had a chance to count them myself. The rhythmic pace of the military men marching in the cortege from a distance gives a very strange appearance. And now, for another view of this, we will go to Merrill Muller.
This is in striking contrast, this brisk fall day, bright, however, sunny. With that January day, we traveled the same route. To the inauguration of John F. Kennedy. A blizzard had struck Washington. A symbol almost of the dramatic and dynamic figure that is now coming back up the hill in a sealed casket under the flag.
And now we move up another step to just outside the Capitol, on the Capitol steps, and Richard Harkness.
Here from this vantage point on the Capitol steps on the Capitol Plaza, we see the funeral procession. It has just proceeded up Capitol Hill, made the right turn from Constitution Avenue and onto the Capitol Plaza. Undoubtedly, you can now hear the muffled drums in the background. The crowd here numbers in the tens of thousands, perhaps 50,000 or more. The crowd is silent, no chit-chat, most part somber dress. Here, of course, was where President Kennedy was inaugurated before a cheering throng. Here on the Capitol, there will be a ceremony just before the sealed casket bearing the remains of the late president is carried into the Capitol Rotunda. A 21-gun salute, 4 ruffles and flourishes, the presidential Hail to the Chief for the last time, and then the hymn played by the Navy Band, Eternal Father. After that, the president's body in the casket will be carried up the center steps of the Capitol, through the bronze doors, and into the Rotunda. It is a bright sun which is shining on the Capitol Plaza now, but also a cold and a cutting wind. The crowd on the side streets, cars were parked last night and families slept in their cars to be here early this morning. Since 7 o'clock, floral tributes from around the world have been carried into the Rotunda. A wreath from King Gustav of Sweden, the President of Nicaragua, from Charles de Gaulle, President of France. Wreaths of fall mums, of red roses, marking not only this country, but the world's sadness at this event. The drums, as they approach the center steps on the Capitol Plaza. Drums draped in black crepe. Earlier, a group of presidential aides arrived, stationed in the Rotunda. Walter Heller, the economic advisor to the late president. Arthur Schlesinger Jr., personal advisor. Lawrence O'Brien, presidential intimate, his liaison with Capitol Hill. Ted Sorensen, his personal counselor. Members of the cabinet. Ex-Governor Lawrence of Pennsylvania. The flag. The chaplains. And now the hoofbeats of the horses of the caisson on Capitol Hill. And also here today, an honor guard of 42 members of the Special Forces, men who have seen service recently in South Vietnam. The riderless horse is now passing. President and Mrs. Johnson in their limousine. That limousine flanked by 4 Secret Service men. Silently, the cars go by. The casket has now been brought to a stop before the center steps of the Capitol. The sun glinting on the
Stars and Stripes. The Guard of Honor now releasing the strap switch. Hold the sealed casket to the caisson. Mrs. Kennedy, Carolyn, and John have left their car and now stand before the casket. With Mrs. Kennedy is the President's brother, the Attorney General, Robert F. Kennedy. The President and Mrs. Johnson leave their car to stand before the casket. The horses are motionless. 2 flags flying, the Star-Spangled Banner and the presidential flag. Troops sharply at attention, unwavering. The winds whip the flag. Crowd silent. The casket will be borne up the steps. The special Hail to the Chief. 21-gun salute in the background. Concludes Hail to the Chief. The casket now being slowly carried up the main steps to the Capitol. during the playing of this hymn. Kennedy children follow the casket as it now passes through the great bronze doors into the Capitol Rotunda.
To the Capitol Rotunda and Bryson Rash.
The body of the President of the United States is now being borne into the rotunda by the 9 coffin bearers. They circle around the inside of a circle of dignitaries. They move all around the circle and then come back to place the body of President Kennedy on the Lincoln catafalque. The catafalque lies east and west, the blue field of stars to the west and north. The 8 bearers step down 1 step. The officer moves to the foot of the casket. And they stand at rigid attention while Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy takes her place just to the right of the door and on the front row of this great circle, which is the rotunda of the Capitol building of the United States. She is dressed in black. She is wearing a black veil over her head. Her face is not veiled. And as the body of the president is now in place in the catafalque, the 2 flags, the flag of the United States and the flag of the president, are now in position to the west of the coffin and to the president's head. They are in small standards set on the floor of the rotunda. More than 1,000 dignitaries are gathered in this room, which is some 300 feet in circumference. The cabinet, the members of the House and Senate, representatives of the diplomatic corps, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Supreme Court, the undersecretaries and the personal staff of the late President Kennedy. Mrs. Kennedy, with her children by her side, standing alone for the moment, as an honor guard moves in to the inner circle wherein the body of the president lies in repose. They move very slowly with measured short steps, this guard of honor that will be set up about the catafalque. Approximately 20 feet from the wall of the rotunda are velvet ropes that form a circle around the catafalque and the body of the president. It is behind these velvet ropes that the dignitaries of the United States government and the representatives of foreign governments have now gathered. The honor guard is now moving to take up its position on each side of the casket wherein lies the body of President Kennedy. Mrs. Kennedy stands still alone with her children just to the right of the entrance to the rotunda. All of the military here snap to salute quietly as the casket bearers are relieved by the guard of honor. The 8 casket bearers turn to their left and march off out of the center of the rotunda and out of the rotunda itself, leaving now around the casket and the catafalque the 4 men standing at each corner of the casket. At the head of the casket stands the commanding officer of this honor guard. Senator Mike Mansfield is now speaking.
Leadership emerged. He gave us of a kindness